Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. This video includes a short self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. We will see fourth part: What if Harry Potter became a dark Slytherin? Let's dive in. Here is short summary. When the wards around Privet Drive fall, Harry Potter is taken, and returned forever changed. Casting aside his old mask, he embraces Slytherin cunning, uncovers forgotten secrets of the Hogwarts founders, and steps onto a darker path where manipulation, power, and strategy may be the only way to win the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Ron gulped loudly in the silent room, a grimace twisting his features that was more information than he wanted about his best mate's life. Especially considering whom he was married to, and by Merlin, it gave him the shivers. Don't get him wrong, he was happy for Harry, he just never wanted to hear anything about that part of his life. The less he knew the better. He knew Harry had always wanted a family. Well, when he was younger it was parental figures, but now, it had probably changed to being the parent himself. It had growing up and maturing, but it had happened in the nick of time. Otherwise he would have lost his best mate. Harry wouldn't have put up with any further jealousy or battiness on his part. He'd been a prick, he knew that, but they had moved on from that. "Oh, Harry," Hermione said, eyes wide and apprehensive. As always, she was the first to understand the gravity of the situation, while Ron was probably trying to work out how to support Harry without putting his foot in his mouth by saying something against Professor Snape. "What are you going to do?" Ron threw her a confused look. Before understanding dawned. "Voldemort, danger, pretty simple." "Simple isn't it, just have to make sure nobody finds out, keep it secret like, Harry won't be here at the end of the year, so if something happens he'll be safe for once." Ignoring Hermione's prideful look. "But Harry, what about your classes? Everyone will find out sooner or later. I mean, you can't take potions, it would harm the baby." Hermione insisted. "With Ginny being pregnant and all, it will be the first thing that pops into everyone's mind. Sev and I have a plan for that. We're going to plan something explosive, make Severus kick me out of class," Harry said, a vindictive grin appearing on his face. "He's always wanted to do it, so I'm sure nobody will think twice about it." He no longer held a grudge against Sev for his past actions. He couldn't, no more than he could blame Ron for his abandonment during their fourth year. "I would have suggested going to the Burrow when it's time," Ron said, his lips twisted bitterly. "I mean, it's safe, Grimmauld Place is not good to live in, and Privet Drive isn't an option. The Dursleys were dead after all. I have money, I can buy somewhere, or use one of my properties. I haven't planned that far ahead yet. It's something me and Sev will need to discuss, but there's the idea of me going down to the chamber," he confessed. "Dobby." Hermione pursed her lips but said nothing. She honestly didn't like how the house elves were treated. At least Dobby, however, was treated with respect being with Harry. The others weren't so lucky. She just wanted to help them, and she would try her best. One day anyway. Right now wasn't the time to think on it. "Can you bring us all up something to drink and eat?" Harry asked Dobby with a smile. "Bring Harry up some juice, or tea," Hermione ordered. "You shouldn't drink caffeine." "Dobby knows what Master Harry can and can't have," Dobby said, straightening up proudly. He was a good house elf, he knew what to do when Master was pregnant. "Dobby will be right back, Master Harry," he proclaimed before disappearing on the spot with an excited yet determined look on his face. "All right, so when is this explosion going to happen?" Ron asked, slightly worried actually. If anything went wrong, well, he didn't even want to think on that. Harry would be devastated. "Wait, Snape knows." He belatedly realized, his jaw dropping in shock. "Of course, he does," Harry said, giving Ron an amused look. Well, how did he react?" Ron asked quietly. Quite honestly, he wouldn't have had Snape down as the type to want a screaming baby in his life. He never showed any positive reaction to teaching. Shocked, but in a good way, Harry reassured him. Ron, just remember you don't really know him, what you see is a mask he puts on for the students and teachers. I think you'd quite like him if you took the time to know him. Admittedly, I did fear for a few moments that he wouldn't want the baby. He confessed wryly, but he did. He's been very attentive, although both of us are worried. I wish it would have waited until after the war, only for our peace of minds, but I would never regret the baby. He made that absolutely clear. Of course not, Hermione said, waving it off. All children were a blessing. Many of them unfortunately weren't blessed with a good family, but at least the baby Ginny was carrying had good grandparents, even if its parents were probably going to be god-awful, unless Ginny grew up and realized the enormity of her mistakes, but she seriously doubted it. She made a mental note to go to the library and research. She needed a few backups just in case anything went wrong, but when it came to the professor she knew nothing would. He was a perfectionist. It'll be fine, Harry said, wondering if he was actually trying to convince himself or his best friends, or if he truly was all right. He needed sleep and food. Oh, Harry, congratulations, she squealed, suddenly realizing she hadn't even said anything positive about the occasion. A pop interrupted their moment, as Dobby placed a large tray on the table between them and disappearing once more, leaving his master Harry to spend time with his friends. He knew how much Harry missed them. He'd spent years down in a chamber without their company. He was older than them now, but Master Harry didn't care about that. He just wanted to share his life with them. Harry patted Hermione on the back, relaxing when she withdrew and sat back down. We're both happy for you, mate, Ron said, giving him a grin. I need to ask you something, Harry said, sitting down himself, licking his lips at the sight of the treacle tart. Instead of taking a slice, he picked the entire thing up and grabbed a fork, suddenly feeling ravenous. Of course, anything, Hermione said, pouring herself a coffee and a small selection of treats. She wasn't one for eating much of sugary treats, but she did occasionally indulge. It was habit, pure and simple, after growing up with her parents who were dentists. I would like you both to be godparents, Harry said seriously, his face grim. You know this war could turn bad. Me and Sev have probably the highest probability of dying. Me more so than him. He's just brilliant and I doubt he'll ever be found out. If anything, and I mean anything, happens to me, I'll do my best to kill him, but if we don't survive, I want you to take the baby and leave Britain. Can you do this for me? He had to know his baby would be all right, that he wasn't going to leave any child of his to an orphanage. To know that they would raise him or her, it would be a great big burden from his shoulders. Hermione felt tears brimming in her eyes, her food forgotten for now. Harry, don't talk like that, we'll get through this, we will survive. Hermione, for my own peace of mind, I have to know the baby would be well cared for, Harry insisted, his green eyes earnest. He was going to rewrite his will. If he died, Sev would get everything until their child was of age, and could, if he or she wanted, take the Potter lordship. If Sev died, the entirety of the estate would go to his friends until he or she came of age. Custody would also be granted to them if anything happened to him and Sev. Of course we'll do it, Ron said strongly, realizing what Harry needed. If it comes to it, I swear we will do what you ask, and he would not break his promise. Even if it meant settling down in a different country, he would not let Harry down. With Harry's luck, though he didn't think it would be needed, they would all survive this, and maybe a few years down the line Myone and he would have a child. He envisioned both growing up like brothers, thinking of each other as cousins. Hermione nodded, conceding to her best friend's demands. After what had happened to Harry, she couldn't blame him for thinking the worst. Not only had he lost his parents during the war, he had lost his godfather, and been sent to Muggles who abused him for his whole entire life. Harry just didn't want to see or think of it happening to his baby. She would feel the same way if she was pregnant too. Harry breathed out in relief. Thank you, he said softly, smiling at them, trying to get the seriousness to abate. When do we have potions next? Ron asked, a frown on his face as he scoffed down cauldron cakes at an alarming rate. They should know never to bring them near him. He would eat them all, and they were his absolute favorite sweet along with chocolate frogs. The day after tomorrow, Hermione said, not even needing to glance at her timetable. She had a tendency to memorize everything. Are you going to do it that soon? Ron asked, swiping the crumbs on his clothes onto the floor, not wishing to mess them up. They were brand new after all. New clothes, new robes, all thanks to Harry, who had bought them for him. He was still in awe over it. He'd never seen clothes look so shiny and new on his back before, except the one pair of robes Fred and George had got him, but he'd hardly ever wore them for fear of messing them up. Probably, the sooner the better, Harry explained, licking his lips, before downing more pumpkin juice. The cake was making him exceedingly thirsty. He still happily munched on, just glad he was able to keep something down. Being sick constantly was making him extremely hungry and he didn't like it at all. "Well, let us know, will you?" Ron said. He didn't want to be surprised, especially not with something like this going on. "Of course," Harry said, giving him an odd look, as if he'd do anything but. "Have you done your homework?" Hermione asked after a few moments of comfortable silence. Seeing as that particular conversation was over for now, it was time for a new subject, one less tense. She still had a lump in her throat. The thought of her best friend being dead was horrifying, and it left her emotional. "Not yet. I had planned on doing it earlier, but I guess I'll get it done tonight," Harry explained, his lips curling in amusement. "That was Hermione for you." He didn't bother asking her if she'd done it. The answer was a resounding yes, no doubt about it. "Sev will be busy with creating," Harry paused, before continuing, "a new potion." Ron didn't know he felt awful keeping this from him, but Sev was right. It could cause unknown complications if anyone said anything. Ron would just have to understand that sometimes what was the right thing to do wasn't always the easiest thing to do. "He better not be ignoring you," Ron scowled with a warning, especially since his best mate was pregnant. Harry grinned. "He's not, I promise," he reassured him, although they definitely didn't get to spend much time with each other. "Are you staying for the holidays?" he asked them both, "or are you taking Ron home to meet your parents?" "Actually, we're thinking of leaving that until the summer," Hermione said thoughtfully. She'd asked the Tonks to put wards up at her home, to keep her parents safe, also arranged it so they had an emergency portkey to get away if anything happened. She'd wanted to spell them and make them go away, but Ron had convinced her that it was a very bad idea. Made her see it from her parents' point of view. She could only hope she didn't come to regret it. "You should invite Arthur to a meeting. He'd think it was Christmas and his birthday rolled into one," Harry said with a grin of contentment. His love for all things Muggle was quite amusing to say the least. The words he'd asked him, the function of a rubber duck, ringing around his ears. Yes, he would love to meet the Grangers properly, and not while doing shopping at Diagon Alley. "Maybe," Ron murmured. "I suppose it would take his mind off other things, mainly their money problems. He would have left Hogwarts and tried to get a job if he knew it would make any difference. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy getting a job. It would or could take him months, and with the owls he got it might not be good enough." Harry just smiled at him as he drank his juice. No doubt Ron hadn't heard anything yet. He would soon enough. His brothers would write to him. He did ponder briefly on whether he should be the one to say anything. He nixed it almost immediately. If he told Ron, he might think he was bragging, but he wasn't. All he'd done was help his friends out, that was it. Hopefully the others knew how to word it so Ron didn't go off on one without thinking. "Is it weird being back at Hogwarts?" Hermione asked, drinking her coffee. She really shouldn't, not at this time of night. She'd have trouble getting to sleep. "I mean, you spent 2 years down in the chamber, doing what you wanted every single day." She couldn't wrap her mind around that her best friend was actually 20 years old. Quite honestly, she'd forgotten all about the time bubble with the beginning of another year at Hogwarts. Between her head girl duties and her desire to have the perfect scores, as well as making sure Ron took it seriously, she hadn't had the time to think on it. "Well, I wasn't exactly doing what I wanted to do," Harry pointed out. "I was doing what I had to do, but I don't regret it." He never would. "Would you take us down for a while? Maybe during Christmas holidays?" Hermione asked with wistful excitement. The thought of going though a time bubble was exciting. She blamed the boys. They'd been a very bad influence on her. She wouldn't have considered this while she had begun her Hogwarts schooling. "I'll see what I can do," Harry said. The chamber was his and Severus' safe place. If he wanted to go down during that time, then it was a definite no. If he didn't, then he couldn't see why not bring his friends down for a few days. They couldn't get in without him after all, they needed to speak Parseltongue to get in. Hermione beamed at him. Ron, you're all right to see to the Quidditch trials, aren't you? Harry asked. They're on Saturday morning first. Thing, yawning tiredly, feeling very content, he had a full stomach, the acidity taste was gone from his mouth and it was cozy and warm, who could blame him for feeling rather sleepy? Me. On my own? Ron asked wide-eyed. Wait, you can't play, or won't be able to, they were going to lose, this Ed. They'd have to find a really good seeker, but compared to Harry everyone else was mediocre. I take it Ginny won't be playing then? Harry questioned, a frown on his face, he couldn't fly while pregnant. Or was it Quidditch because it was too dangerous with bludgers and all the danger? He made a mental note to ask Sev what he thought. She shouldn't and the teachers will probably forbid it, Hermione said immediately. Ron groaned dramatically, this is just great. He huffed, but there was no real heat behind it. It would be great to win our last year here, but in the grand scheme of things it isn't the most important thing, Harry conceded. His baby certainly came before something as frivolous as playing a Quidditch game, especially when it came to the Slytherin match. They were unhanded and cheated constantly. No, it wasn't worth the risk. We have won 6 years in a row, Ron did say smugly, even during their 3rd year with the bloody Dementors. He couldn't believe Amos Diggory was proud of his son for beating Harry during that either. It was quite embarrassing. He quickly sobered up remembering the sight of the father sobbing over Cedric. It wasn't a nice image at all. Man, the tournament was supposed to end with victory, happiness, not death and despair for all involved. Make it 7 and I'll give you 20 galleons, Harry said with a grin, betting Ron to do it. Ron, who had taken that moment to drink some juice, coughed and spluttered hearing the words, What? Wait, are you serious? Very. Want to take the bet? He asked. That would guarantee Ron would actually get up early to train and find a new team. You're on, Ron said seriously, chortling gleefully. 20 galleons. He was going to make sure Gryffindor had the best team there could in the circumstances. If only Harry would be able to play, then they'd be guaranteed to win no matter what. It wasn't meant to be, but he'd find someone. There had to be at least one good seeker in Gryffindor. Boys, Hermione said, rolling her eyes fondly, happening to see the clock, and her eyes widened. Damn it, I have to go. It's my turn to patrol the halls tonight. She'd always thought it was just prefects that did the rounds, but she'd been wrong. Not that she'd admit that. Thank you very much, she'd never hear the end of it. Harry muffed another yawn. I'm going to head down to the dungeons. Night Ron, night Myone, he said. Somebody had to keep Severus from overworking himself. He grabbed his bag which had his cloak inside it. Night, Harry, Ron said, stretching out, also standing. These were Harry's rooms after all. He'd either go wait in Hermione's room or go to the common room. The three of them left Harry's room, and Ron wandered to Hermione's down the corridor with a wave to his girlfriend and best friend. Hermione and Harry went in the opposite direction. 20 galleons, Harry, Hermione said, shaking her head. Harry just grinned ruefully and unrepentantly. I'll see you in the morning, he informed her quietly, sliding into the classroom and putting his cloak on. He couldn't be seen wandering the dungeons after all, even if he was head boy. The last thing he wanted was anyone suspicious of him or Sev. Severus glanced up from where he sat on the couch, book and whiskey in each hand, as Harry made his way inside. Or rather what he knew to be Harry, since it looked as if nobody had come in at all. He must admit that cloak of his was rather handy to have. Did you have a pleasant evening? Severus asked, as Harry materialized, wondering if his friends could truly understand how Harry felt. Ronald Weasley had surprised him. Perhaps he was growing up after all. Yes, Harry said with a grin, as he sat down next to Severus, as close as possible and snuggled in. Taking an interest in alchemy. I must admit it has been educational, Severus said wryly. I may consider delving in further even once this distasteful counter potion is done with. At his own pace. It was the challenge, the rush. He hadn't felt that in a long time. Before going down to the chamber, and even that hadn't been the same way. He hadn't been creating anything down there, just brewing. The potion Salazar had given him on the potion for lycanthrope, or rather one to take it away now that he had never felt in many years. Working with Nicholas, hearing him speaking about alchemy had reminded him of his own passions, potions, and awoken some of his own in the process for alchemy, not potions. "You're amazing at whatever you do," Harry said sincerely, and that was the truth. He poured 100% of himself into any project he did. He was amazing, and he envied how his mind worked sometimes, for he knew he wouldn't be able to accomplish the same thought process. They both had things they were good at that the other wouldn't or couldn't do, so they weren't too similar. Which Harry personally thought was a good thing. Severus felt himself flush. It wasn't in embarrassment but happiness. He didn't rely on others for fulfillment, but it was nice to hear someone compliment him. Especially coming from Harry, it was just so much more. Placing his drink aside, he carded his fingers through Harry's hair, as his bonded pressed himself more firmly against him. He felt through the bond, making sure that Harry truly was all right. He seemed content enough, so obviously, everything truly had gone well. He was tired though, and there was a slight feeling of sadness. "What's bothering you, Harry?" Severus asked quietly, and Harry would know he was using the bond to do this. "I'll miss playing Quidditch. It's the only time I could ever be free," Harry admitted. "I may also have to give Ron the captaincy. I'm not going to be much of one if I can't play. Right now he's playing the part as company captain, but he hasn't had to do that alone yet." "You cannot play Quidditch, I agree, but there is nothing wrong with going with a fly, as long as you refrain from your ridiculous antics in the air," Severus stated, inwardly shuddering just imagining the stunts he'd pulled over the past 6 years with the knowledge that Harry was pregnant with his child. Their child. Harry suddenly grinned. Of course, why hadn't he thought of that? "How right you are," he said, almost purring it out in happiness. Severus merely snorted. Without the tiredness he would have come to that conclusion on his own. They lapsed into a comfortable silence, just enjoying it while they could, and being together. "I helped the Weasleys tonight," Harry said after a while. "Oh," Severus prompted, wondering just how he had helped them. I paid off their father's loans. It was partly my fault anyway, and I did get him into trouble by flying Arthur's car. Ended up crashing it too," Harry admitted. "It was probably somewhere in the Forbidden Forest at this very moment with a life of its own. Welcome to practicing magic on a Muggle object." Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. "After what they've done, they do not deserve your help." "If it only affected Molly and her, I'd have let it happen," Harry said seriously, not moving from his spot. He was so very comfortable. "But all the boys were putting every canute they had together to try and help their dad, but they didn't have enough. It would have risked the twins' job and the others would have been flat out broke for ages, and it wouldn't have changed anything. The process would have begun again next fortnight or month, whichever way he paid it. The burrow and the surrounding land is mine, at least until he pays it all back. It's without interest, and I've made sure he isn't paying back too much. He's probably going to have to pay for all of Ginny's baby stuff, unless they use hers, which he had no doubt they had. Ron had come to school with Percy's old clothes, or was it Bill's, trunk, and familiar for Merlin's sake. They got rid of nothing." Severus merely made a noncommittal sound, turning back to the fire. He supposed Harry did have a point. It wasn't as if the contribution would make him have to scrimp and save, since he had more than enough money in his vaults to help 1,000,000 times over. "Bill and I went to Gringotts, but I left it up to him to tell his dad," Harry admitted in amusement, not able to stifle another yawn. "He'll not be happy, but at least he'll be unhappy with a roof under his head," he added after a pause. Severus' lips twitched in amusement. Arthur Weasley was a proud man, and he wouldn't accept charity of any kind. He worked hard for what he earned, and it went on what they needed most, for the most part going without basic necessities like new clothes more often than not. He was too proud, hopefully not pig-headed stubborn. He had a feeling Arthur would try to pay Harry back as soon as possible. Hopefully not by getting another loan from Gringotts. "Very true. You're exhausted, you have classes tomorrow, and you should try and get some sleep." Hopefully he would actually get some sleep and not be feeling sick. "Good. Harry yawned yet again. "Idea. Do not shut down the bond," Severus warned him sternly. "I do not care how early it is. If you need me, I wish to be there." He wasn't the Dursleys. He wasn't going to leave Harry sick and fending for himself. He'd do all he could to help. He had brewed potions to aid the morning sickness since Poppy had asked him to brew them for the Weasley girl. No Dumbledore girl anyway. He had put on a few extra cauldrons and got to work. He hoped they worked. Ready to head down? Hermione asked as Harry made an appearance, removing his invisibility cloak and putting it in his school bag. They always made an appearance together, keeping up the ruse that Harry was sleeping in the head boy's room. Nobody could know about the professor and Harry. It would endanger them both immensely in ways even she could never predict. With Harry being pregnant, it was more imperative than ever to keep him safe. If he lost the baby, she knew he'd never recover. He'd blame himself, something she wouldn't allow. "Hey, mate," Ron said, his tone a grumble of annoyance. He hated getting up early for school. It was the only downside with rooming with Myone. She woke him up earlier than he usually would. That, and if she didn't wake, she'd pour water over him. He'd learned quickly to get up the first time she shook him. "Hey," Harry said, grinning at his best friend's face, "let's go then." The three of them then began to make their way to the Great Hall, saying hello to the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws they met on the way, at least some of them anyway. They never discussed anything they'd spoken about yesterday. They only did it when they were behind strong wards so their secrets remained safely hidden. They even had wards up to prevent any animagus from getting in. They'd learned their lessons with Pettigrew and Skeeter. "At least I get a longer sleep tomorrow," Ron grumbled. "I've told you, drink coffee, it will help you feel more awake and alert," Hermione told him in a loving yet scolding manner. She was finally learning to tone down her scolding ways, so that she didn't make Harry and Ron feel stupid. Sometimes it slipped up, but they never held it against her. Ron just rolled his eyes. Drinking coffee was for grown-ups. He didn't want to be completely grown up yet. He was going through enough changes the past few years without adding that. Plus his mother was against caffeine of any kind unless you were out of Hogwarts, and she couldn't do a thing about it. She'd almost blown a fuse at the twins when she saw them drinking coffee one day during the summer holidays a few years ago. Then again, his mum was wrong sometimes. Perhaps he should see what all the fuss was about. His mum wasn't always right after all, he thought with a grimace. A few moments later his eyes lit up as he entered the Great Hall, the smell of the food wafting up his nose, making his stomach grumble hungrily despite the fact he'd stuffed his face last night with the food Dobby brought, something that didn't usually happen obviously. "You or your stomach," Hermione said, shaking her head, an amused small smile on her face as they went to their usual seats. "A guy's gotta eat," Ron protested, immediately piling his plate high with food. Harry looked queasy just watching Ron eat at the moment. "Oh, Harry," Hermione said in sympathy, have you taken a potion?" "Yeah, earlier," Harry nodded in confirmation, looking around for something he felt he could stomach. "Plain toast, it will help," Hermione told him, passing a piece over, "at least until it fades. Crackers would have been best, but he couldn't eat that in public. They'd just need to make do with things that would help." "Thanks," Harry whispered, chewing on the bread. At least it didn't make him feel sick. "Oh, cornflakes too," Hermione added absently, noticing them. Having them dry would be best. Watching as a goblet next to Harry filled up, it smelt like ginger tea. She couldn't help but smile. Apparently Dobby truly was going to take the best care of Harry. "All right, mate?" Ron asked, slowing down his eating. He didn't want to make Harry puke all over the table. What a waste of food that would be. Glancing upwards when he heard the telltale sound of hundreds of owls swooping into the Great Hall, diving towards their owners or the one they were delivering to, dropping newspapers, or waiting on being deburdened from their letters or parcels. Neither he nor Harry bought the newspapers, but Myone did. There was no point to them all buying it. "I'll be fine," Harry told them, giving them a look. Too many people were paying attention to them. "Oh, that's it. She's done for," Hermione hissed, much to Harry and Ron's confusion. "Hermione, what's going on?" Harry asked, trying to see the newspaper. He suspected he knew who the "she" was in the sentence she'd just hissed. What had Skeeter done this time? "She is going down," Hermione said calmly, a dark calculating look on her face. "Hermione," Harry grumbled, trying to get the paper. "My brother. You're bonded to my brother." A sudden shriek caused Harry to simultaneously cringe and jump. Harry swiveled around to uncomprehendingly into the red tear-stained face of Ginny Weasley. "Myone, what does that paper say?" he said with dread. "How could you?" Ginny sobbed brokenheartedly. Until now she'd believed he'd been lying, using the ring as a way to distance himself from her because she'd signed the contract and because Dumbledore was still alive. She'd truly believed that when Dumbledore finally died in Azkaban she'd be free to move in on him. Part of her was glad she was pregnant. It meant she didn't have to go to Azkaban to see the disgusting perverted old man. A wince of pain radiated down her back at her thoughts. More tears ran down her face. She felt so alone, heartbroken and betrayed beyond belief. Her own brother had stolen her soulmate, the wizard she was supposed to be with. "I've told you repeatedly that we will never be together," Harry said coldly. "No matter what happens, if we were the magical world's last hope, it would die before it could spark. I will never be with you. I hate your guts, Ginevra Weasley. Nothing will change that. Get your head out of the clouds and back to reality, you stupid deluded idiot." Ginny dramatically clutched her swollen stomach, sobbing heart-rending before turning around and waddling out of the room, as if she had a full distended stomach, not just a bump. Ron winced, refraining from saying anything. He hated that he felt torn between defending his best mate and sister. To make matters worse, they were both bloody pregnant and going through hormone shifts that would make them even more emotional. Thank Merlin, Ginny would be going home soon. It was one less thing to deal with. "Harry, Bill is going to be in so much danger," Hermione said, pale and shaken. "It won't matter if it's the truth or not, the seed has been planted." Ron paled drastically now, thinking of those particular consequences. "Shit," he muttered, taking the letter from Pig, who was as always far behind the other owls. "Calm down, your dad. Hell, Bill is smart enough to lay low for now," Harry said in his calm leader tone he used under duress. "I'm going to kill her." Skeeter had written her last piece of fiction. She was endangering the Weasleys even more because of her disgusting habit. "It's time we got in touch with the Ministry. Madam Bones will help us." "For what?" Ron asked, confused. "They can't arrest her for writing Animagus, Ron," Hermione reminded him. Ron groaned. Of course, how could he not have realized? "What an idiot." "Good," he said in vindictive satisfaction a few seconds later. "She had went after his family, and if anything happened to them he would kill her himself." "Blimey, is it true, mate?" Dean asked, his cheeks red as he looked at the picture, then at Harry. "I didn't see that coming. You and Bill Weasley." Seamus muttered. "I've gone and lost the bet now." Ron glared at Seamus indignantly. "Come on, let's get out of here," Hermione insisted, grabbing her bag and the paper. Harry tried to crane around to see Severus, but Hermione whispered, "He's not angry." Lying to Harry, the professor looked quite fierce. His dark eyes were gleaming with vicious intent. If you knew what to look for, his face though was entirely blank. She had to commend him on his ability. It was little wonder he was such a great spy. The three of them swiftly left the hall, not answering any of the questions the Gryffindors were shouting at them. The three furious 17-year-olds, at least in current looks, at least where Harry was concerned, made their way to the head boy room, and without wasting a second, they dumped their bags and Harry scooped up half a handful of flow powder, flinging it into the grate and called out, "Ministry of Magic, Madam Bones' office, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The fire remained the same, indicating that there was nobody available to see them yet. "Great, we're on hold," Harry sighed, sitting down on the floor. Hopefully they wouldn't have to wait too long. "She is bound to be, between the Wizengamot, Council of Magical Law, all the information that passes through her department, as well as dealing with things that happen on a day-to-day basis." Hermione conceded, keeping an eye on the time. "I can only imagine how time-consuming her job actually is." "You are very shrewd for your age," a voice called out, causing the three teens to jump in statement to see Madam Bones in the fire, her monocle missing. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and you must be Miss Granger." Yes, she read the papers and was smart enough to deduce who was whom, although really, Ronald Weasley was easiest to recognize, like all other Weasleys. Although it wouldn't be the case if Molly's brothers lived, Merlin rest their souls, it would have been near impossible to tell the Weasleys from the Pruitts. "What can I do to help you?" And why on earth were they getting in touch with her? They were at Hogwarts. Hermione was usually the one to talk for the group, but not this time. "Good morning, Madam Bones, sorry to disturb you. I'm sure you've already read the Daily Prophet this morning." Harry told her easily and efficiently, ignoring both Hermione and Madame Bones' look. I have indeed, Madame Bones replied, most emphatically not saying congratulations, knowing Skeeter a hug was probably all it really was. She likes to sensationalize anything and everything she could get her hands on. I need to report Rita Skeeter for a crime, Harry informed her grimly. Well, more accurately, crimes. That will require your presence here, as well as an order and any evidence you have, Amelia informed him. But you're the head of the magical law enforcement, Ron blurted out confused. Which means she's in charge of overseeing the arrest warrants, making sure the Aurors are doing their jobs and ensuring that there is enough evidence to prosecute. Harry quickly explained to his friend, she was the Muggle version of a prosecutor fiscal, although she had a lot more power than they did. Also in charge of any investigation that comes through against Aurors or anyone else in the ministry except the Minster. She holds a lot of power in the office she has and does so with fairness, I'm glad to see. Amelia was grateful that the fire in the fireplace was obscuring her face, so that she didn't show just how impressed, shocked and warmed she was by the boy's words. Not many understood just how demanding her job was, or what it entailed. The fact he also seemed to understand she did her job without prejudice warmed her. I guess you'll need to make an appointment then, Harry, Hermione said. Her best friend had grown up so much and in such a short space of time, to her even though she knew it had been 2 years. Even her smart mind found it surprising from time to time. Do you have an appointment in the afternoons or will I have to wait for the weekend? Harry queried, staring at Madame Bones unusually solemn. I have an appointment at 1 o'clock this afternoon that is free when you will be available, Mr. Potter, Amelia Bones informed him without even needing to check her appointment book. She was giving up her lunch hour. Truthfully, she didn't have any available spaces for weeks, unless she had cancellations. I'll take it, Harry stated firmly. He wasn't going to let Skeeter get away with this. She'd messed with him for the last time. Oh, she was going to regret ever laying eyes on him or writing one single story. Thank you for your time, Madame Bones. I just wish it was under better circumstances. I'm afraid it's always that way for me, Mr. Potter, Amelia informed him with a sympathetic smile. I shall see you soon, and with that she was gone, much too busy to hang around. There was already another call waiting. Well, that's one thing done, Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead in agitation. This year is turning into one gigantic headache. I'm tempted to just take my NEWTs independently now and just bugger off. Oh, don't do that. You're already going to leave as it is. Ron protested. Look, Ginny will be away soon. It's one less thing to worry about. He tried to comfort his best mate in the only way he knew. Removing the letter from his dad, probably telling him not to worry about anything and concentrate on his schoolwork like always. Yeah, Harry murmured, clearing his throat, a non-committal sound coming out. Thank Merlin he'd spoken to Sev last night, for surely he would know that he'd never cheat on him. The bond wouldn't let such actions take place, not without both their knowing. Bloody hell, Ron yelped out, his eyes wide as he stared at the letter. Well, that explains why you were at Gringotts with Bill, showing that it had been playing on his mind. His face was red, a cross between relief and embarrassment, fighting for top spot in how he felt about Harry paying off his family's debts. Hermione looked over Ron's shoulder and read the letter, rubbing her boyfriend's back, trying to get him back to reality and not say or do something he would regret. Don't be angry with me, Harry said quietly, looking away. Your brothers were putting every single canute they had together to try and help your dad. Even Percy, but it wasn't enough. The whole process would have started all over again. I haven't given it for nothing. Your dad is still paying it back, just without the interest. Gringotts was putting on all the loans. He offered, trying to make Ron see he wasn't doing anything to embarrass the family. I don't hate you, Harry, Ron sighed resignedly. It's embarrassing knowing my best friend helped when I couldn't even contribute to help my brothers. I'm glad you helped though. I'll help. Pay it off, I mean, depending on how long the contact is, admittedly. 2 years, no interest, and Ron, it's fine, it's a low amount to pay back each month. It wasn't even the amount of one of the loans he was paying at Gringotts, never mind the 3. Harry protested. I'm not taking anything from your brothers either. Ron pursed his lips before reluctantly nodding. He knew his best mate well enough to know he wouldn't change his mind. You best tell Professor Snape, Hermione sighed, maybe try speaking to him. You said he wasn't angry. Harry cried out, closing his eyes. He focused on the bond. There was anger there, but it didn't seem directed at him, thank Merlin for that. He wasn't sure how he would have reacted if he thought that Severus thought he was capable of deceit. No betrayal, he wasn't that sort of guy. Especially not for Bill Weasley, who he had only vague brotherly feelings towards. Especially not while he was damn well pregnant. Harry, mate, you all right? Harry shook his head, coming out of the bond space as he had dubbed it, hearing the concerned calls of his best friends. I'm fine, I was just checking the bond. Wait, what do you mean check the bond? Hermione asked, perplexed. Harry smiled. It wasn't very often that Hermione had to ask something, very often. Hell, it was rare as heck. The bond that ties us together allows us to gauge each other's feelings, exchange magic, and if we wanted to talk to each other. Blimey, Ron muttered, even he'd been unaware of the bond Harry and Snape had chosen. Considering Harry wasn't worried, obviously Snape wasn't angry then. Yeah, Harry said, sniggering softly. Ron understood, but he had been raised in the magical world. It didn't surprise either him or Hermione that he'd know certain information they wouldn't. Come on, let's go, we're already late, he sighed, reluctantly standing up. Grabbing his bag, he slung it over his shoulder and the trio left the rooms ready to face the music. Did you really marry Bill Weasley, Potter? Zachariah Smith demanded from the other side of the Charms classroom. Feeling brave that Professor Flitwick had left the classroom for a moment or two. Shut up, Ron snapped, still easy to anger, especially in defense of his family. He had just learned not to take it out on those undeserving of his attitude. Harry gave Ron a look, warning him to calm down. When he got really angry, he blurted things out. Admittedly, he hadn't gotten right proper angry in a long time. He just didn't want to take the risk of him falling back on old habits. Not when there was so much to lose, more than ever in fact. Ron grimaced and scowled at Smith before sitting back down. It's one way to make sure your family has money, isn't it, Weasley? Smith said disdainfully. Just because it's your aspirations it doesn't mean every family is like that, Harry stated calmly, above childish digs now. I'd certainly pick the Weasleys over you and yours. The fact of the matter is I am not dating or bonded to Bill Weasley. He's like a bloody brother to me for Merlin's sake. Smith twitched, his face flushing red in suppressed anger, opening his mouth and probably about to spew more bullshit. Thankfully the professor chose that very moment to return. Was that true, Harry? Dean asked curiously, leaning to see him properly, ignoring the disapproving look from Hermione who sat next to him. Seamus was also trying to see over Dean from his other side. I'm not bonded to Bill, Harry sighed in exasperation. Today was going to be an extremely long day. Judging by the looks on Hermione and Ron's face, they knew it too. Severus glanced up, sensing Harry was close. He had kept the bond partially open just to make sure he was all right. Skeeter could get under Harry's skin unlike no other reporter. Not that any other reporter would risk the anger of the last Potter heir. He'd summarize most of them were grateful for what he did when he was a child and wouldn't report the tales Skeeter did. He was unsurprised when the door closed and wards flared up, giving them privacy before his bonded appeared, cloak and map in hand. Although what did surprise him was Harry's words. I have an appointment with Bones at lunchtime. I'm pressing charges against Skeeter, Harry said, a hard glint in his eyes. She could mess with him all she wanted, but the moment she began putting his family in the firing line, she drew the battle declarations, not him. The Weasleys, most of them, were as close to a family as he'd ever get. For what? Defamation of character. She'll be lucky to get a fine, Severus replied. I believe she's had many of them in the past. It won't stop her. Oh, that's just the beginning, Harry said, his tone vicious. She'll be in Azkaban by the time I'm through with her. Severus gazed at his bonded shrewdly. He genuinely believed he had what it took to bring her down. What exactly do you have on Ms. Skeeter? Heat blazing through him at Harry's unrelenting determination to bring her down, showing his ruthless Slytherin cunning. Oh, how he loved his bonded when he showed this side of himself. Harry absently put the cloak and the map down. They didn't have long. Hermione found out really, there's nothing she can't figure out if she put her mind to it, he told his bonded. Severus rolled his eyes. As a teacher he utterly detested the girl and her need to constantly seek validation. However, as an intelligent man, he could appreciate her mind. As a potions master, he knew she didn't have the initiative required. She read from the book and did not deviate even when an alternative proved to be better. She had too much trust in those books she read, but she had always been there for Harry, helping him, and he'd always be grateful for that. And he urged Harry to continue, knowing that in a few minutes he would need to depart to prevent being seen by any of the students. She's an animagus, Harry explained, a beetle. Hermione captured her in a jar once, but made her swear not to write anything. If they let her out. Severus choked. She did what? That was the last thing he would have expected from the girl who swore by the rules above all else. I've told you, she's not the goody two-shoes you think she is. Harry shrugged. Well, for most part she is, but when it comes to things she cares about she'd break all the rules and has fun doing it even though she wouldn't admit that to many people. Severus swallowed back his words. He still had a lot to learn when it came to Harry and his friends it seemed. She's done, she pushed me too far, Harry stated, half grinning wryly at the shock of Hermione's delinquent ways being presented to his bonded. If you want to come, you can use my cloak. Best not, Severus replied after a few moments of quiet contemplation, but I do wish to see the meeting upon your return. I can put it in a pensive, Harry agreed. Lower your barriers, I'll be able to see the meeting as it happens, Severus informed him after an idea struck him. Not full way, just enough so I can enter your mind. If it was anyone else he would never contemplate asking, but he and Harry were bonded, they trusted each other impeccably. If they didn't they had no right bonding after all. That I can do, Harry nodded. It would be nice to have some support even if it was only in mind rather than presence. Be careful, use the flow only, and go directly to the department you're dealing with, Severus cautioned him, that way nobody would be able to plan an ambush. Harry nodded seriously. I'm going directly to Madame Bones' office. Severus relaxed. It seemed as though Harry had thought it through. Good, at least he wasn't going to constantly worry for the entire duration of Harry's absence from Hogwarts. It's been a long day, and it's nowhere near over. Harry sighed as he made his way over to Severus and closed his eyes and leaned into him, wishing for a moment's peace and quiet with the wizard he loved. If it gets too much, you and I can go into the chamber for a while, Severus promised. Even if it wasn't for too long, they could safely disappear for 12 hours, probably longer without raising suspicion. I like the sound of that, Merlin. I can't stand the stupid K.S., Harry sniped. Nor can I, Severus agreed, anger rolling off him thinking of her. She dared to think she still had some sort of connection to what was his. He oftentimes wondered why he was exhausting himself by creating a damn antidote, but then he knew why. It had nothing to do with the female Weasley, it was Teehee challenge, also for the innocent child within her. He sincerely hoped that Arthur took a parental role in the raising of the child. The girl was in no position to be a mother, and the child would likely be abused and blamed by Weasley, no Dumbledore, for what she preserved to be the baby's fault. Sing him on the forehead, his finger absently rubbing soothingly on his stomach and back. You have to go, they'll be in the corridor any moment now. He didn't want Harry ending up hurt under that cloak of his. Harry groaned and sighed resignedly, nodding his head, hating this separation. Stupid Hogwarts, stupid students, stupid war. He inwardly grumbled as separated from his bonded and picked up his map and gave him a smile before disappearing under his cloak. Severus was the one to destroy all the wards on the room and open the door. If you were quiet enough you'd hear Harry's footsteps, which Severus did of course. He had exceptional hearing after all. Straightening up, his masks descending over his face, ready to face the rest of the day, as annoying as it would be. Although he was excited about this upcoming meeting of Harry's, which no doubt would drag time even further on. He wished he could be there to see Harry. Condemn Skeeter, to see his Slytherin side out fully. Hearing it would just have to be enough, unless he did decide to give the pensive viewing a shot. In the meantime he would need to think of some way to get back at Dumbledore. The girl needed to learn her place, and she needed to be punished for even thinking of what was his in such a way. Arthur felt extremely overwhelmed by what had happened last night. By Merlin, after everything that had happened, Harry had still gotten his family, and primarily him, out of trouble. Part of him, a small part, wondered if he was doing this for revenge and would kick them out of the borough and the surrounding land which belonged to him until the debts were repaid. He had nixed it almost as immediately as it appeared. Harry wasn't that sort of man, and he was a man now, as was Ron. They were all growing up so quickly. The relief had been so profound. He had slept so easily that night, for once, especially considering it was his day off, and he always slept later on those days. Admittedly, he didn't have many days off, just once or twice a month, preferring to make as much money as he could and save his cess for when he was sick. He'd been awake before Molly, who was right now going shopping. He had already paid the first installment to Harry, through direct vaults. As soon as he signed it, it meant it was approved. They had more money to spend than they had in years. He had only given so much to Molly, though. He didn't want her going overboard, and he had to save up what he could for new things for the baby. So he had been alone when the newspaper and mail had been dropped off. He felt nothing but confusion when he saw the front of the paper. He didn't want to believe it, not because he didn't think they would be a good couple, but because of who wrote the article. Part of him did believe it. Harry wasn't one for any sort of physical contact, and he went out of his way to avoid it. To see him hugging Bill in broad daylight was quite stunning. He needed to talk to his son, which was why he was waiting in the living room, listening intently for any movement. It was half an hour before he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. "Have you seen this morning's newspaper?" Arthur asked, finally standing up, joining his son in the kitchen. Bill jumped as though he'd been hit with the electrocution spell. "Bloody hell, Dad." He grumbled, trying to right his breathing. "No, I've just got up." He added, confused, why the hell would his dad ask him if he read the newspaper? Oh, had an attack happened? His heart sank. It must have been a pretty big one if his dad wanted to talk about it. "How many died?" he murmured, flicking his wand, creating 2 cups of coffee and sitting down, a cup hovering over his nose, a spoon stirring its contents. "How man, no, it wasn't an attack." Arthur figured out his son's confusion. "The newspaper, Skeeter has began again." "Merlin, how bad is it?" Bill grimaced, imagining all the horrors she could write about, just when people were beginning to move on, especially since Harry was still best friends with Ron. They're letting it go. Although they'd have no mercy on his sister, or mother, come to that. "See for yourself," Arthur said, and it zoomed over to Bill, who caught it deftly. Bill took one look at the headline and burst laughing. Harry was gorgeous, make no mistake. This was him being objective, but bloody hell, he was the same age as his brother. In fact, he thought of him as a younger brother for Merlin's sake. "Oh, man, Fleur is going to be pissed," he realized after his laughter faded. "Fleur?" Arthur asked. "Are you and she?" "Yes, I'm going to ask her to marry me," Bill stated. He had money now. He had plans to buy a ring. "Don't tell Mum, whatever you do. You know how she'll be." He didn't want Fleur scared away by his bloody overwhelming mother, asking her every minute if she had plans for kids, and when she was going to get a grandchild. Arthur chuckled, a small smile on his face. "I didn't know what to think," he admitted. "What, you seriously thought?" Bill gaped. It was Charlie who was gay, not him. Not that he had anything against it. He had known his brother was gay for a long time now. They were the closest in age and in terms of how they were as siblings. "Come on, Dad. He's the same age as Ron. You know Harry isn't one for physical contact. He shies away from it. I don't believe he's even let me touch him in all the years I've known him. He barely tolerates Molly's hugs. He'll let her hug him maybe twice, once when he gets to the borough and again when he's leaving." Arthur pointed out, "And he did just pay off my debts." "You can get it out of your mind. We aren't together," Bill argued. "Fleur just told her parents about us. If they see the newspaper, this is going to be, gah." Bill grunted in frustration. Fleur's parents wouldn't understand all this. Sure, they knew about Harry, but it was a lot more complicated. He would have no choice but to reveal everything, and it wasn't something he wanted to do, not until he was safely married to Fleur, so their engagement couldn't be broken. Fleur knew everything, of course. Maybe she'd know how to deal with it, and they were her parents after all. A small ding in the turning of the clock had him glancing over, his wife's face changing from traveling to home. "Don't worry, I won't tell your mother, but you must be careful, Bill. The Death Eaters won't care if it's the truth. If the possibility exists, they'll be after you relentlessly." Bill adopted a grim look. I know, he wasn't stupid, he'd figured that. "Damn, Skeeter to hell and back the stupid K.S. Arthur, I'm home," Molly called, as she exited the Flow network. Bill hastily stood and made a beeline for the door. He just didn't want to deal with his mother right now. He had enough to worry about on his plate as it was. The Ministry of Magic. Amelia swallowed the last of her lunch, drinking from a small carton of orange juice, sitting at her desk, eating while she had the chance. She had a feeling that this meeting would last through her lunch break and perhaps even afterwards. Harry had said crimes after all, as in more than one. Usually Skeeter was charged with defamation of character, and ended up fined. The Daily Prophet kept her employed because she brought up the figure sales significantly. She was just putting her lunchbox away when a ding indicated someone was coming through the Flow. At the same time, a knock sounded the door. "Enter," Amelia called, knowing it was the Auror she had requested. "You asked for me, Madam Bones," the Auror said, his bright red robes revealing what he was. Barely blinking at the sight of Harry Potter standing in the office. "Ah, Auror Robards, your presence is required. Please come in and close the door," Amelia stated, her tone completely professional. "Take a seat, both of you," she added, giving a single reassuring nod to Mr. Potter, but the young man didn't seem like he needed it. He truly was growing into his own. "Thank you," Harry stated confidently, slipping into the chair, a picture of elegance, his face showing nothing as he observed his new surroundings. "Now, earlier this morning you said you wished to report crimes committed by one Rita Skeeter," Madam Bones getting straight to it. Robards relaxed into his seat, unbeknown to him adopting a bored look. It wasn't the first time he'd had to endure someone pressing charges against Skeeter. It was almost becoming the norm, and utterly boring as well. In the end, all that happened was a fine, and she continued on with her work. He was slightly disappointed. That was why Potter was here, really, if he was honest with himself. "Indeed," Harry said wryly, sounding very much like his husband, who he could feel lingering in the back of his mind. "And those crimes would be?" Madam Bones picking up her quill, which automatically began to fill in the paperwork required. "She is an unregistered animagus," Harry said, his lips twitching as both of them sat at attention, "a beetle to be more specific, and has been for many years. It's how she manages to get her stories." "And you know this how?" Robards questioned, eyeing him speculatively. His mind whirling at every single article she'd brought out, the constant wonder how she'd found out and who her sources were. "Because I've known for 4 years, Harry said bluntly, to their immense surprise. "Unfortunately, as I was a Muggle raised, I had no idea who to contact, and being watched constantly by Dumbledore, I wasn't able to let anyone know about my concerns. For all I knew anyway, she was registered, still could be," he said innocently enough, but Amelia gave him a look that suggested she had seen right through him. "No, she is not," Amelia stated immediately. She'd read Skeeter's file as soon as she was able. There was absolutely no suggestion that Rita was an animagus. She was definitely unregistered if she was an animagus, but she believed Harry was telling the truth. Harry nodded in understanding. "I would also like to press charges for writing about me, defamation of character, and putting my name in the paper when I was a minor without my consent or my magical guardian's permission. I want her sued for everything she's written, and the compensation better be good." He warned them. He was Harry Potter, the last hope they had for the magical world, and he would damn well use it. "Do you have proof of her animagus status?" Robards inquired. They didn't need it to continue their investigation, but it sure as hell helped it along. "Yes, I assume I don't also need to provide proof that she's been writing about me as well, do I?" Harry said sarcastically. Robards' cheeks heated up at the jab. The urge to spit something was strong, but he knew he wouldn't have a job long afterwards. Harry Potter had finally come into his own. He knew the power he held and wielded, and was going to use it to his advantage. You could tell by the way he said, "The compensation better be good." Oh, yes, he knew the power he held all right. He couldn't say he blamed the boy for using it. He certainly would have done it himself. Skeeter was in for the shock of her life. She's been writing articles about the ministry, about court trials. We thought there was a leak, Robards told his boss, or rather his boss's boss. They thought she had people on the inside, but with this new information they began to realize she hadn't any informants. She had collected the information herself. She had committed treason. This was so much bigger than just writing about Harry Potter in the newspapers. He wondered if the boy even realized the extent of it. One look at the boy and he realized, yes, he damn well knew. That smirk was extremely telling. We need your permission to use your memories if you wish to give evidence against Skeeter, Amelia stated, her tone extremely pensive. The way she said her last name was downright hostile. She loathed treason. In her book it was right up there with being a Death Eater, and the fact they had killed her family should portray the true extent of her feelings. You do not have to sign it, or give up your memories, do you understand? Giving it to him truthfully. I do, Harry stated. He knew more than they could imagine. He was an expert on each department within the ministry, the laws and regulations and everything possible. He had spent 2 years in seclusion with only Sev for company. He had read so much during that time. He wasn't going to deny it had been utterly boring, and had fallen asleep countless times though. Leaning over, Harry wrote his name, or part of it, Lord Harry James Potter. Regretfully he couldn't proudly display his full name. It would endanger Severus, and that wasn't something he would tolerate. The second Voldemort was gone, most of the Death Eaters subdued, and his husband was no longer a spy, and he would announce it to the world. Flicking out his wand, he removed the memories, ensuring there was nothing that would damage his friend's reputation. He couldn't have that after all. No, it was mere glimpses to let them see for themselves. So small were the memories they may as well be pictures if he was honest. Gather a team and arrest her immediately, Madame Bones barked at Robards sternly. She didn't need to see the memories to know the boy was being honest. He was out for blood, and evidently he had thought this through. Passing over the signed form giving him permission to arrest her. They were, as always, doing things by the book. She'd have it no other way. It wouldn't matter either. She'd been accused of treason, and they needed no slip to arrest her. Yes, ma'am, Robards said, immediately standing up. Harry almost expected him to salute before he left right away. The door was closed tightly behind him. You may return to Hogwarts for the time being, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones informed him gently. You will be called on to testify, even with your memories as evidence. Standard procedure. You will be asked some questions, then you may or may not remain to see the outcome if you wish. How long will that take? Harry questioned, Severus having asked it seconds prior. He was pregnant. He couldn't let anyone know, couldn't come to the ministry while pregnant. It would get out. Even glamours only did so much, so he hoped it was very soon, before he started showing. Unfortunately not even the books he read could tell him how long it could potentially take for her trial. Most trials take months. Given that she had betrayed her country, it could be a matter of a week or two before her trial commences. Amelia explained to him, we need to find out the extent of the damage immediately. Harry's lips twitched. They were acting as though she was some sort of spy, and perhaps that's what they were primarily worrying about. Ironic really, since there were spies in the ministry for Voldemort and had been for Dumbledore before he was arrested. Am I going to be obligated to take Veritaserum? If that was the case, he would need to go down to the chamber immediately. He couldn't take it while pregnant or he'd lose the baby. Not an option. Amelia blinked. No, Veritaserum is not something we use often for trials, especially not against witnesses. There are ways around the truth. It takes an expert to ask the necessary questions. In this case one will be used but only on Ms. Skeeter. Wondering why Harry Potter of all people would feel the need to ask that. The questions people asked gave away more information than they realized, more than answering any question would. It was something she had learned over the course of her career here at the ministry. Thank you for taking your lunch hour to deal with this. I appreciate it, Harry said standing up. I'll leave you to enjoy what is left. I look forward to hearing from you. Amelia stood automatically, surprise filtering over her usually stern face. It isn't a problem, Mr. Potter, too surprised to even consider denying it. Putting out her hand when Harry extended his, shaking it, gracing him with a small smile. I'll be seeing you soon, Harry said, flicking his wand out, casting a muffliato so nobody could see. Her lip read where he was going, and with that he grasped a handful of flow powder and used it. Hogwarts, Severus Snape's quarters, Amo. And with that Harry disappeared, his cheeks red. Amo meant love, adore, to be fond of in Latin. People believed Severus always used potion ingredients, and he did, when he wasn't going to be there, but other times when he wanted his privacy he used something people would never figure he'd use. He smiled at Severus as soon as he stepped through. He'd felt the constant worry through the bond. "We're fine," he said. Surprise flickered over Severus' gaze. Truer words had never been spoken, he thought, as his eyes drifted to Harry's stomach that was housing their child for the time being. "How long before classes start again?" Harry asked as he took a seat. He hadn't thought to look while he was in Madame Bone's office. "Too soon," Severus sighed resignedly, burrowing his nose in Harry's hair, relishing in the closeness. 15 minutes, then we will have to depart." "You're right, far too soon," Harry agreed. Rowena cooed at the sight of them but remained silent so not to disturb them. Her eyes glowing, she saw a bright, bright future for them. Yet she didn't open her mouth to relieve that burden, for the future was ever-changing. If they relaxed and did not hold the fear close to their hearts as they did now, she knew not what she would change. No, she wasn't going to risk it, not for a temporary reprieve. Daily Prophet. Rita glowed with satisfaction as she strode through the office, a cup of coffee in her hand. She was good at her job and she knew it, better than anyone else there. She had set her sights high, to be a senior journalist at the Daily Prophet. It would give her even more room to write whatever she wanted despite the half page on the front, then pages 4 to 5 fully. As a senior she'd be able to do whatever she liked, and considering the income she was getting this newspaper, she knew she'd be offered a promotion. Every single one of her coworkers glared at the K.'s ringlet head as it passed. Surprisingly, it wasn't jealousy on many of their parts. They were angry. She made a mockery of their chosen profession, spread lies like disease, and constantly ended up sued. They didn't believe the new sensationalized headlines. It was completely far-fetched to think Harry Potter was dating a man, or even a Weasley, who was nearly a decade older than him. "You wished to see me?" Skeeter asked her boss, striding into his office, and claiming a seat. "Congratulations on your recent story, it shot the Prophet up 20%, we've had a lull in readership lately," Jack informed his journalist. She was one of the luckiest journalists he had. She had a way of getting information that baffled them all. Not for the lack of asking, she just seemed to find amusement in it. "Anything I can do to help," Rita said sweetly, her red lipstick making her smile look even more dangerous than usual. "Can we expect any trouble for this?" Jack demanded, looking over his glasses at her, a calculating look on his face. Rita laughed. "That pathetic little boy, of course not, he would just hide in Hogwarts as usual and do nothing. It's what happened each and every other time she'd written about him. He was pathetic, but he was also someone the public wanted to know about, so their wish was granted. If it helped her career in the process, so be it." Honestly, she enjoyed twisting everything about him. He could have had so much power but chose to do nothing, and he didn't deserve to have it. "Keep this up, there might be a promotion in this for you," Jack informed her, a sardonic smirk gracing his features. "Oh, I won't let you down," she promised with an eagle look on her face, greedy to go out and get another story to ensure her promotion. She was slightly disappointed that she wasn't actually already being promoted. "I know you," Jack started, jumping at the screaming coming from the outer room. "What the hell?" he said, his heart beating wildly as he flicked out his wand, swallowing thickly, jerking to face Skeeter when she cried out. She was crumpled on the floor. Nothing had attacked her. What was going on? His eyes became glacial. There were anti-apparition wards up. She'd tried to apparate away, and she'd fled to save her own skin. Disgust poured through him, standing tall and proud, ready to fight to the death instead of being a coward. Moving over to the door, he opened it, ready to begin fighting, only to hastily drop his head and put his hands up in a universal sign of surrender. It was the Aurors. He didn't understand. Why would they be here? They hadn't done anything wrong. Had there been an attack they didn't know about? "Rita Skeeter, come out with your hands in front of you," Robards shouted, his voice amplified. Jack bewilderedly glanced at his journalist. What the hell had she done that was requiring 4 Aurors to come and arrest her? Rita was pale and wide-eyed herself. This had to be some sort of mistake. Rita swallowed thickly. She'd tried transforming into her animagus form to observe what was happening, to keep herself safe if it was an attack. When that had failed, she'd tried to apparate only to bounce painfully back off the wards. Her entire body ached as if it had been hacked to pieces. With shaky fingers, she grasped a hold of the table and weakly got to her feet, utterly terrified. With her hands up, she took baby steps out of the office, still trembling, weak in the knees. "Place your wand at your feet," Robards then instructed her, still sounding very grim indeed. Rita removed her wand, laying it at her feet as instructed. Every single coworker had their hands up in surrender, watching the arrest now with curious eyes. Two had subtle smirks playing across their faces. "Accio," Proudfoot called her wand from her, leaving her feeling very naked. "What have I supposed to have done?" she shrieked, as she was bound completely. "What are the charges?" And lost it. Once again trying to turn into her animagus form, only to spectacularly fail. "Let me go," she shrieked. They knew she was an animagus. The reality of what was going to happen now came crashing down upon her as the Aurors grasped a hold of her and apparated her away. "No, no, no, no," she shrieked, digging in her heels trying to stop them from shoving her into a cell underneath the Ministry of Magic. She felt her magic dulling completely. "Let me out," she shrieked as she was propelled in properly and the door was slammed closed, shudders racking her fame. She was in a magically dampening cell. She couldn't feel her magic. "Please let me out of here," she begged, as she rocked herself back and forth, trying to get some form of comfort. "Please," she rasped out, but nobody heard her pleas, as she continued to call out well into the night, as the silencing charms did their jobs all too well. It never once occurred to her that her new accommodations or the ones to come were courtesy of Harry Potter. That time would soon come. Rita stared at the tray containing what was supposed to be lunch food, slightly confused and scared. She'd been here now for 24 hours, she hadn't seen anyone or been questioned at all. The Aurors weren't allowed to keep her here for longer than 24 hours without cause or actually arresting her, and she was positive they had no proof of any wrongdoing. She was too smart and careful for that. Yet here she was, she'd barely slept, anxiety was burning through her at an alarming rate, she could barely eat, she felt liable to be sick if she ate. She'd eaten only enough not to end up weak, or heaven forbid feel faint. She did not want to pass out when she was being questioned or mess up. She'd tried dozens of times to call out, but all she got was her own voice echoing back until her throat became inflamed and hurt quite severely. Not even the water she received quenched her thirst or the ache in her throat. Rita was just nibbling on the disgusting cheese sandwich she'd been given when she heard the door lock grating open. Her breathing hitched as she shoved the tray away from her and sat up straight. Her hair unfortunately was a lost cause, she realized as she tried to put it in some semblance of order. Rita just managed to place her hands in her lap as the door opened, admitting Robards, the Auror who had arrested her. "I demand my lawyer," Rita stated, standing up, eyes glacial. "Not only did you not inform me of why I was arrested, but I have been here 24 hours already. I demand to be released." "Your lawyer bailed on you," Robards said, sounding deeply amused. He'd taken one look at the case and started stuttering before hightailing it out of there. Not much he could do when it was treason on the board. No lawyer could do much when it was that bad. He insisted he was the company lawyer, and you are no longer part of the company. You aren't his problem. Oh, he wished he had the time to tell her just who had bought the company and who had fired her first thing this morning. Harry Potter truly had come to his own. How he'd managed to buy the Daily Prophet in its entirety and all its shares, he wished he to know. Rita paled. She'd been sacked. She couldn't believe she'd lost her job. This wasn't the first time she'd been arrested. Why would her boss suddenly toss her aside? It made no sense. She was making him a fortune, she was the reason the sales were up, and she was the best at her job. He even said she was going to get a promotion. She was going to strangle Jack when she got out of here. She couldn't believe he'd do this to her. So shocked she was, that she didn't protest when she was grabbed out of the cell and marched along the corridor, completely forgetting that she still didn't know why she'd been arrested, as she warred between furious and worried. She had a feeling she was missing something, but she just didn't know what. Jack wouldn't just fire her, he was used to this, and if anything he got amusement out of it all as long as the firm didn't end up in deep trouble. But what if it was? She had no idea what this was about. Opening her mouth to once again thoughtlessly demand answers, she grunted instead as she was shoved through a door with a single chair and table in the middle of the room and forced into the seat, the Auror standing behind her. Her hair prickled at the sensation of being so closely watched. They were acting as though she was a flight risk, which couldn't be good. Amelia Bones glanced up from the folder she had been absorbed in for the past half hour to glance at Rita. Her hair was in utter disarray, the ringlets she painstakingly creates each day gone, leaving it looking greasy and grungy. Which fitted in with the rest of her look today. Her makeup had come away during the night, and even her nail polish was cracked as if she'd spent time scraping at the door trying to get out. Her eyes looked as if someone had punched both her eyes, one of her shiny red heels had broken as well, she observed. She would have felt a slither of pity at her fear if she didn't know what the woman had done. "For the record, please state your name," Amelia informed her, placing the folder on the table. Her monocle was absent today, giving Amelia a more severe look. By the record, she meant she was a brilliant occlumens and legilimens, which enabled her to fairly record all trials or interviews in which she was attending. Her memories were used if necessary, it was why senior Aurors were always in on interviews or interrogations. This one was going to be extremely important. She could scarcely believe that Rita had committed treason, all in the name of writing tabloids or pieces that nobody would really remember in a few days' time. "Rita Skeeter," came the petulant reply. Rita's eyes were wide when she noticed the head of the department was here, the boss of all people. This couldn't be good. "Do you know why you are here?" Amelia stated, eyes flashing icily. "No," Rita croaked out, shifting back uncomfortably. She was used to seeing Amelia while she was in her animagus form. Safe from detection, never had she been the focus of her ire up close and personal. "The charges laid against you are defamation of character, writing about a minor and printing their name without their magical guardian's consent." Amelia purposely paused, watching Rita give a premature sigh of relief, being an unregistered animagus. Rita stiffened, her heart pounded dangerously. There was only one way they could have found out about that: Granger and Potter had plotted against her. She would have bit out that Granger had kidnapped her, kept her imprisoned in a jar for months if she wasn't blatantly going to deny the charges. She didn't fancy ending up in Azkaban for 7 years, plus Granger wouldn't even get put in prison. She was 14 when the crime had been committed, she'd get a slap on the wrist. Wasn't worth revealing herself for that. He couldn't believe Granger had convinced Potter to do this. The boy wouldn't have done it himself, he needed Granger to talk him into everything. He was an idiot, she'd known that from the very first time she'd met him. And treason. Rita's entire world began to spin out of control. Breathing heavily, she stared blindly at Bones, as if suspecting that she would laugh any given moment and inform her that it was some sort of sick joke. Treason. Are you joking?" Rita blurted out, eyes wild and bulging. Amelia stared blankly back at Rita, her face screaming, "Does it look like I'm joking?" without having to say the words. No, you've got it all wrong," Rita beseeched, breathing heavily. "Really wrong. Hands up in the universal sign of surrender." "Really?" A new voice from the shadows spoke, wandering into the light, revealing himself for the first time. Extremely tall, dark-skinned, dark-eyed, which gleamed soullessly, with 3 large gashes laying parallel across the right side of face, years old but still very intimidating. The left side of his face had an old burn just bigger than a sickle near the ear. He was the expert interrogator. Not only did he read body language, he could tell when people were lying and knew how to word things when the suspect was under veritaserum, which wasn't used during a court session but while being interrogated to begin with. "Why don't you convince us?" His tone was glacial, he exuded coldness like a dementor. It was as if he had no warmth in him at all. Only those who knew him better saw the real guy underneath. He had been through a lot as an unspeakable. How?" Rita rasped out, leaning as far away from the guy as possible, feeling very intimidated and scared. Amelia let Kirian talk. He was more likely to get real answers than she was at this point. There was a reason he was best at his job. It wasn't the first time she'd seen him at work, but it was the first time in the same room as him while doing so. It was hard to believe he'd just been joking and laughing in his office with a few unspeakables just half-hour prior. Kirian loathed those who betrayed their countries, especially considering everything he'd been through for the good of the magical world. Kirian nodded once to Robards, who struck fast, binding Skeeter to the chair, wrapping his fingers around her neck. A spell forced her jaw open as the Auror poured 3 drops of Veritaserum down her throat. Even if she complained or tried to sue them, nothing would come back. They were perfectly within their rights due to the severity of her crimes. Robards let her go once he was done and stepped back, not even checking to see if it was working. "Where did you get the information for these stories?" Kirian demanded, barely waiting until her eyes began to glaze over a show of the potion working. Meanwhile, slowly putting clippings of old Daily Prophet newspapers on the table, one by one. Each of them were closed court trials of certain wizards, also other information that definitely shouldn't have made its way into public hands. Slamming his hands down, he added, "Make no mistake, if you cannot give a reason for each of these instances, I will make sure your sentencing is as high as I can possibly manage." He swore, and his word was revered. He knew he could make her life as hellish as possible. Embedding the severity of the situation and the actual situation at hand and what it was really about before the witch went under would help them answer more truthfully. He had experimented a great deal on people, both willing and unwilling, during the years. Amelia glanced at Kirian. She would not be able to answer the question, and it was too widespread. Kirian apparently knew this. He was waiting for something, and it became apparent what it was when Rita completely relaxed, utterly docile into the seat, the potion working to its full efficiency. "Who was your contact on the Nye's case?" Kirian demanded, watching her closely. Yes, she might be a criminal, but sometimes people had bad reactions to Veritaserum, so they always required keeping a keen eye to ensure all was well. He rather hoped she didn't have a negative reaction to it. He wanted to get to the bottom of this immediately. Giving a look at the long list of names, well, perhaps not immediately. It was going to take several rounds of Veritaserum and days before they got everything. Such a thing would induce dread in most men, but Kirian Hunter smirked. He was rather looking forward to unveiling everything Skeeter kept hidden. Rita revealed, and inwardly she began to scream in horror as her voice and mind began to betray her. "You had nobody else reveal information to you regarding the Nye's case?" Kirian questioned. "No," Rita intoned emotionlessly. Bill gulped as he stepped into the Fleur living room, staring face to face with Fleur's parents, who were pretty closed off, staring at him silently, demanding answers. Glancing quickly at Fleur, begging for help, he was used to dealing with loudness when it came to people being angry, like his mother, but this stillness was foreign to him. No, he couldn't ask Fleur to do this. He would need to man up and answer them. He had nothing to hide, and he was doing nothing wrong. "Good afternoon," he said, clearing his throat. "I'm sure you probably have a lot of questions for me. Is any of the information from the newspaper true?" Antoine demanded, his French accent extremely thick in his anger. The thought that anyone had been playing around with his daughter while promised to someone else made him extremely furious, to say the least. "No," Bill stated immediately, "I have never been married, nor am I bonded to Harry Potter. He's like a younger brother, and he's best friends with my youngest brother. For Merlin's sake. It's true, Papa, they are like family. Harry Potter is very honorable. He knows about us. He wouldn't have let it continue if they were married or bonded," Fleur said, linking both hers and Bill's hands together in a show of solitary. "My family has not approved of arranged marriages or bonding for many generations," Bill explained, "especially my mother. She's very non-traditional," wincing slightly as Fleur tightened her grip on his hand, trying to get him to stop. "My husband and I are bonded," Apolline stated in defense of bonding. "I understand that. I don't have anything against it. In fact, it's something I would like to do," Bill said, giving an unadulterated look of love to Fleur. "Harry has bonded to his partner, but he won't reveal who it is for their safety. It's probably why Skeeter took the opportunity with the photo she took of me and Harry the other day. He seems to like hugging people a lot," Apolline said in disapproval. Bill snorted, unable to help himself. "No offense, ma'am, but you do not know Harry at all. Nobody does, even though they like to think they do just because of a few damn articles in the newspaper," he bit out angrily. Harry deserved to be defended. Harry is one of the most loyal teenagers I've ever encountered. He's brave, selfless, amazing, and he would sacrifice his life for a goddamned stranger. I would have been proud to be bonded to him if I loved him that way, but I don't. It doesn't take away everything he is. He's reserved as well. He barely lets anyone touch him. My mother, who is very affectionate, sometimes too affectionate, was only able to get probably 6 hugs out of Harry in total in the 7 years she's known him. His best friends, my brother's girlfriend, probably only has a record of 8 or 9 in total, most probably initiated after a near-death experience. Apolline raised an immaculate eyebrow at his loud defensive declaration. He's loyal to a fault. Despite everything that happened with my sister, my father, and mother, Harry still cares. He handed over a lot of money in order to keep my family from being homeless. So yes, I hugged him, not that it's anyone's business, but that was the first time, and I hope Harry's bonded knows just what kind of guy he's managed to land, and he's not having to go through this as well. He doesn't deserve it. Harry just wanted to help. He most definitely didn't deserve to defend his loyalty. My brother has one of the best friends he could hope to have, and I hope he learns from him. There's nobody else I'd trust more, not even with a child of my own. Bill frowned when he saw pride on Fleur's parents' faces. He didn't understand it. They'd been angry just moments ago. What had made them change their tune? He honestly didn't understand people. It was times like this he was tempted to go after Charlie and tend to dragons for the rest of his life and forget about humanity. Or stick to his own career and avoid humanity while hiding away in tombs. It is nice to see that loyalty he holds to you and your family is returned, Antoine replied. His youngest daughter had a bit of a crush on Harry Potter, had done for 3 years now since the whole tournament fiasco. He knew his daughter thought Harry saved her. In a way he had naively thought so, but the truth was she'd never been in any danger. He also knew that Harry had saved Fleur from being cursed with the Cruciatus curse and made sure she was safe before continuing his quest, which had been a very real danger. However, they wouldn't have sat aside if Bill Weasley had been bonded to another, not even Harry Potter. It was nice to have it straightened out. He would kill anyone who broke his daughter's hearts. Bill just gaped at them, utterly flummoxed. Bill has something else he wants to ask, Fleur said, nudging her boyfriend, fiancé. He wanted to do the right thing, and ask her parents before he put a ring on her finger. He knew how old-fashioned they were, so she couldn't help but agree with him. She wanted her parents and her Bill to get along. I'll be right back, she added, leaving Bill on his own to ask the question he obviously wanted to ask. After that display she knew they would wholeheartedly agree. Bill froze at the sight of their inquisitive eyes on him, inwardly cursing Fleur for leaving him. He would have picked a better time to ask them, let them digest everything they'd just heard. He'd just bloody shouted at them for Merlin's sake. This was as far from the perfect moment as one could get. Ask away, Apolline prompted, eyes gleaming with a knowing look. Come on, he could do this. Harry had faced down Voldemort numerous times and lived to tell the tale. Surely he could ask his girlfriend's parents for her hand in marriage. I would like to ask, both you, for your permission to bond and marry your daughter. I love her with all my heart and promise to do right by her, Bill asked sincerely. Antoine observed Bill Weasley shrewdly. He wasn't exactly what he would have hoped for in a full picture in a son-in-law. Sure, Bill definitely loved Fleur, you could see it, but he had no money. He wouldn't be able to give Fleur everything her heart desired. He had a respectable job though, and he was loyal and kind, and he did things the right way. His family were a right mixture. Arthur Weasley was an odd one, but the elder Weasleys all had very respectable jobs, so he must have done something right in raising them. The female Weasleys left a lot to be desired, between almost forcing a marriage on a young man, and the fact the girl was in school and pregnant with a father who was old enough to be her great-great-great-grandfather, and in Azkaban to boot. Antoine and Apolline glanced at each other, eyes twinkling brightly, non-verbally agreeing that if their daughter had chosen Bill, then he was good enough for them. He couldn't be judged on family. Everyone had a few crackpots in their family tree after all. I have just one question, Antoine said as he stood. Did our daughter ask you to ask us? No, it was my decision. I know from everything Fleur has said that you would prefer this way, Bill said sincerely. Then welcome to the family, Antoine insisted, holding his hand out for Bill to shake, which the redhead did, quite grateful that this was over. He grunted in surprise when Appeline grabbed him into a warm hug. "Welcome to the family, Bill." "Thank you," Bill sighed, returning the hug, relaxing fully. "Now I must insist you stay for dinner," Appeline said determinedly. Bill opened his mouth to protest, before snapping it closed. "I'd love that," he eventually said, anything that helped him avoid his mother. The howler he'd received was enough, thank you very much. And the letter from Ginny, bloody hell, he would have to show his dad. She was obviously still hung up on the thought that she could have Harry. "Good," Appeline said cheerfully. He had well and truly passed that test her husband had set up. "It will be ready in 10 minutes. Magic was a wonderful thing after all. Severus as always glared in warning to all students he came across, taking points for any infraction he could, utterly pissed off. He hated being here, at Hogwarts, teaching. He longed for the day where he could leave his past behind him and focus on the future. The sad thing was he didn't know if that would be in the cards for him. He was Severus Snape, a spy. One wrong move and it would be his death sentence. The staff meetings were the worst, a bloody waste of time. Yet week after week he was forced to endure them. He missed the chamber, being able to brew whenever he wanted, well, mostly whenever he wanted. He did train Harry in everything he needed to know as well. Barely breathing out the password, he sighed and relaxed a little as the door closed behind him, grateful that this was the end of his duties for today. He hung his cloak up as he observed Harry, lying down on the couch eating crackers. He was eating something that was good, and he hadn't touched much in way of his lunch or dinner. "How are you feeling?" Severus asked as he guided Harry's head up before sitting down and letting Harry's head rest on his legs. "Hungry," Harry grumbled, before munching on the cracker in his hand. "How would you like some stew?" Severus asked, his fingers lacing through Harry's hair, wishing he could take some of the sickness from him. Unfortunately, the potion didn't work at full capacity due to the ingredients that just couldn't be added or given to someone pregnant. It would pass given time, although he wasn't sure how long. He had never dealt with pregnancy before. He would need to read the book he'd ordered. It had come this morning. "That sounds great," Harry admitted, giving his bonded a smile as he sat up. "The Daily Prophet now belongs to me. Everything has been signed, sealed and delivered. Skeeter has already been sacked, so I don't have to worry about that, but I am contemplating sacking the boss. He has to agree to everything before it's published, right?" "Yes, everything goes through the chief editor at the Daily Prophet," Severus confirmed. "Dobby, bring us some stew," knowing the house elf would hear them without needing to actually be in the room. Harry hummed, "Maybe it's time for a new editor-in-chief." Severus smirked. He absolutely loved the Slytherin cunning and revenge that Harry displayed. A few years ago he wouldn't have thought Harry had any Slytherin cunning in him, let alone enough to get revenge. He'd played his part too perfectly. To know he was one of the rare people to see Harry's true self also aroused and warmed him simultaneously. Indeed, Severus murmured, he would feel sorry for the fool, whoever it was, if they hadn't approved the article the other day. "Please tell me you've not given any detentions today?" Harry asked, slightly hopeful. "I may have, but to the other teachers," Severus chuckled quite vindictively. Harry laughed as he shook his head. "Tomorrow is going to be extremely difficult," his good mood waning immediately. "Yes, it is," Severus agreed grimly. One wrong move could see this blowing up in their face. "Minerva isn't going to leave you alone or let it go," Harry said wickedly. "She might be under the impression I want to be an Auror just like my dad." Severus groaned. The last thing he wanted was to be hounded by the woman. Whether she was the head of Gryffindor or not, she was a hellcat when it came to defending them. She never let the students see that side of her, not under normal circumstances. They believed she didn't care, and perhaps she had cared less as the years wore on, especially failing when it came to Harry's case, but she did feel protective of them. Harry sniggered as he accepted the bowl from Dobby, giving him a beaming smile of thanks. He was suddenly starving. Luckily it wasn't too hot, so he was able to dig into the bowl, dipping the side of baguette into the mixture. He didn't dwell on tomorrow again. It would be here soon enough, and instead, he curled into Severus' side and ate hungrily. He was going to enjoy being able to eat while he could in his uninterrupted time with his bonded. Quite honestly, he just wanted tonight never to end. Tomorrow was going to be explosive, to say the least. "Are you sure about this, Harry?" Hermione murmured quietly, her tone insistent, asking for the 10th time that morning. Her brown eyes filled with worry. Antagonizing and making someone pregnant angry was very stupid. Especially when that person was someone as powerful as Harry. The professor and Harry were bonded though, and Hogwarts prevented any issues of accidental magic. They were merely going to act out a scene, but she had a sinking feeling in her gut. After all, it was them they were talking about. When did things ever go right? Not that what happened was accidental magic per se, it was the baby that changed the magic itself, which could be even more dangerous. It was why they refrained from using it. It was also why Ginny would be leaving soon, for the remainder of her pregnancy. Harry, however, wouldn't require that for a while yet, but it was dangerous to be around potions, hence why they were going through with this. "I'll be fine," Harry said, grinning wryly. Hermione was way too worried. "It has to be done, and in a way that the other teachers can't contest. You know as well as I do, if it's not public and dramatic, the headmistress would insist he rescind his decision." His voice even lower as he practically whispered into Hermione's ear, not willing to let anyone overhear his conversation. Ron, of course, could hear them, due to his close proximity to them, standing as he was between them. "It's still weird hearing that word." Ron snorted, his tone louder than necessary, as if he was trying to draw away any attention that they might be having a super secret conversation, which of course, they were, but nobody else needed to know that. Neither Harry nor Hermione had to ask what word, for it was weird for them too. They'd gone 6 years with Dumbledore as headmaster. It wasn't the first time they'd almost said headmaster instead of headmistress, but not due to thinking about Dumbledore but just out of habit. They nodded in silent agreement with Ron's proclamation. "Well, too late to back out now," Hermione sighed, as the door swung open and Harry wandered in. "Are you all right?" Ron asked her as they walked in and took their seats. I don't know, I'm worried," Hermione sighed, shaking her head, probably for nothing, but neither of them had a habit of dismissing their feelings anymore. Their gut instincts kept them alive, kept them aware, something they had developed over the 6 years of constant danger that was Dumbledore and Voldemort's doing. Delving into her bag, she brought out everything she'd need. Knowing she was probably going to mess up a potion for the first time ever, she had no idea when it would start, and it most definitely would keep her on edge. "Yeah," Ron muttered, his brow puckered. He wasn't good at this emotional stuff. He tried though. Harry knows what he's doing though, and that kept him from worrying too much. He had complete confidence in his best friend, but Myone had always been a worrier just as much as she was an endless researcher for all they would need. "Most of the time," Hermione retorted, but there was fond amusement in her voice, not anger. There was times where Harry was just pig-headed stubborn, but only when it came to those he loved, like Sirius in their 5th year. It was one of her biggest regrets, by not stunning Harry and forcing him to listen to her, or petrifying him with a spell like she did with Neville. The outcome would have been so much better for all of them. Sirius might have still been alive and here for Harry. Ron inwardly groaned as Snape began the lesson. He accepted that Snape and Harry were together and happy, but bloody hell, he'd never like him, at least he didn't think so. He was just bloody awful, a dickhead, one of the worst teachers ever. He knew, from his and Harry's talks that Snape never wanted to teach, that he'd practically been coerced into it. He just didn't need to go about it the way he did, verbally abusing everyone. However, as long as Snape treated Harry right, then he was fine with it, although he definitely didn't want to hear any of the details about their private life. Hermione as always listened to the professor, before nudging Ron, who looked lost in his own thoughts. Smothering an amused look at the bewildered look on his face before he nodded his thanks. "Cut this up," Hermione said, placing the ingredient in front of Ron, and sliding the scalpel towards him, glancing briefly at Harry, who was purposely cutting it far too thick. She bit back the urge to tell him so. After all, Harry always listened to her when it came to anything academic related, and everyone in the class knew it. She couldn't interfere despite the urge to do so. This was the only way to ensure the safety of Harry and his unborn child. Potions were dangerous, he couldn't be around them, and with Ginny removed from potions, it was on their minds. If Harry dropped out, they couldn't risk anyone even just suggesting it as a nasty rumor. So she hunkered down for a tense class. She wasn't the only one. She could tell her professor was tenser than usual, as was Harry and Ron. It was a good thing nobody knew them so well or they'd know. Skeeter, Ministry of Magic. Skeeter grunted as she was shoved back into her cell, somewhere she was becoming increasingly familiar with. Her knees scraping bloody across the floor, as the previous scabs she'd amassed peeled back, causing her a great deal of pain. Pale, shaken and dirty, none of her usual gloating smugness anywhere to be seen. She crawled over to the small bed shaking and shivering. She wrapped herself in a ball and swallowed thickly as tears she tried to prevent began to run down her face. In all her years as a reporter, she had feared her animagus form being found out, but never this. She had always assumed she was too good to be caught. They knew everything. Every little detail going back all her years as a reporter, all her crimes laid bare, everything she'd done to become the best she could be. They were calling her a traitor just because the public deserved to know the truth, know what was going on in all areas of the magical world. Shuddering in fear, knowing her fate without needing bones to tell her as such, Azkaban, not just a life sentence, but indefinite, she would never see the outside of the island again once she was transported there. She was terrified. This was paradise compared to where she was going to end up. To make matters worse, her trial was tomorrow, and there was nobody there to help her. She had no idea how this had all come about. It usually took months for a trial, but they'd rescheduled because of her crimes. Merlin, help her, because nobody else was going to. How was this her life? Just a few days ago she'd had her entire life mapped out, promotion and the envy of her coworkers. Now she was lower than dirt. She had nobody who cared about her enough to visit. No friends, no family. Her parents were gone. For the first time in a long time she wished she could cuddle up in her mother's warm embrace and hide from the world. Choking on her own fear and sadness, Rita curled up further. Perhaps if she did then she could block out the entire world. She was so cold, so hungry for something warm to eat or drink. The lukewarm weak coffee or soup they brought in tasted absolutely disgusting. She didn't want to acknowledge that this was her life now. Yet the situation was seared into her mind. She couldn't forget even if she wanted to. Rita closed her eyes, trying to meditate. She'd been awake for hours, woken to the banging of her door, before breakfast came, told she had 10 minutes before they came for her. Then for the next 3 hours, which had been hazy due to the veritaserum inside of her, even now she felt weak, shaky and so utterly betrayed by her own body, violated. Dementors, 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 Dementors. Shuddering just thinking about them, her mind was trying to think of something, some way of getting out of there and running. Yet she could not. She couldn't change into her animagus form. The bands on her wrists prevented her from doing so. Even if they weren't there, the cells were charmed to prevent such a thing from happening. Even when she went to Azkaban, the bands on her wrists would prevent it too. She was going to be stuck. Dementors, Dementors. Rita lurched up, managing to get to the little sink in the corner of the cell, and her meager breakfast made a reappearance. Trembling violently, she remained where she was. As her stomach twisted unpleasantly, she felt as though she was moments from being sick again. What was she going to do? How the hell did she get out of this? She couldn't talk her way out of it. They wouldn't give her a chance. She was probably just going to be forced to ingest more veritaserum and be forced to incriminate herself. That's if they even need her to do so. They had all the memories they needed from that bloody terrifying wizard who had questioned her so much that she felt hollow and empty. Retching once more, then again before acid crawled up her throat, as she continued to gag reflexively despite nothing coming up. Clutching her stomach, she breathed deeply, running the tap to get some cold water to gurgle with, to try and get the horrid taste from her mouth. Spitting out it, feeling weak and tired, so utterly drained, she shuffled back to the bed, using the cover to wrap herself up, to try and warm herself with the inadequate fabric that wasn't able to keep her warm, let alone cozy. Pursing her lips angrily, Harry Potter had set all this off. Him and his stupid idiocy. She could barely believe he'd gone to the ministry about her articles. It went against everything she knew he was. Granger must have been the one to convince the insipid little boy. She still didn't understand how it had gone from that to them figuring out about her treason. Rita clung to that anger. It helped ease the despair at her current situation. Loud banging brought her out of her thoughts, draining the anger, replacing it with fear almost right away. As much as she tried, she couldn't hang on to the anger. She was just too frightened. Potions classroom, Hogwarts. It took exactly 39 minutes for the confrontation to start, the moment Harry's potion turned a vastly different color from almost everyone else's. Hermione was almost glad it was beginning. She felt as though she'd been teetering on the edge of a cliff for days. "Potter, what do you call this?" Snape uttered, his tone so bitingly scathing and derisively that all the Gryffindors flinched to some degree while the Slytherins perked up. They always loved to see Dumbledore's golden boy brought down, and their professor always did so magnificently. The proud Slytherins lapped up in the degradation of the one who had brought their Dark Lord down. "A potion," he answered, masquerading his sarcasm as an answer. Harry had never really taken any crap from their teacher, even as a first year. Hermione remembered quite vividly, going so far as to point out her because she knew the answer. Yes, he'd always been a cheeky brat. "You should know, it is your profession after all, Professor." A furious look splashed across his face, hands clenched at his side, as if he just couldn't take any more of the crap the potions master was doling out. The Slytherins inhaled sharply as one, while Potter always answered back he'd never actually been so biting and sarcastic. "How exceedingly like your father you are, Potter," Severus snapped derisively, strutting around as if he owed the place, disrespecting the teachers whenever he liked. "It's been 15 years, Harry drawled out between clenched teeth. "Get over it already." He ended, spit flying from his mouth. Everyone was frozen, their potions forgotten for the scene in front of them. Hermione found it increasingly difficult to keep her face set. If she hadn't known they were together and plotting this, she would have assumed it was very, very real. Their magic was flickering slightly with the anger in the air, their faces masks of fury. It was quite honestly an Oscar-worthy performance. "Get out, Potter," Snape snarled, sounding like a feral dog. "I do not wish to see you in my classroom again." "What's wrong, Professor?" Harry taunted, green eyes glowing brightly. "Truth hurts, doesn't it? Complaining about a dead guy who can't defend himself, it's pathetic." The sound of Severus gritting his teeth was painful for all to watch. Even the Slytherins were wary now. "Get out," Snape replied, his face blank but his eyes were showing nothing but anger and viciousness. "Making it look like he's only hanging on by a thread. Before you end up like your father." Harry picked up his bag, scoffing derisively. "I'd rather end up dead than be like you." "I'm not sure your mother would agree," Snape snapped. Everyone forgot to breathe, even Severus, who couldn't believe those words had come out of his mouth. Everyone knew what happened to those who mentioned Lily Potter. Knew what happened to Harry's Muggle family. How she'd been blown up. How the Aurors had to retrieve her. How she'd been obliterated. That had been 5 years ago. Before he had come into his powers. Even before he had faced Voldemort. His wraith didn't count, at his rebirth party. Hermione felt Harry's magic flare in real anger before anyone else did. "Duck. Shields," she shouted before grabbing Ron, who was just seconds slower than her. Everyone complied. Even the Slytherins. Only those who had been in the DA reacted quicker than even the pureblood Slytherins who had grown up with magic, while some of them were Muggle-born or Muggle-raised. It was a good job Hermione had shouted those words. As every single potion in the classroom, no, every cauldron exploded violently, splattering the potion on the ceiling, walls and floor. When Hermione finally looked around her, she saw that Snape had been blasted back by the power emanating from Harry. He was free of any potion residue. He'd obviously put up some sort of shield in time too. Harry was gone. Worry slithered up her spine. She knew this wasn't meant to happen, that Snape had ed up. The look on Snape's face, he knew it too. "Malfoy, get Madame Pomfrey. Quickly." Hermione called, her tone worried. Quite a few of her classmates were injured and unconscious, presumably from the blast. The reason she had asked Malfoy was because he was the closest. Draco opened his mouth to make a scathing retort, before he looked around and closed his mouth with a snap. Sensibly realizing this wasn't the time or place for any rivalry, he turned, wand out and used it to clear the way so he didn't step on any of the slimy residue that had once been everyone's potion, or pieces of cauldron, cursing himself all the way to the hospital wing for following a mudblood's orders. Plus Professor Snape was injured, that was enough to have him complying, more so than the fact a few of his housemates were injured and unconscious too. "Ron, are you all right?" Hermione said, pale and shaken. "I'm fine," Ron said, dazed. The power his friend had at his disposal was quite frankly intimidating as hell. "You need to go and find him," Hermione urged, eyes wide with fear. Who knows what Harry would do in his state? "What? Why?" Ron protested, before he groaned. Fine, I'll go," he grumbled. He was worried too, just less so since he knew Harry wouldn't do anything silly. He'd never risk the baby. "Take him to the head boy rooms. I'll meet you there as soon as I can." Hermione breathed out shakily. Just as long as she knew her best friend was all right, she didn't care. "I'll try and find out how the professor is before. Like me or Harry care?" Ron snapped, after what he said. Hermione blinked, wondering if that was genuine anger or not, since quite a few of their classmates were real near them and had probably heard her. "Well, I care. He's a professor." Hermione's retort was weak at best, but everyone thought she was a goody two-shoes anyway, and expected her to defend their professors and wouldn't dig any deeper into it. Just go." Ron yanked his bag up off the floor, grimacing at the state of it. He may have avoided the potion, but his bag had not, and it was a mess that would definitely not recover. This Ed." He grimaced a small smile in thanks when his girlfriend cleared it up. The mess might be gone, but the color had faded and it looked crispy and burnt. Stank too. The Chamber of Secrets would probably be the best place to start, but he couldn't get in there, so he just hoped that Harry would go to their usual haunts to calm down. Snape, stupid bloody idiot, how could he do that to Harry? He'd used the worst words imaginable to hurt him. Partners usually did know which buttons to push. Could be the most vicious out of anyone due to that. Harry was never going to forgive Snape for this. Usually that would have filled him with vindictive glee, to have Snape out of his life, but he had seen how happy Harry was. In fact, he'd never seen him happier. More open with them too, more willing to share his life story with them. He was usually so closed, although it may have something to do with Harry being older than them now. Rubbing his face tiredly, ignoring the gossip telling him that word had already spread about what happened. He would have put up with anything, even Snape, just to see Harry happy. So he trudged on, his mind wondering at what to say, to try and help, when he knew he was so utterly useless at words. Myone would have been better at this than him, but maybe, just maybe, Harry didn't need sympathy. Perhaps he just needed to vent and let someone listen. He could hope, couldn't he? Once more he cursed everyone, Voldemort, Dumbledore, Snape, the bonding and life in general. At the other side of the castle, Severus woke up with Pomfrey hovering over him, the image of Harry's face when he said those horrific words planted in his mind, never to fade. His heart felt like it had shriveled up inside of him. How could he ever fix this? Would Harry ever give him the chance? He wasn't sure what had come over him, why he had said those awful words. This had not gone according to plan at all. He felt the bile rising up his throat, threatening to choke him. "Where is Mr. Potter, Miss Granger?" Headmistress McGonagall demanded, standing in front of the girl, lips pursed and hands at her hips, looking extremely intimidating, as angry as she was. She didn't seem to care that they were just outside the Great Hall and everyone was listening in on the conversation. "Mr. Weasley," her curt tone not softening the slightest as she turned towards the red-headed boy. She was furious. She had 7 students in the hospital wing as well as Severus. She was in no way defending what he'd said. In fact, she was angry with him too. Right now she wanted to see her student responsible for the magical display earlier that day. "We don't know, Headmistress," Hermione explained after glancing at Ron, her eyes wider than normal. "What do you mean, you don't know?" McGonagall snapped. The 3 were attached at the hip. She didn't call Hermione up on a lie, for she could clearly see that the girl was worried, obviously, for her friend. She had told a few small lies over the years while attending Hogwarts, like how she'd thought she could take on the fully grown mountain troll, but she'd never lie about something this big. At least Minerva didn't think so. Hermione bit her lip. She looked ready to cry. She'd spent all afternoon searching for her best friend and she and Ron couldn't find him anywhere. After that bout of accidental magic, he could have lost the baby or anything, and she knew if anything happened to that baby, Harry would be devastated by the likes nobody had ever seen him before. He'd always wanted a family and this was his chance. By Merlin, she just wanted to know if he was okay. It means we don't know, Professor, Ron said, his tone becoming defensive. He didn't like to see Hermione like this, and not with her favorite professor causing it too. Now will you please excuse us? We're starving, we plan only to grab something to eat and begin searching for Harry again. I will let him know you're looking for him. Minerva did a double take on the words. She found she could say nothing against what he said since he was being polite and sincere. Blinking at Ronald Weasley for a few moments, pride swelled within her heart. It was always heartwarming to see her students growing up, and it seemed as though at long last, Ronald Weasley was too. Very well, go on, Minerva replied, but inform Mr. Potter that I wish to see him immediately, and if he hasn't shown up before curfew, search parties will be conducted. It was very unlike Harry to disappear completely like that, and she was worried about him just as she was angry. Yes, ma'am, Ron murmured as he and Hermione made a beeline for the Gryffindor table. Quite a few of their classmates were missing from the meal due to injuries, others had made it to the meal with only small burns that were already healing. They didn't sit down, they merely gathered some food they could eat while they searched for Harry. We heard what happened, Dennis said, his eyes shadowed. Nobody blames him, you know. We can help with a search if you like. Yeah, we'd like to help, Colin chimed in, hastily wiping remnant of his lunch off his chin with a little bit of embarrassment. I think the headmistress will be starting one later. Ron spoke through a mouthful of food. His stomach was rumbling in hunger, he couldn't help himself. Swallowing the large bulge of food, he continued on, until then I and my own are just going to look alone. Harry doesn't like a fuss. He'll be pleased to know that nobody blames him, Hermione said, her tone soft and quiet, her brow puckered as she tried not to show just how worried she was. Do you think he left? I mean quit before he could be suspended or expelled? Padma suggested, identical to her twin in nearly all ways. The only reason they could tell them apart was that Padma was in Ravenclaw, as shown by her school uniform, while her sister was in Gryffindor. Nah, Harry isn't like that. Ron shook his head, 100% certain that Harry wouldn't just leave, not without telling them at least. Then the tortuous thought came to mind, he may not be thinking straight, he could very well be overly emotional with what being pregnant and fighting with Snape. He glanced at the girl, wondering if she was angry over what happened. Her sister had been hurt after all. How's your sister? Hermione asked, sympathy written across her face. She knew how the girl felt. Harry was like a brother to her, a brother in all but blood. She loved him, and she was terrified for him, so yes, she felt for Padma. She's fine, broke her wrist, she's already taken the potion to heal the break, Padma explained. Poppy is keeping her in until tonight. She says she got it from lurching to the floor so quickly. Her hand landed a little funky with the explosion, with trying to shield herself and her partner. Good, Hermione sighed in relief, glad it was nothing too severe. She didn't know about the others since she and Ron had raced out of the classroom as soon as Pomfrey showed up. She doesn't blame Harry, Padma explained, giving a small smile. Let him know, she knew they would find him. Out of everyone in Hogwarts they would, they knew him best after all. Where can he be, Ron? Hermione whispered, as she turned and immediately began to retreat from the Great Hall. I wish we had the map. Her tone vexed. For all they knew, he was under his cloak and they could walk right by him without even realizing it. Look, maybe he went to see Snape. Ron said, doubt-coated every word he spoke. Snape and he are bonded, right? He will know where Harry is. If he's still at Hogwarts, at least we'd know. That's a good idea, Hermione said, feeling impressed with Ron's thinking, pride showing on her face for her boyfriend. Say that again without sounding so surprised, Ron grumbled. He was capable of smart thinking now and again. Or maybe I should just have it framed. He mused out loud. He wasn't sure if he'd ever hear those words from Hermione again. Hermione still thought of a bonding or marriage like a Muggle one, when they were very different. She'd read up on it, of course, obsessively so when she'd learned about Harry getting bonded, but she'd need to get used to the concept of bonding and what it entailed for it to come to mind as easily as it did his. Hermione laughed, giving Ron a fond look. Come on, let's go see if he's awake. And with that both teams rushed upstairs towards the hospital wing. minds trying to figure out the best way to explain their presence to Poppy Pomfrey, who was probably hovering protectively over her patients like a mama over her cubs. They may not have been in the hospital wing as patients themselves often, but Harry sure as hell had been. And it was damn near impossible to get one over her or around her. Harry's cloak would come in handy right about now. Ron groaned, staring at the closed doors of the hospital wing. "Let's get this over with," Hermione said, straightening her spine as she stepped forward, opening the door to find everyone that was conscious eating their lunches, while those who were unconscious slept like the dead, unaware of their surroundings. Only 3 people were still asleep, which meant not many were badly hurt. It was a good thing. Poppy was nowhere to be seen. "I'll go see Potter. You try and get information out of him," Ron suggested. He knew if he went in there as wound up as he was, he wouldn't get anywhere with Snape. "Distract Poppy if she comes out," his voice a merest whisper. Poppy had the hearing of a bloody bat. It was ridiculous, really. Hermione nodded, agreeing with the delegation of plans put forth. "All right," she whispered, practically tiptoeing past the office door and sliding towards the only other door in the ward. The teachers usually went in there. None of the students felt comfortable with a teacher being in the same room as them normally. Poppy was wise enough to realize that it would be doubly so if Professor Snape was there. Not wishing to delay and risk being caught, she opened the door to the room and stepped inside, closing the door automatically. The first observation Hermione made was that Snape looked bloody miserable. Dark eyes met light brown. "Granger," Snape said dispassionately, "what can I do for you?" "Can you sense Harry?" Hermione asked, non-judgmentally. Severus made to sit up, only to K.'s in severe agony, his entire body tense. The pain relievers weren't even taking the edge off. "You haven't seen him." The utter despair at having ruined the first person he had cared deeply for in a long time was put aside for worry for Harry and their child. "No, he left right after the incident. Nobody has seen him since. The map and the cloak are missing," Hermione explained. Flicking out her wand, she silenced the room. Severus groaned as he adjusted his body slightly. "They're in my quarters," he admitted, panting slightly after she'd secured the room. Merlin, his back felt as though it had been cleaved in two. He was definitely paying the price for his bloody, thoughtless comment. He couldn't even go and hunt Harry down and apologize. "He's in the Chamber of Secrets." "We were hoping that wasn't the case," Hermione sighed, unsurprised by the proclamation. "The Chamber of Secrets became a great sanctuary for him," Severus explained, "a place of great solace, where he could be the real Harry without burdens overshadowing every step he took." He understood that himself, since it had become something similar to him, but already having a place that was completely his attachment wasn't quite so strong as Harry's. "Yeah, neither me or Ron can get in though," Hermione sighed. She just wanted to make sure he was all right. Was that too much to ask? "Come here," Severus demanded, "now." He snapped when she didn't move. Hermione glared at him, but nonetheless moved forward. "You can create a Patronus, can you not?" Severus asked her, but he already knew the answer. Harry was quite proud of the DA and had proudly told him they had learned how to accomplish the spell. "Yes, why?" Hermione was now confused. "The Patronus messenger is very similar," Severus explained, before going on to explain the ins and outs of the spell, his pain temporarily forgotten. Then he told her the words and how it worked, that the words you wished to convey must be spoke out loud as if it were an answering machine. "Do not be worried if it takes a while to get a reply, the time bubble will make the difference significant." Hermione nodded. "Thank you," she said, walking towards the door ready to get out before she was caught. Slightly surprised that Poppy hadn't already barged in, Severus held his tongue as she left. He very much wanted to demand that she inform him the second she heard from Harry. Unfortunately, he didn't think that would fly very well with Harry's friends right now, or Harry himself for that matter. Closing his eyes, he felt so adrift, which was odd. Until Harry he had told himself he was fine on his own, the prospect of going back to that way was quite fearsome. Pursing his lips, he moved his face scrunched up as he tried to stop himself screaming in agony, weakly moving his hand towards his wand, feeling it with his fingertips, taking care to slowly edge it towards himself. With a triumphant grab he breathed steadily, riding out the waves of pain radiating from the back of his head to his toes. Grateful that Granger hadn't closed the door behind her, Severus non-verbally summoned a level 10 pain reliever, clumsily grabbing it once it appeared. He used his teeth to uncork it and guzzled the contents down as quickly as humanly possible, almost choking on it. His body unstiffened at once, relief pouring through him as the pain faded away. Thank Merlin for that. He should have done this before. He had to find Harry right now. If he was avoiding his best friends then. This was bad, very bad. Time to return to the chamber, and it certainly wasn't under the circumstances that he had envisioned. What he had envisioned was going down there when it was time for Harry to give birth. On the way there he cursed himself over and over again for his stupidity. He's destroyed the best thing that happened to him. For what? For what? Hissing out sibilantly the words to open to the chamber's second door, the loud thudding going unnoticed as Severus felt nothing but gratitude for the potion. Otherwise he wouldn't have made it this far. Hell, he wouldn't have been able to get out of the bed, let alone capable of sliding down the entrance. His heart was pounding, as he shored himself up for what was to come. For Harry to tell him he wanted them to split up, go their separate ways. The bond couldn't be broken, but it could be dulled due to the lack of proximity and lack of feelings over time. There would always be a part of him that could feel Harry, which would make this separation all the worse. Part of him wanted to back out, so he didn't need to hear those words come from Harry, but he refused to be a coward. He never had been one and refused to act like one even now. Stepping through the opening, he made his way to the last opening, Salazar Slytherin's mouth. Knowing he was there was different from seeing it with his own two eyes. He felt some concern drain from him. That was until those empty jaded eyes met his. He'd never seen Harry look that way before. He was always so alive. He hadn't been kidding when he said Harry wore his emotions on his sleeve. He'd take that back rather than have his empty stare. He felt something immovable and cold slink into his stomach. I understand if you don't want to see or talk to me again. I will accept it, with great difficulty, but your friends are worried about you, Severus told Harry, biting his tongue, stopping himself from adding, I'm worried about you. Harry's nostrils flared, able to sense the utter truth of Severus' words, just like that. No attempt to apologize or make it right. Harry ground out through gritted teeth. Severus gazed at Harry as he made his way towards him, sitting across from him in a familiar position that caused a pang of sadness to emanate from his heart. Would it make a bit of difference? He asked, resigned to his lonely fate. Harry's brow furrowed. If it wasn't for the bond he wouldn't have an idea on what Severus was feeling. You honestly think that? He asked. He'd been down here for days already trying to come to terms with what Severus had said. It hurt, yes, but he had already made the decision to talk it out with Severus and try to come to some sort of understanding on what had triggered it. He wanted to feel hurt that Severus wouldn't fight for them, but the emotions he was sensing over the bond, they weren't that of someone who didn't care enough to fight for the person they love. Him, it was just tired resignation, pain, fear, and a whole lot of self-loathing. His mind drifted to a conversation he and Sev had in this very place so long ago during their early days of dating. -0 flashback 0. Why didn't you apologize? Make things right. Or admit you were wrong when it became glaringly obvious? Harry asked from where he lay curled up against Severus. It was late, they both ached from training, but this was their time, when they could just talk and enjoy being together without any need to concentrate on something else. Potions and training, but this was so they could get to know each other better. Where they communicated truthfully and frankly. I tried, more than once, Severus admitted. The pain of talking about Lily was no longer there. Not even the guilt that he was potentially blowing an image of Lily that Harry had created that was angelic and godlike. Harry had just stated he'd rather know them than some portrayal of people that didn't really exist. Many times I actually slept outside Gryffindor common room in order to try and force Lily to talk to me, and not avoid me like she had taken to doing. Nothing I did worked. Lily had already written me off, and she's certainly not been the first and hadn't been the last. His father had been the first one to write him off just because he was magical. -0 and flashback 0. Hadn't been the first and hadn't been the last. Severus must think that he would do the same thing. How damaged was he that he wouldn't even fight for something he wanted more than anything else? He was hurting so much, yet he was just accepting it. Harry wanted to be angry about that, but it just let the wind of his sails completely. All I ask, I beg of you, is that you let me be part of their life, Severus said, a turbulent note to his voice, unable to keep his emotions at bay. Damn it, Severus, Harry snapped, green eyes flashing, at least bloody apologize so we can argue. He would prefer that to this any day. You want to argue? Severus arched an eyebrow, giving Harry a blank look, not sure how to interpret his words at all. That's what people do, Harry shouted. They argue, they fight, they apologize, then make up. They couldn't do anything normal, so why would this be any different? Severus just stared, astonished, not daring to believe what Harry was saying at all. Could Harry really wish to forgive him? To forget what he said? He'd been brushed off for less, so it was little wonder he was feeling off-kilter. Why did you say it? Harry asked, getting to the heart of the matter. I'm guessing I hit too close to home. I don't know, Severus admitted, leaning further against the couch to rest his aching joints. The pain would gradually start coming back in an hour or so. He honestly didn't know why he'd said it, it had just come out of nowhere. You didn't feel angry by what I said? Harry questioned bluntly. Neither of us were really angry, you know this, Severus pointed out, at least until I said what I did, not in a hurry to say it again. Harry's magical backlash had been singularly vicious in its assault. We both know how to dampen the bond, Harry argued Severus' point. While they couldn't cut it off completely, they could make it so that their significant other actually struggled to sense anything. Not with us dramatically flaring our magic, Severus retorted wryly. It had been rather fun. He hadn't released his magic in a long while, since training Harry to do it actually nearly a year ago. All right, you've got me there, Harry grumbled, conceding Severus' point. This wasn't the arguing he had in mind. Yet knowing that Sev wasn't used to being forgiven had made most of his anger disappear. Unable to stand the distance, as short as it was, between them, he moved over, burrowing his face into his neck and shoulder, wanting to make Severus feel better so the bond wasn't saturated in so much self-disgust. I was angry, to start with, then really hurt, but I began to wonder what I said that made you say that to me. I thought I had hurt you first, and maybe deserved it, he added silently to himself. Severus shakily pressed his mouth against Harry's head, eyes closed, stemming any traitorous tears that wanted to emerge. He's already lay himself open for Harry through the bond. His pride couldn't take any more knocks tonight. Although quite honestly, he'd utterly shed his pride if it gave him Harry back, if it came to it. His hand automatically drawn to Harry's stomach. That baby was the best thing he'd ever done. He could only imagine how he'd feel when the babe was here. He didn't want to screw this up. There was enough danger of them both not surviving this damn war as it was. He cut off his thoughts, determined to enjoy this closeness before they faced the music. Minerva wasn't happy with what had gone on this morning. Severus stirred awake, his arms wrapped tightly around Harry, one on his upper chest, the other splayed across his stomach. He had urged Harry to get in touch with his friends, at least, which he had done, so at least they weren't worrying. He was utterly perplexed by what happened last night. Harry had wanted them to argue. In his opinion, arguing wasn't a good thing, usually ended up with someone being hit. That someone was usually his mother or him. Then they'd spent hours just talking, reaffirming their bond, before he'd taken Harry to bed and worshipped him. He knew he didn't deserve Harry, and that he was letting him in again after his callous words was more than he dared to dream. It was beginning to dawn on him that he had no idea how a normal relationship worked. He was grateful he wasn't the only one, though. Harry had said his only example was the Dursleys, that Petunia was a submissive thing, did everything her husband demanded, never once argued with him. Agreed with him about everything, even let her own son walk all over her. The Weasleys weren't mentioned at all. Harry was still deeply hurt by Molly's actions. He could feel that much whenever they were brought up. His thumb swiped up and down absently on Harry's stomach, his heart swelling dizzily just knowing Harry hadn't given up on him. It hadn't even dawned on Harry to leave either. That much clearly came through the bond. It wasn't something he was used to, someone wanting to fight to keep him in their lives. It had been him doing the chasing once upon a time. He no longer bothered to do it. Why bother trying? So, he can have more insults spat at his face. Be ignored. Perhaps these sorts of things happen in a relationship. Maybe he would have to grovel one day. Severus suddenly didn't care, he'd do it all, he'd probably deserve it if he did screw up again. He would do his level best not to, but both of them were quite temperamental. Thankfully neither were violent though. After what both of them had been through, they knew violence wasn't the answer. Nor was it something either of them deserved after their childhoods. Both would absolutely walk away if such a thing happened, because it was never just the once. They apologized, and it started all over again, until you were so used to it that it was the new normal and you spent your life defending the bruises on your body. Deluding yourself that one day they'd change, ultimately too terrified to leave and just doing what you could to survive. A relationship shouldn't be about surviving. Stop thinking so loudly. Harry's muffled words were accompanied with a groan as he burrowed his head further into the pillow. Fingers lacing through Severus as both just let their hands lie on Harry's stomach. "We have to go before Minerva launches a search party," Severus said quietly, not wishing to spoil their close intimacy with talk about what happened or what would happen next. Harry sighed as he stretched out. "Last night was amazing, we definitely have to argue more," even though he doubted Severus would put a foot wrong for a while. He'd truly gotten a scare yesterday. It made Harry almost regret his hasty decision to flee rather than talk it out. He couldn't fully regret it, since last night had been amazing. Both of them had insecurities a mile wide, but the close contact always made them forget about everything. Severus snorted, not having to say anything to project his feelings, which were coming down the bond. It was wide open, had been since last night, Severus putting everything out there instead of saying the words. Those sorts of words didn't come easy to him, never had until he had something to lose. "We will have to discuss what we are going to say to Minerva," Severus told Harry. He did not want to have to endure her disappointed looks for however long she decided to remain annoyed with him. She was much like Dumbledore in that regard, and instead of feeling bad it just irritated him beyond belief. Especially considering he knew she had screwed up more than once herself. Screw her, Harry scowled, she never listens anyway, not in the mood to deal with her. That may be, she is still the headmistress and we do owe her an explanation, Severus pointed out, reluctantly removing himself from Harry, his hand on his stomach coming last. "Why not tell her the truth?" Salazar questioned from his portrait, causing both wizards to twitch in surprise. "She's a judgmental witch, and doesn't listen to anything anyone tells her, comes to her own conclusions," Harry stated firmly, as he sat up himself, slightly surprised to see the founders. Since their portraits were put up all over the place, he'd hardly seen them. Then again, they hadn't been down in the chamber for a long while, so it makes sense that it would seem as though he hadn't seen them for a long time. Especially considering they had seen all four of them, every day while they were down here. Salazar rose an eyebrow, glancing at Severus, wondering if Harry was being over the top. Severus reluctantly nodded at Salazar, answering the unasked question and agreeing with Harry. She was one stubborn woman and could be quite quick to jump the gun. Request an oath from her. Having the headmistress on your side could be advantageous, Salazar said thoughtfully. Sooner or later Harry is going to have to disappear, and if Minerva tells the student body something they will believe it. Keeping the baby, a secret seemed to be the number one thing both Severus, Harry and the other founders, including himself, agreed upon. "Why does everyone have to make sense today?" Harry grumbled as he got dressed, not caring that a portrait was watching. Salazar chuckled, "Would you prefer us to act like hormonal idiots?" Harry threw Salazar a withering look. "Not funny," he stated, buttoning up his white school shirt. Especially considering he was hormonal, sort of. He'd read the book, but it wasn't exactly informative. It's why he had taken to writing his experiences with his pregnancy every night. Severus pursed his lips, before shaking his head, and began to dress himself, having to move all around the room to find everything. He took the longest to find his shoes. One was under the bed, the other in the corner of the room. How it got there he didn't even know. "What do you think, Sev?" Harry asked, shifting closer until he was leaning against his bonded. "I know you probably don't want to hear it, but the idea has merits," Severus admitted, sighing softly as he wrapped his arms around Harry. He wasn't going to lie, so telling the truth was the only thing else he could do. It was just the way it was, no matter how Harry reacted. Food for Master Harry and Master Severus. Dobby popped in and explained, causing his masters to freeze before relaxing when they realized it was him. Ooh, thank you, Dobby, Harry said as he quickly raced towards the house elf and grabbed the tray. You're awesome, he added, as he sat back on the bed, already beginning to devour the food Dobby had brought for them. Salazar sighed resignedly. Between Helga and Harry, those two were blasted idiots for treating house elves as friends. He never said anything though. He'd learned his lesson when Helga had cursed him and left it that way for days before taking pity on him. Rowena and Godric were uninterested when it came to house elves. They didn't treat them horribly, of course, nor did he, for fear of what Helga would do. Still, they really should have taken a side at least. Instead of leaving him to defend his views alone, some friends they were, honestly. Dobby flushed bright red at the compliment before disappearing with a pop. Forgot to ask what time it is out there, Harry murmured around a mouthful of food. It will be late, just before curfew I believe, Severus answered, which is when Minerva will gather search parties to look for you if the past is any indication. Not that they'd searched for Harry in the past, but other students who had gone missing. It is, Salazar confirmed for them. Will anyone want to? Harry asked with bitterness, as he finally remembered what he'd done. Is anyone hurt? He winced. He should have asked that yesterday to him despite it being the same day really on the outside. Severus quickly tried to eat the food in his mouth, so he could reassure Harry that everyone was all right. Before he could though, Salazar was speaking. Severus threw him a grateful look, glad Harry hadn't been left wondering. Everyone is already out of the hospital wing. Worst hit was a broken wrist when they hit the floor. Salazar explained, an amused look on his face. Harry breathed out in relief, his eyes closed momentarily. Swallowing the food, Severus quickly told Harry, nobody blames you, they're all worried about you, sensing the growing despair and worry down the bond. Honestly, I overheard a few even say they wanted to join in the search if Minerva set one up before I came down. Not that he had paid much attention to them, he'd been spiraling into a world of self-hatred and self-disgust. He didn't understand why Harry cared. The students always found a reason to turn on him. Loss of school points, detentions, believing he was evil because he could speak Parselmouth, that had admittedly knocked him sideways, thinking a 12-year-old could petrify people, it was idiocy. Oh, the students were endlessly hypocritical and pathetic towards Harry. Harry himself said fourth year was the worst of it, being so alone with the crushing pressure of the tournament everyone thought he'd entered himself into. Severus could only imagine how truly bad it was, since he'd never had to endure anything like that, not at 14. He honestly despaired thinking on the other years and things Harry had been forced through. The rest of their meal was eaten in silence as Salazar spoke about potions with Rowena, who made an appearance. Severus was listening as he ate, which made Harry grin. He was like a kid when it came to potions, and Harry rather liked the look on him. His eyes lit up with an inner light that just screamed excitement, in ways that nothing else ever did, not even the latest defense book. Wait a minute, you have frames outside the school? Severus blurted out, having heard all their conversation. Of course, we do, Rowena said patiently while Salazar just rolled his eyes, presumably at their willingness to give away what Salazar would think as secrets. Where about? Harry asked, not even attempting subtly, grinning wryly at the disappointed look Salazar gave him for his Gryffindor approach. They're surely inhabited, your old places, aren't they? I sort of thought you built the school and lived there. We did until it was time to retire. Rowena had a faraway look on her face. I remained at the school the longest, the others were already gone. She had kept praying for a miracle, for her daughter to return to her. Unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. She had gotten closure after her death, both her and her daughter's death really. So where did the others? Harry was cut off by Helga entering the portrait. You boys better go now, that's Minerva talking about getting a search together, Helga said with kindness that only a healer was capable of. You take care of yourself, do you hear me? She added to Harry, no stress, no arguing and no taking any chances. And for the love of Merlin, don't use too much magic. The baby sapped up a lot of magic in male pregnancies. Harry nodded solemnly. He knew he had been utterly stupid to do what he did, but he'd just gotten so angry and overwhelmed. The thought that he had endangered his baby made him feel weak in knees. It was a good thing he was still sitting, although the food now felt alive in his stomach, squirming uncomfortably. He tried to think of something else, anything, just to take his mind off his queasy stomach. Come, let's get going. Severus stood, gesturing for Harry to go to him. He said nothing regarding Harry's feelings, he'd speak to him in the privacy of their own rooms. Their rooms being his quarters, he considered them theirs now. Harry rarely slept in the head boy room. He knew Harry would never deliberately endanger their unborn baby. The news had come as a shock to both of them, sure, but after getting used to the idea, warming up to it, they'd felt a possessive love encompass them. They would do everything they could for that baby when she or he was born. How you can love someone who isn't even here, yet they didn't know, but they loved that little thing more than anything else in this world. They would just need to be more careful. Yes, he was just as responsible. With a quiet goodbye to the founders, both wizards used the flow network to get back to Hogwarts, leaving behind the time bubble once again. They found themselves at their destination, Severus' quarters. "Do you trust McGonagall?" Harry asked, his tone grim and serious. Severus turned to face Harry, staring into his green eyes, feeling very cautious. Harry was very serious, and Severus had a feeling that everything hinged on his reply. If he said yes and things went wrong, it would be his fault. So, he truly needed to think long and hard on his answer. The answer wasn't automatic or easy for that matter. Did he trust Minerva McGonagall? All the teachers except Slughorn had ignored the fact James Potter was nothing but a disgusting bully. Only giving him detention for the extreme stuff, or for acting up in class, not for his bullying ways. He had been one of her favorites, she had known of course, and apologized to him a few years after he began working at Hogwarts. Could he put his trust in her to protect the most important things in his life? She knew how important Harry was, she wouldn't do anything to endanger him. He hoped. "Sev," Harry said, his tone not changing. "If you actually say yes, I'll be damned surprised." They'd been standing there for over 5 minutes now and he still hadn't answered. "Regardless of how I feel, we both know she would never do anything to endanger you," Severus said honestly. "My personal feelings towards her aside, she would do anything for you." "Except listen," Harry snorted. "Except listen," Severus agreed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Salazar made an excellent point, we may need her in the long run." "Fair enough," Harry conceded, "then we tell her the truth then, hopefully they wouldn't end up regretting this." He had stopped trusting her when he was 11 years old, reinforced when he was 15. He was an adult now, and he had a very short list of people he trusted, the brief list being he could write them off on a single hand. "Very well," Severus stated, just as reluctant as Harry. "The things you had to do, life always had to be complicated." Resignedly they both stepped back into the fireplace. Severus scooped up a handful of flow powder and threw it, calling out the headmistress' office as he did so. The flames blazed green, and a few seconds later, the potion master's quarters were empty as they both zoomed through the flow network. A few moments later, both were being expelled through the headmistress' fireplace. The look on Minerva's face when she saw both was priceless. Not as priceless as it would be soon enough. "Severus, Mr. Potter," Minerva's voice was curt as she stared at them, her lips pursed. "Headmistress," Harry returned the greeting, staring her in the eye. He wasn't a child anymore, even if he looked like one with the glamour on. Minerva was startled by the stare. It wasn't that of a child, perhaps Ronald wasn't the only one growing up. "Sit down, Minerva, we have vital information to share," Severus told the witch, as he claimed a seat of his own. "Does it have anything to do with what happened today?" Minerva demanded, still angry about what had happened. "Very much so." Severus' voice turned cold as he spoke. He didn't want to put up with her attitude, not right now. He couldn't help but press a hand against Harry as he moved over to sit next to him. Giving and receiving the comfort they both needed right now. Minerva thankfully was blinded to it. He didn't want her shrieking the rafters and causing the owls to abandon the owlery. Minerva paused at the dangerous sound in Severus' voice. There had only been a few times she'd heard it. Usually Dumbledore's doing when he went too far with Severus and he got extremely angry. Thankfully his magic did not react with his tone. His magic was very strong, always had been. She was curious as to why both Harry and Severus had come up together. Why they weren't glaring at each other. After the incident today she would have expected it. Very well, she replied, sitting down in her chair, gazing steadily at both of them over the large ornate table. Would you like anything before you start? Coffee, tea, something to eat? The last part she aimed at Harry, who hadn't been seen since the potions class. No, both replied negatively. Harry also shook his head as if saying the word wasn't enough. So, how can I help you both? Minerva asked expectantly. We're married, I'm pregnant, Harry said bluntly. Severus groaned before he thumped his head against the back of the chair in dismay. He should have guessed his bonded would do something like this. He was more of a blunt instrument. It's like he hadn't learned any subtlety from Salazar at all. He blinked owlishly at the sight in front of him. Minerva had passed out. She'd actually passed out. Severus felt a little dazed. That meant she actually believed them. He'd came here thinking he had a job of convincing her on his hands, then ensuring she understood it was consensual on both parts, then make sure she kept it quiet. As soon as Severus regained his senses he shot out of his chair, checking that Minerva hadn't been hurt in her tumble out of the chair. That was the problem with these chairs, they had no arms, which made it all too easy to get hurt. Her pulse was steady, she had just fainted, although he reckoned she'd be pretty sore when she came around. It wasn't a big fall, but it would be enough to hurt her. She was older and didn't have much in terms of weight to protect her bones. He peered up over the table, giving Harry a deadpan look, very unimpressed with the way he had dealt with it. The fact Harry wasn't even slightly sheepish or guilty did not help matters either. Seriously, Severus grunted, very annoyed by his unrepentant stare. Harry sighed, sorry, I'm just suddenly not in the mood to deal with her, I just feel really irritated and annoyed for no reason. A perplexed look on his face now, but it had nothing to do with Minerva and his own sudden moods. Severus froze at that. He'd been reading every book he could get his hands on. Both for female and male pregnancies, preparing himself for whatever came their way. He didn't like being caught unawares, and liked to control some parts of his life. Knowledge helped him keep that control. With so little in his hands it made him feel better knowing every potential thing. This was his child, a baby that he and Harry had created. You're damn right he'd do anything in his power to ensure everything went well. There was one thing in both types of pregnancies that was consistent: hormones. It was worse for male carriers. The women were used to it, to a certain extent, men were definitely not. Which made them more volatile and why it was harder to go full term. The books insisted wizards were more powerful than females, but Severus knew that wasn't the case, but everything else seemed pretty archaic. Half the books were very old, pre and after Founder times. The last one he read was just 2 decades old. It's your body changing, you'll feel that way quite often, you'll need to remember to stay calm. We can't have a repeat of before. If you need to just leave and go somewhere, that will help you calm down both emotionally and magically. Severus explained. Minerva forgotten at his feet as he reassured Harry that this was normal and there was nothing wrong with how he felt. We can't risk you using any more magic like that. And yes, it was he had been just as responsible as Harry for what occurred. Guilt splashed across Harry's face. I know, he said solemnly, he could have hurt his unborn child, and that thought was completely intolerable. We both made a mistake, we will both learn from it, yes? Severus demanded, refusing to let Harry fester in the guilt he could feel through the bond. Ironically enough, he was still swimming in guilt too, but he hopefully had successfully kept it from Harry. Harry nodded grimly, but the guilt didn't fade completely, but dimmed to a more manageable level. If you rather I told her on my own, then you can go reassure your friends that all is well, Severus suggested. It would be next to impossible to convince her together, let alone him doing it on his own, but they had to do what they must to keep Harry's stress and magic levels down. Giving Harry an out if he needed it, the safety of Harry and their unborn child took precedent. Harry scoffed derisively. You think she's going to listen to you? Hell, we will be lucky to get her to listen together. Not telling Severus something he didn't already know, judging by the resigned look on his face. All right, Severus said tersely, before reviving the headmistress, helping her into her seat before backing away into his own around the table. Not giving her any chance to get worked up when he was near her. This was going to be tough enough as it was. He was already regretting the decision to tell her, and nothing had been said yet. What on earth? I must have misheard. Minerva shook her head, as if to get the lingering cobwebs her sudden stint unconscious had caused. Severus shot out and squeezed Harry's hand, silently telling him to let him handle this. You didn't misunderstand anything, Severus said coolly, but the question remains whether you can listen without judgment for a moment. Minerva straightened up at that declaration, narrowing her eyes displeased. You are in my employment, Severus, do not forget that, quite insulted by his words. If that's meant to be a threat, Minerva, it fell short, Severus said dryly. He hated being a professor and wanted nothing more than to leave Hogwarts. Dumbledore had refused to release him from his contract, and obviously refused to fire him. If what you've said is true, I won't have a choice. Minerva cried out, genuine fear in her eyes. He'd married a student, and pregnant meant he'd also consummated it. They couldn't just quietly have it annulled. How such an instance has managed to stay out of the news was beyond her. You slept with a student. It's completely unethical. I'm not 17, Harry explained, with sudden patience, seeing the look on Minerva's face. She was actually deeply concerned and worried. Perhaps for both of them, and it was a surprise to see so much emotion on her face. She was always so calm, collected, and rarely revealed any of her feelings. The only time he'd seen her smile was the time he was gifted with the Nimbus broomstick in first year. She'd actually looked quite happy then. Whether it was because she knew she was going to win the Gryffindor Cup again, or perhaps the excitement on his face, Harry didn't really consider the second option overly much. It's a long tale. Will you let us tell it without judgment, please? Severus threw Harry a proud look. He was handling this very well, but often he needed the reminder that Harry wasn't a 17-year-old he looked, not anymore. He was in his 20s for Merlin's sake, an adult. The chamber had been a gift. Mr. Potter, Minerva started, exasperated. I know you probably feel much older than your age. We all do in times like these. It was obvious Harry was under immense strain, but to think he wasn't 17. It was ludicrous, really. Ma'am, can you please just listen? Harry asked, suddenly hunching over tiredly. Minerva flinched at the way she'd just been addressed. She considered Harry her favorite student. To hear him say those words actually stung. All right, I'll listen. Now I'll definitely need a drink listening to this. Are you sure there is nothing I can get you both? Stalling slightly, but genuinely needing a drink. Ginger tea, and some ginger snaps, Harry informed her, giving her the time she needed to brace herself for what was to come. He knew a distraction when he saw one, so he allowed it, plus he was feeling a little queasy now and ginger tea helped. Dobby. He wouldn't accept anyone else bringing him things he ate and drank. The house elf received its instructions, and disappeared with a pop, giving nothing away that he was in fact in Harry and Severus' employment, not Hogwarts. He would be coming with them when they inevitably left Hogwarts, albeit if they both survived, that is. Part of them out, their child, and that was the most important thing to them. So much so that they were doing this just to be extra safe. He doubted anyone would just jump to the conclusion that Harry was pregnant, but honestly, they couldn't take that chance. Silence reigned heavily while they waited, although Minerva's eyes almost popped out of her head when she noticed Severus and Harry's fingers brushing against each other almost in comfort. She was still distracted by what she'd seen when Dobby returned, so much so that Severus gathered the items Harry requested for him and handed it over. Dobby had also made his favorite coffee without being asked. He knew there would be some whiskey in it too. He had to smother a grin. Dobby was a godsend. He took the mug and sat back, keeping an eye on Harry. He was drinking that ginger tea for a reason. That reason was he was obviously feeling queasy or sick. He was grateful that Harry didn't suffer too much from it. The book said it could be constant, day and night, and prevent sleeping. Then again, this was just the beginning. I'm sure you know the majority of what happened this past summer, Severus said slowly. It wasn't this past summer, for them, in terms of time, which was a struggle to get his mind around, even for someone as smart and capable as him. Harry being kidnapped, rescued and being forced to room with me in my quarters as per Dumbledore's demands. He didn't say anything about when he found out about the long-term abuse Harry had been subjected to. Signs he hadn't seen and still tortured himself over at his weakest. Wondering if he had seen and ignored any signs or if Harry truly had been that good at hiding it. Yes, I'm aware, Minerva said somberly, relaxing into her seat as she drank her tea. After informing Dumbledore I wished to have no part in the Order, I began to wonder about a few things. Primarily training. I was useless after I was kidnapped. I should have been able to defend myself better. Harry said bitterly, clenching his hands into fists. I only knew the spells Hogwarts taught. I realized I was fundamentally a sitting duck. So I thought to myself, who best to train me than an ex-Death Eater? Someone who knows their every weakness and could help me exploit it. I see, Minerva replied, so their forced proximity and training had caused this closeness. It didn't explain their sudden urge to marry. She hadn't even been aware that Severus liked children enough to want one of his own for Merlin's sake. She was beginning to realize she didn't know much about Severus and that actually hurt a great deal. A lot has happened to you that shouldn't have. Harry, using his name instead of title. Unaware she was using it wrong anyway. He wasn't just Mr. Potter anymore, he was Lord Potter. He had taken up the mantle. Potter Snape if you went by his marriage name. Not that anyone cared, Harry said dryly, but there was no anger, just resignation and acceptance in those jaded green eyes. Waving his hand forestalling the inevitable reply, he wasn't stopping this conversation. So I asked Severus to teach me everything he knew. In return he gained something as well, quite rare potion ingredients. He was rather hoping he didn't need to tell her exactly where they'd been training and where the time bubble actually was. It was too good an opportunity to pass up, so I agreed. Severus put his own words into it. That very same day, Dumbledore quite callously informed Harry that Tonks would be by to see him that night. Minerva just stared blankly at them. Dumbledore whored Tonks out to a 16-year-old, Harry said glibly. An Auror who would have gone through with it, 16. He repeated his age again as if it would run home for McGonagall. No, Minerva gasped, shocked and horrified by yet another thing Dumbledore had done. Yes, Harry replied, she would have risked ruin just to do what Dumbledore wanted. She was dating Remus I think at the time. It turned his stomach the control Dumbledore had over everyone. He wasn't sure if Remus had forgiven her. He hadn't asked even though they spoke frequently. Severus remained blank-faced, even though he was furious. Back then he'd been completely surprised that Harry was still a virgin. He was 16, quite famous in their world, had girls watching him, the Weasley girl trailing his every move. So yes, he'd been very surprised, even he hadn't been a virgin at 16. We found the founder's portrait during that time. Salazar suggested a training room when he heard what we were going to do. The beauty of that room, as we learned, it was contained within a time bubble. Harry explained. Minerva inhaled sharply, shock so prominently displayed. One survived. Odd as she was worried. Indeed, Severus informed her, while we were in there years past and on the outside a mere summer. Licking her lips, what age are you? She asked, gazing at Harry trying to see if she could gauge how long they'd been down there. I'm nearly 20, Harry replied, twitching his hand, and slowly the glamour began to fade. Thank Merlin for his continued use as a child, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to keep it on long term now. He'd unconsciously been using one, to keep his abuse hidden from the magical world. From the age of 11, it was accidental to begin with, but pretty soon he was doing it on his own free will. Minerva stood as Harry's real face was shown to her. The proof required to know that Harry was indeed not 17 years old anymore. Oh, he was very handsome, much more handsome than his father. Who he did not look like a double of anymore. He was a unique mixture of both his parents. Slumping back down, tell me everything, she said, and it didn't come as a demand. A slow smile was making its way onto her face. As she watched yet again as Severus and Harry touched, just their hands, but that sort of intimacy spoke volumes. A closeness, love, happiness. She was still reeling over what happened, but she also couldn't help but be happy for them. The time bubble is amazing, Minerva. It enabled me to give Harry the training he truly needed, which without I fear that only sheer dumb luck would have seen him through the war. Severus stated. He still feared it wasn't enough. The Dark Lord was a formidable opponent. In what subjects was he trained? Minerva asked, bright curiosity written across her face. Everything, Severus informed her. He took to ancient runes very easily, especially for someone who had no prior training in the subject. It was his own side project, of course, something to do while we weren't training. Miss Granger will be pleased, Minerva said thoughtfully. She'd have someone to talk about ancient runes with. She knew it was the girls' favorite class, although considering the time they'd been away, perhaps Harry would be able to teach her a thing or two. What happened next? Wishing to know what occurred, since apparently Dumbledore had done more than she knew. Oh, it definitely wasn't over, that much she realized. First time we came up after being down there for a month, Dumbledore took me into his office, Harry said, his eyes glancing briefly at his hand which had bled as he tried to stop himself reacting to what Dumbledore did that day. He told me that Tonks would be by, and if I didn't do it that he would see me married off. Since he was my magical guardian he could do it. Even though technically I was 17 years old, on the outside it wasn't quite true. Severus' lip curled in disgust, remembering vividly just how terrified Harry had been that day. While many pure-bloods would have been resigned to it, due to the fact they'd grown up in a world where arranged marriages were the norm. Not true actually, arranged marriages were tapering off these days. Even Lucius hadn't made one, instead he was letting Draco marry whoever he pleased. Although he suspected Narcissa had a large say in that. To be blackmailed into something, while learning it was truly possible, had so petrified Harry that day. Minerva swallowed thickly, closing her hand over her mouth at the sheer horror of what she was hearing. It was during that time we went to Gringotts to see if it was true, and regretfully it was. Severus explained. We also found out that Dumbledore had kept Harry from serious will reading. It would have given him closure for Merlin's sake. Harry hunched over a little at the words, still even after all this time deeply hurt by that. Minerva closed her eyes, each word becoming worse than the last where it concerned the old man. She'd been disgusted by his actions, but she was coming to realize that she didn't even know the half of what he had done. If he could do this to Harry, who else had he hurt in the course of his tenure? And, had any of them tried to come to her and she'd just not understood or listened? She felt like a failure, especially since Harry had never come to her for aid. No, he'd gone to her least favorite, at least back then, professor for help. Then came the marriage contract, she said tiredly. Then came the marriage contract, Severus added, eyes gleaming viciously. Though we have the goblins' eternal thanks, or perhaps Orion Black, who changed the law regarding the Blacks' contracts and how they worked. Harry signed the deeds to become Black's heir, despite Dumbledore's attempts to ensure Harry never even knew about them. Harry had a feral grin of his own. Oh, he'd love that. Dumbledore had bitten off more than he could chew, and it had been glorious. It truly was all down to the goblins. If Griphook had signed it officially, then nothing he did would have mattered. You know what happened afterwards, Severus pointed out. So this wasn't a marriage of convenience or fear for what would come. Minerva questioned, not sure whether she was relieved that both had went into it on their own free will or not. She just didn't understand. The two of them couldn't have been less alike. Opposites attracted, she knew this, but they didn't just hate each other, they'd loathed one another, hadn't they? Merlin, no, nothing like that, Severus retorted immediately, squashing that belief. At least not fully. Harry had a bad feeling the day of the trial, the day they bonded. He had felt through the bond, though 100% certainty. Harry had wanted to bond with him for a lot longer than that, but he had put the brakes on constantly. Until he was just unable to deny his heart's desire, to deny Harry's own wants and needs. What age was Harry when the decision was made? To bond, that is, Minerva asked. While he was over the age of consent, it didn't mean Harry wasn't being hasty and rash. She wanted to believe that, but considering how close they were, sitting together almost happy, content, she knew it was something they wanted and had taken. She still needed a clearer picture of what had happened though, and how best to contain the situation. She wasn't even touching upon the fact that Harry was apparently pregnant for Merlin's sake. 19, Severus stated firmly. Quite honestly, they'd spent so long down there, with different intervals, keeping track hadn't been a priority, other than emerging from the time bubble long enough to stave off suspicion, and that was it. He was either 18 or just going on 19. Either way, he was well past the age of consent, both in the aging they'd done in the time bubble and in terms of Harry's real birth date. "It was a good job we did," Harry said with a foul look on his face, just thinking of Dumbledore's next bloody plan. Severus winced. "Indeed. Dear Merlin, what happened next?" Minerva asked, exasperated. "Honestly, where did Dumbledore find the bloody time for all his shenanigans?" "The Vendicatory," Severus added, "their original purpose for being at the trial. They'd come for Harry, promising them Harry as a bonded partner in order for them to train him for the upcoming war." Something Minerva was already aware of. Perhaps she had forgotten or wasn't keeping up with their version of events accurately, which was fair enough. "Oh, yes, I remember that." Minerva nodded in understanding, slumping slightly in her seat. Truthfully, with everything that happened, it hadn't truly been something she dwelled on. In fact, it was Severus' parting words that had been so horrifyingly playing on her mind. Severus had practically told her she was to blame for Sirius Black's death because Harry no longer trusted teachers due to the fact Harry believed she had done nothing regarding the stone in his first year. "The only thing that stayed their hand was the fact I was bonded," Harry stated as if it wasn't already clear. "Thank Merlin for small mercies," Minerva admitted tiredly. Harry scoffed. Yeah, he would agree with that one. Instead of putting up with this, he sort of wished he was in the library. Hermione was in the finishing stages of completing everything she needed to make those magic-suppressing bracelets. The beauty of it was that Hermione had succeeded in them while using holy legal spells. Like a light bulb went off, Minerva narrowed her eyes at the pair. "Why are you telling me now? Why not at the beginning of the school year or perhaps after the trial?" "I'm pregnant, remember," Harry said, stating the obvious. "I understand that, yes, but revealing everything wasn't needed to tell me that," Minerva pointed out. "Yeah, well, you would have wanted to know who the father was, who I was bonded to, and I wasn't going to lie about who I love," Harry said adamantly. "It's bad enough I have to conceal it from nearly the entire world without adding more. I just hope that our trust isn't misplaced." Severus' lips twitched in fondness. "We will need your help when it's time for Harry to head down to the chamber, where he will be giving birth to our child. Now, Dobby Cannon might come for me at any given moment. Time moves differently down there. You will need to have a good excuse to why Harry's left, why I'm temporarily gone, so that no suspicion ever falls upon us." He just hoped to Merlin he wasn't called during that time. If he was, then he would need to ignore it. He would have to. He was not going to miss the birth of his child or trust someone else with his bonded and child's life. "I must come up with the excuses?" Minerva asked, blinking at the pair of them. "Well, not on your own. We just need to rely on you telling the school a good excuse, which we can come up with, that will be believed especially by those outside Hogwarts walls," Harry said pointedly, letting her know he meant Voldemort without saying the words. "Something that won't cause much concern or rumors, anything but the truth, I suppose." "I see," Minerva nodded. They were definitely thinking of the long term then. "We'll discuss it closer to the time," Severus vowed to her, not wanting her to try and come up with excuses on the day. Gryffindors weren't known for their forward thinking. He was sure between them they could come up with a good excuse. "I understand," Minerva said, giving a nod. Perhaps she wasn't as trusted as she believed she was where Harry was concerned. If Severus' words were true, she had only herself to blame. If they had trusted her, she would have known from the beginning. However, it was obvious they didn't fully distrust her, otherwise she wouldn't have been any the wiser, even if it meant their plans had to be altered to everyone thinking Harry was missing. "I believe congratulations on your bonding is in order, as well as that little miracle, Mr. Potter Snape," Minerva said, her tone solemn but true to her words. She would need to see about getting a few gifts for them. It was only proper after all. "Thank you," Harry said, his masks dropping far enough that Minerva could see just how joyous this was for them. They were happy with this development, even Severus, whose eyes were gleaming with pride. "Thank you, Minerva," Severus added his own thanks for both the bonding and his child, their child. Please know that I am here for you both, Minerva said calmly. I know I may have messed up in the past, and for that, I owe you both countless apologies. I am hopeful that in the future that I can regain that trust and respect from both of you. Treating Harry like the adult he was, not the teenager he used to be. She still needed a drink or 5 though, and she would as soon as she was alone. I hope so, Harry said softly, rubbing at his stomach. Are you all right? Severus asked, his attention solely focused on his bonded as Minerva watched on. Yeah, the tea helped, Harry said sincerely, a smile spreading across his face at Severus' concern. Minerva, heart clenched at the sight, they were so happy, and it was so rare to find that during these turbulent times. Good, Severus said nodding. Thank you, Minerva, we must be off, he added, which was true. Harry wanted to spend some time with his friends and he had lessons to prep for. Of course, Minerva said, watching them stand up and depart, her mind still reeling over everything that happened. She felt as though there was still some things they were keeping back though. What it was, she had no idea. They'd already revealed important details after all. Shaking it off, she grabbed a bottle of alcohol she kept stashed in her desk. She definitely needed a drink after that. The last 2 people on Earth she ever suspected of getting bonded were in fact bonded. She was completely and utterly gobsmacked. Harry, over here, Hermione whisper shouted to him, as she waved her hand so he could see where she was from behind the stack of books and the bookshelf in the corner. Ron as always was with her, but writing away on parchment, either helping her or doing his homework. Harry made his way over, noticing that Hermione was positively vibrating in excitement. Her endless enthusiasm was no longer a surprise, at least not to Harry and Ron, but it still amused them to see her that way considering she was 17 not 11 anymore. Ron just grinned wryly at him, as if he knew what Harry was thinking. Perhaps he did. I did it, Hermione whispered ecstatically, carelessly wiping away her extra bushy, at least today, hair from her face. She'd been working relentlessly for hours after realizing what she had to do. Everything is set to work. Hypothetically, they couldn't exactly just find someone to test it on now, could they? What would work better with the spells? Gold or platinum? Well, platinum is more dense even if it's malleable. With more platinum going into any design than say gold, it would hold the spells more easily. Hermione explained, I tried to find information on the original ones, like the ones Dumbledore was forced into, but I couldn't find anything. I'm surprised that anyone knows what happened to them. Anyone. She was referring to Severus, but in public they couldn't run the risk of being overheard. I'll need to find someone willing to create something like handcuffs with platinum then, Harry mused. After that, a strengthening spell is a must to ensure they cannot ever be broken. Handcuffs? Ron questioned curiously. Like a binding charm only on the hands, they're metal, it's how police hold their suspects to stop them getting away. Harry explained for their clueless friend. Surprised Dad doesn't have a pair, Ron grinned wryly. His father's love for all things muggles was amusing to say the least. It didn't used to be, but he no longer cared what anyone thought. He'd once been embarrassed at the thought of it, but his girlfriend and best friend were fond of his dad, and found themselves amused by Arthur's cluelessness when it came to all things that weren't magical. He sort of understood it now, especially when Harry and Hermione were clueless about things he knew. There's only one thing, Harry said thoughtfully, realizing something. What? Hermione asked, narrowing her eyes, mentally going through the entire list thinking she'd forgotten something. Well, I don't really want to get too close to Voldemort, nor do I want to end up with Death Eaters surrounding me. We need to find a way to attach them without being too close. Harry said, green eyes gleaming viciously. Sort of like the spell Remus used on Peeves, but obviously different. Leave that to me, I'll get it done. He would need to ask Severus and Salazar though. Between them all they should be able to get it done. All right, if we're doing this with magic, we'll need a few backups in place just in case, Hermione said cautiously. Biting her lip, this was going to cost a fortune. It wasn't fair that Harry would pay the brunt of it. Perhaps we should just use silver. Harry pursed his lips thoughtfully. I'll ask him if he knows what they're made of, and the best thing to use. Not that Severus actually knew about this project, but it looked like he was about to get a crash course. Although he didn't want to worry him, he already had the whole alchemy potions thing to deal with. He knew just how complicated it was if both Sev and Nicholas weren't able to figure it out very quickly. "We told the headmistress today," he leaned in and whispered to them. Ron sniggered. How did she react? He'd gotten over his own reaction, thank you very much, now he wanted to know how she reacted. "I bet she found it hilarious, a joke." Harry solemnly shook his head. "She must have believed us, she passed out," he said, causing Hermione to gasp in shock. "Bloody hell," Ron said, his lips threatening to turn into a grin. "Yeah, I'll ask him about it tonight, I'll let you know before classes tomorrow," Harry said, stretching out, not risking further conversation as students began to look for books in their section. "You finished your homework," which by the way was piling up, when Hermione proclaimed it a nastily exhausting year. She hadn't been kidding. "Of course," Hermione muttered, sounding insulted at the mere thought of Harry thinking she hadn't finished already. "Only got Dada to do, Remus isn't half being vicious, 3 feet. Ron said in despair. "I need a break from it all." Stretching out himself, catching the full moon reflecting in the window. "Well, it's only a year," Hermione patted his arm in consolation. Ron, however, wasn't paying attention, he was blinking at the moon as if he was in a love potion-induced daze. "Ron," Harry called out, throwing a scrunched-up wad of parchment at the teen. "Has the full moon not just gone by?" Ron asked suddenly, like last night gone by. "Actually, yes, it has," Hermione said, glancing at the window, eyes wide in shock. "How was he well enough to teach today? Wait a minute, I can't remember him being absent at all." She cried in shock. Had she been so busy she failed to realize that Remus Lupin, a werewolf, was suddenly well at all times, never absent. "Is he using a time turner, do you reckon?" Ron questioned, brow furrowed. "How could I not realize?" Hermione muttered, still shocked by her obliviousness. "No, not a time turner, he's no longer a werewolf, but he does still have lycanthrope." Harry explained easily. Remus hadn't told anyone apparently, about his latest transformation. A good thing. Who knows what Voldemort would do if he wanted that information to ensure the werewolves fight for him. Ron and Hermione turned to stare at Harry as if he had just lost most his marbles. Hermione sat on the floor of the head boy room, surrounded by dozens and dozens of parchment. Written on those sheets of parchments were the entirety of the process both Harry and Severus had gone through for the cure to lycanthrope. If they could call it a cure, since technically Remus was still strictly speaking suffered from lycanthrope, all tests would prove that. He just no longer suffered, he could just curl up into a ball in wolf form and just sleep through the full moon. Which meant no more pain, no more suffering, and he could just rouse the next morning and go about his day. To be truthful, Harry was surprised it took Hermione so long to realize what was going on. He'd forgive her though, she was going through a lot preparing for her NEWTs after all. This is, it's unbelievable," she stuttered out, completely astonished, eyes wider than Harry had ever seen them before. "It worked. It really worked. There was this cure all along." It boggled her mind just thinking about it. And it was Salazar Slytherin who created it. Now that was what had stunned Ron the most. The Salazar Slytherin. He knew that Slytherin wasn't as awful as they'd all been led to believe. Part of Ron had accepted that, but the childish part had clung on stubbornly to childish naivety. Unfortunately, he wasn't innocent or childish anymore. He understood people weren't just good or bad, a lot of people had complexity to them. While he wouldn't completely understand their motivations, life was different for everyone. It made him grateful to have been sheltered so thoroughly by his parents growing up, even if it had made his teenager years hell, made understanding Harry difficult. "Ronnie's absolutely amazing, he makes even Severus look like a completely beginner when it comes to potions sometimes," Harry said, admiration clear to see and hear. "Even now I can only keep up with him so long when he's on one of his potions tangents. Even Hermione wouldn't be able to keep up with him, trust me on that," so sincere that Hermione didn't get indignant at being found lacking. "This is astonishing, are you publishing this? Other werewolves deserve to get the cure, to have a normal life, just like Remus." Hermione was caught in one of her own tangents. "I mean, some of them will think it's a trap and not come forward, but after a few have spoken about it, word will get around." They'll start coming forward. We can do this, we'll help. Hermione, Harry called loudly, causing her mouth to snap shut, staring at him uncomprehendingly. Softening his tone and explaining quietly, it will be published, but after the war, me and Sev already have enough heat to put up with, you know, without adding something like that. But it would stop the werewolves from siding with Voldemort, Hermione protested, but it was calm and quiet, not filled with conviction. Yeah, we know, Harry sighed, his hand carding through his hair where he sat on the chair nearby, the warmth of the fire finally starting to build up, warming them after spending hours in the library. It wasn't an easy decision to make, although we contemplated the idea of helping one or two others nearing the end of the war, pausing briefly, and mass making it, so that it could be distributed to everyone so nobody has to wait. Hermione narrowed her eyes, the look on Harry's face spoke volumes. We're storing the vials with the instructions in boxes and putting them in my vaults. In the event of my death you will receive them. Harry finished. I know it's a lot to ask, but you could finish it for us. It wouldn't make lycanthrope a thing of the past, hell, it could be handed down the line to an unsuspecting kid, but with the potion published it would be readily available to everyone who needed it. Salazar Slytherin's last act, and not the one everyone believed it to be. Ron reached over and squeezed Hermione's hand. She didn't like it when Harry spoke about his own death. Yet he sort of understood his care and deliberations in making sure his wishes were known. His own parents' wishes had been ignored. There was no way Lily Potter would have let Harry go to the Dursleys even if it was the last option, not with friends she had. If he had anything he would have been leaving a will too, but he didn't. He wasn't the lords to the Potter and Black estates. Anyway, they're there, we're thinking of them, it's just like being caught between a rock and a hard place. Harry changed the subject, he didn't want to make Hermione cry. Ignoring Ron's confused look at his Muggle saying, he was getting there but he wasn't quite able to keep up with a lot of the Muggle sayings they said. A lot of them were self-explanatory, so there was no need for a lot of explaining. Maybe there are a few that Remus knows and trusts. Ron suggested, gratefully accepting the change of conversation, planning on doing everything he could to keep it up. He hated seeing Hermione cry, or nearly cry as this case may be. No, if that was the case, I think they would have been in the order, Hermione interjected pensively. Harry snorted, not really, werewolves don't tend to take to Dumbledore, too many promises broken over the years. Even if they trusted Remus they wouldn't have joined the order. I don't know if you've noticed but most creatures actually tend to stay out of the war. The Dementors and some werewolves are the obvious exception. If Remus knew and trusted anyone, then he would have probably already suggested them, Ron pointed out, his hands out in front of the flames warming him up. He knows what it's like, shrugging his shoulders in a, oh well, kind of way, his brow slightly furrowed as he thought on everything they'd just learned. So is it just like the paperwork states? He turns into an animagus now. Would he still change during the full moon? Would it still hurt? Hermione was on a roll as always. Eager to know everything she could, and with something new handed to her she was all for getting every single piece of information she could regarding the potion. Grimacing, Harry called out, Dobby. Giving Hermione a pointed look, praying she wouldn't get on his nerves regarding Dobby. He was his house elf, his and Sev's actually, and nothing she said was going to change that. Ginger tea and biscuits, Master Harry. Dobby guessed, looking extremely pleased, almost quivering in delight when Harry nodded his head. What can Dobby get for Master Harry's Wheezy and my own? Harry looked away, muffling his amusement. He was usually more composed, but he actually usually only called Dobby when Sev was around the majority of the time. Dobby knew to be calm and quiet when it came to Severus, since he wasn't one for putting up with too much chattering and wasting time. Just bring up their usual platter, Harry commented once he regained control of himself. No matter how often he heard it, having Ron being wheezy was hilarious. He always remembered the first time he'd been caught between offended and extremely embarrassed. It had been comical, really. It was good to feel amused, even having such a tough conversation. All right, Harry said, sitting forward, any ideas on how to test the cuffs? Wondering if he would need to get Severus in on it, but he didn't want to distract him too much from his alchemy work with Nicholas Flamel. It wasn't even remotely about Ginny, but Severus was enjoying himself tinkering away with both potions and alchemy. We could use Draco, Ron stated, his mouth twisted, being utterly disingenuous. Ron. Hermione protested, slapping at his leg in retaliation for his words. Draco Malfoy, as much as he was a cowardly, disgusting cockroach, he didn't deserve something like that. Fine, what about just using a Death Eater? Ron grumbled, I mean, they like hanging around Hogshead, right? If we use the invisibility cloak, we could stun one of them we recognize. It wasn't as if they were going to risk testing them themselves after all. They weren't creating them to be able to be removed, and knowing Hermione, she had succeeded. Then what? Hermione pointed out, slightly alarmed by the direction their planning was taking. Let them go. Whether they use magic or not, I mean, it might make things more difficult for us in the long run if word gets out someone's creating magic-suppressing cuffs. Gift wrap them for the Aurors. Ron suggested sheepishly. I don't know, Hermione, he was one for strategy, yes, but this kind. Hell no, they usually just fought the bad guy or helped Harry. They didn't normally do this kind of thing, but in his book, nobody deserved it more than the Death Eaters, who didn't deserve their magic when all they caused was death and destruction. If we do this, we're no better than them, Hermione whispered, eyes wider than normal and unusually haunted. We aren't going to kill him, Hermione, although death probably is preferable to living on that island for what's left of their natural life. Harry said grimly, a shudder racking his spine. The effects the Dementors had on him since he was 13 had not abated over time. If anything, it was worse, as he had a lot more horrible memories than he had at the age of 13. Even I couldn't imagine having to be around those foul things all day, every single day, Ron confessed, and they hadn't really affected him at all much compared to Harry, who had passed out hearing his mother screaming. Merlin, his best friend, had it bad when it came to those things, so the words out of his mouth definitely didn't surprise him. We are going to have to do this, aren't we? Hermione's shoulders slumped as she realized they could go no further with their plans if they didn't. If this prevented her best friend from having to murder someone, surely they could do it. Was there even a possibility of Voldemort going to prison and actually staying there without fanatics breaking him out? The prison had been broken into once more, which concerned her greatly, although getting him out was one thing. Removing the cuffs would be an entirely different thing. She wasn't too big-headed to realize that there may be a way to do just that. She wasn't infallible. Can we even take the chance that he will stay in prison and not having the remaining Death Eaters get him out? And they weren't deluded enough to think that all the Death Eaters or sympathizers would end up behind bars along with him. No, Harry stated sharply, I can do it myself. They were still young. In a few more years perhaps they wouldn't have thought twice about this way, but he had forgotten that he was 2 years older than them, nearly 3. You shouldn't have to, Hermione protested, we can do it. Together. They'd always done everything together and they would finish it together. She shoved her reservations aside, there was no place for them here. She refused to utter the words, the greater good. She didn't believe in that, not anymore. Not after what Dumbledore had done. The words just left a bitter taste in her mouth, to be honest. Are you sure? Harry asked her seriously, green eyes like cold emeralds. Very, Hermione stated sharply. She would do whatever it took to make the magical world safe from the likes of Voldemort. Even if it meant doing something wrong, although she already was breaking the law. She had created a way to make cuffs that would subdue someone's magic for Merlin's sake. Something that hadn't been attempted in generations. All right, then the next thing we need to do is get cuffs. The question is muggle or magical. Harry leaned back, content that things were back on track. Is there a difference? Ron asked, confused. Jewelry is jewelry, right? Magical jewelry I would summarize as made with some process of magic that might interfere with the spells or make it stronger, Harry explained to Ron. Would we need to investigate the process they go through? Is it even possible without giving away family secrets on how they go through the process? But magic is only added to certain things, and only if it's asked. Costs a lot too, Ron pointed out, perplexed. Like tracking charms or well-being spells, usually for young kids. His mum had wanted to get something like that, he remembered, for Ginny because she liked to wander off. He'd been like 5 or 6 at the time. His mum had almost had a heart attack when Ginny went to Luna's to play without saying anything. The price had been too much, especially while trying to feed a large family and pay for Hogwarts things for his older brothers. Like a lot of other things that cost money, the ideas were discarded as they struggled throughout his childhood, not that he'd recognized this as a young boy. Money had meant nothing to him, even if he got fed up of wearing his brother's clothes. It didn't really dawn on him until he came to Hogwarts just how badly off his family was. There can't be any additional spells. It's volatile combination as it is. Hermione protested immediately upon realizing Harry wasn't speculating. Seriously. There's magic imbued into jewelry in the magical world. She hadn't shown any interest in jewelry, she preferred spending her money on books. Plus, she assumed the process was the same in the magical world, just hastened really. Then definitely the Muggle world, plenty shops around London, Harry said definitively. I'll take a trip to Gringotts, get the money transferred and get them as soon as possible. 4 bands, all of them had to be the same metal, platinum. It was pricey but it was going to be worth it. He just hoped that he could convince the Ministry to send Voldemort to Nurmengard. It had held Grindelwald, prevented any of his people coming from him, so he could only hope the same would happen to Voldemort. The things you had to do to end the war. Or I can get my parents to order them next day delivery and send them here. Hermione suggested. They might not have all order, but they had their own means of getting things delivered quickly. Admittedly, it might take 2 or 3 days in total, especially with how long it would take the owl to get to his parents for them to order the jewelry. I don't know, I mean it would take up to 4 days, maybe 5 at a push if we did it that way. Harry frowned, whereas if I go today I could have them by tonight. And more people use the pub at the weekend, we might get lucky. Ron nodded. It was better than waiting potentially a week for any sign of a Death Eater. Well, that's only if my own can get it all set up tonight. We can't risk any mistakes though, Harry conceded. He'd rather they took their time, even if it wasn't on their side, than screw it up. Could you do it? Ron asked, even if he already knew the answer. This was Hermione, so of course, she could. He saw Harry rolling his eyes, a wry amused grin on his face. He'd bet his best friend was having similar thoughts to him. Ron felt warmth flood through him. Despite the turbulent times and the fears he had, he was so very glad to have his best friends, and Hermione was still his best friend even if she was his girlfriend too. To think he'd almost screwed it up. Thank Merlin he came to his senses and didn't remain a bloody idiot or a foul git as Harry had called him. Of course I could. Hermione cried out indignantly, not appreciating her friends doubting her for a second. Only when she looked at both of them catching the matching grins she huffed. Rolling her eyes she shook her head. Boys, sometimes she just couldn't understand them at all. Ron and Harry laughed, letting out some of that remaining tension as Dobby returned, and they greedily and eagerly dug in, making sure to thank Dobby while they were at it. If you're going out, you'll need to leave soon. I mean, the shops will be closing in a few hours, Hermione cautioned him, waving her hand, and the time appeared in bright red numbers for them to see for themselves. I agree, I'll go in half an hour, Harry agreed, holding up the cup showing he wanted to drink his ginger tea before he left. How's things with Snap, Severus? Ron asked, looking comically constipated as though it was hurting him to ask. We're good, we've told McGonagall. Let's just hope it doesn't bite us in the ass, Harry grumbled, still going back and forth on whether they should have told her. She wouldn't put you in danger. Hermione protested, more out of habit than actual feelings. Want to say that with a little more feeling, Harry said dryly, giving her a pointed look. Well, not with Voldemort, Hermione corrected her statement. What had her life came to that she felt she couldn't trust her teachers at all. True, but all it takes is talking to the wrong person. Pettigrew was in league with Voldemort and he was in the Order. It could happen again and we'd have no idea. Harry said, it doesn't help that I don't trust the Order as far as I can throw them. This was also true. They'd all trusted Dumbledore too blindly for his tastes and judged him just because he was a Slytherin at heart. Who knows how much of Dumbledore's plans they'd known. Heck, Tonks had tried to sleep with him, an underage boy for Merlin's sake, on Dumbledore's orders. Risking her career, her relationship with Remus, which by the way was over with. According to Remus, he hadn't seen her since the argument over it and he was fine with it. He could actually disown Tonks, and she'd not only lose any ties to the Black family but potentially her Metamorphomagus abilities. He was a vindictive bastard when he wanted to be, but not that malicious that he'd take the only thing that was probably keeping Tonks at her job. If he really wanted to with her, all he needed to do was tell the ministry what she'd tried to do and she'd probably end up in Azkaban actually. The metamorphomagus ability didn't really come into it. Ron scowled before grimacing when he thought of Pettigrew. That thing had slept in his bed for years. He loathed being reminded that it was actually a damn animagus and not just a rat pet he had. It creeped him out just thinking about it. He wished he'd kept the damn thing in its cage all the time, certainly would have been preferable. He chewed viciously on his cookie, to refrain from saying anything about it. His mind mulling what he could say to change the subject, it was a bit too heavy for him. Especially when it came to eating. Eating. Mum and Dad are coming to Hogwarts tomorrow, Ron commented out of the blue, while Hermione continued to read over the paperwork for the lycanthrope potion, a look of awe still on her face. Ginny, Harry quietly concluded. She'd been missing classes more and more often, he'd heard. Morning sickness, it was a case. He was just beginning and he did not enjoy it. He would have some sympathy for her if she hadn't tried to destroy his life. He vowed though never to let what she tried to do rule his life. If anything, she'd given him something irreplaceable. A loving relationship with someone who understood him completely. To top it off, a child, a baby that was growing inside of him right now. As terrifying as it was also a miracle that he'd never be able to express accurately of what it meant. Yeah, they're taking her home, Ron replied. It's until the end of the pregnancy this time. What exactly is she going to do if she has a girl? Hermione asked, evidently listening to their conversation despite being immersed in the paper she was reading. I mean, the contract said 3 heirs, didn't it? 3 boys. Ron gagged. Please don't talk about my sister's life, he said, his nose screwed up in repugnance. I agree, I already feel sick as it is, Harry muttered darkly in agreement. Drinking the remainder of the drink, it was time to head to Muggle London. I love that we can leave Hogwarts whenever we want. It's weird though, I'll admit. Hermione grinned. The beauty of being legally adults and able to do as you please, she informed him primly, eyes twinkling merrily. You've got that right, Harry said, laughing joyfully. Okay, I have to get going. I'll see you in a couple of hours. Meet up here. Yeah, Hermione agreed. Ron just nodded. Bye, Harry called out, not waiting for their reply before he closed the door to his own headboy rooms and left Ron and Hermione to it. This room was actually used more than Hermione's, mostly because Harry didn't want to accidentally walk in on anything if they were up to something. It took Hermione 20 minutes to realize her boyfriend was uncommonly quiet. He hadn't spoken at all or even made an attempt to kiss her, which he usually did when they were actually alone. Glancing over to Ron, she noticed he wore an odd look on his face as he stared into the fire with an almost vacant glaze in his brown eyes. Ron? Hermione questioned, actually growing worried about him. Yeah, Ron's reply was automatic, absent really, answering without really listening. Are you okay? Hermione shuffled everything together, turning to properly face him, a hand inevitably clutching his in her concern. I'm fine, Ron sighed, rubbing his face tiredly. It's just a little much, that's all, trying to dismiss his worries. Tell me, Hermione encouraged him. You already know everything, Ron stated, shrugging helplessly. There's nothing that can be done other than just tiding it over. Talking it out and coming up with a solution or plan always helps, trust me, Hermione said, seating herself next to Ron, forcing him to wrap his arms around her, trying to give him the comfort he obviously needed but didn't seek. I worry about Ginny. I know I shouldn't, not really, not after all she's done, but she's my sister, Ron said in despair. He'd had this conversation before, it was no secret. He just felt so guilty about it that he needed absolution, needed someone to tell him he wasn't wrong to support his sister even in a small capacity. My sister, I just don't understand why she'd do all this. His voice was edging onto a whine as he almost crumbled in despair. He spent a lot of time keeping Ginny away from Harry even now. Harry was bonded for Merlin's sake. He'd made it clear he would never want her, but she refused to give up. He didn't understand her. Your mum and dad will take care of her, they don't have to worry about money, they have enough coming in now and Harry's not asking for much each month. So they can afford it, it's going to be just fine on that part. Hermione said strongly. As for her motivations, we can only speculate, but I think it's ingrained from childhood. She was told all these tall tales about the boy who lived, and got it into her head to marry him. The fact the Potters were known to be hugely wealthy probably helps too. She feels like she's owed it, and I honestly think that the incident with the diary didn't help. The diary was obsessed with Harry just as much as Ginny, and that probably fueled her desires. The incident in second year with the song had been just awful. She'd been 11, it was wrong on so many levels. Ron shook his head tiredly. He was so damn sick of trying to figure out his little sister. He would never forgive her for what she did. Hell, that could have ended his relationship with Harry and maybe sent Hermione running too. Ron wouldn't have blamed her. Things could have turned out so differently, but thankfully he had his two pillars with him who kept him grounded and helped him when he needed it. What else? Hermione nudged him, encouraging him to continue. I want to go with Harry, Ron said, straightening up, determination thrumming through him, his jaw clenched tightly in resolve. Oh, Ron, we're all going, Hermione said, slightly amused. We're all going to finish this together. We started together after all, no need to disturb the status quo. Just smiling when Ron glanced at her in silent query. But I thought you didn't want to do it, Ron said, baffled by her sudden turnaround. Women. Honestly, how was he supposed to keep up with her? I don't, not really, but in war you have to do things you don't like. Hermione explained her reasoning. A smart man once said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Fighting the war, it's just doing the same thing over and over again. We have to take action, different ones than before, if we want any hope of succeeding. To stop the insanity of it all. He could see why she'd suddenly decided to do it. Hermione's mind went 100 miles an hour, sometimes it was impossible to understand or keep up with her. She was just brilliant and he loved her, he wanted to marry her, have children with her. Not many though, just 2 or 3, he didn't want to do what his parents had. Struggle for a living, it wasn't something he wished on a kid of his own. His own thoughts stunned him, he nodded dumbly. Thankfully Hermione assumed it was at her answer and not his latest revelation. He wanted to marry her. To do that would require a ring. Maybe doing something for Fred and George could help him get enough money for one while he did Auror training. He was going to make sure he made enough money that his family would never want for anything. Especially not something as simple as brand new clothes. Should we get ready to go then? No, it won't take a few seconds to get ready. Harry will be another hour at least, probably more. How about we go to my rooms? Hermione suggested, laughing softly when that perked Ron right up, who nodded emphatically. Lips twitching in victory, boys were so easily distracted. It was what Ron glanced around Hogsmeade, waiting patiently, for once, for any action. Most of the people vacating Hogshead weren't familiar to them. They weren't going to risk kidnapping someone who was clearly not a Death Eater. They drew the line there. It was already getting dark, and judging by the ominous clouds, it was going to rain soon. He and Harry were under the invisibility cloak, across the road from the pub. Hermione herself had gone into Hogshead to have a look around. If there wasn't a single Death Eater in the place, there was no point to wasting their entire evening. I want to ask Hermione to marry me, Ron blurted out as if the words were physically painful for him. Want to try that again in English? Harry teased him, bumping his shoulder, his gaze never once wavering from the door of the pub. I want to ask Hermione to marry me, Ron said, swallowing thickly, rubbing his palms on his trousers. Nerves was coating him in sweat. As if this little outing wasn't doing just that either. I know she deserves better, someone that can give her everything she wants, but I love her. I want to marry her, get a decent place to live and have kids. By decent he meant buy a property, a house, or flat, or something, anything that's the opposite of the burrow. He didn't want any kid he had to be bullied about where they lived like he was. Ron, nobody would love Hermione more than you, Harry said firmly, thankful for the silencing charm they had surrounding them, as people passed. It would have looked mighty strange, hearing voices of people who weren't there after all. Money can't buy everything, and Hermione values knowledge more than material items. All true, of course. Hermione had never really cared for all that. Although she had grown up with money, her parents made enough to make Hermione's life very comfortable. They owed their own dental practice for Merlin's sake. "I will give her a good life," Ron vowed. "I'll pass Auror training, I'll make a good income, she won't be poor, not like he'd grown up as," was certainly implied in that statement. Harry shook his head. Sometimes Ron got obsessed with money, of making a lot of it. He'd grown up with nothing, so it was to be expected really. He on the other hand grew up without a family, so he saw things differently. He'd rather have a family over money, and Ron would too. He knew that. He just wanted both, wanted to have his cake and eat it too. A perfect analogy, especially when it concerned Ronald Weasley. "You will," he informed his best friend. Ron was determined to see it through, that much was obvious. Ron almost deflated in relief. Harry's approval meant everything to him. "Will you be asking Hermione's father?" Harry asked. The wizarding world was awfully backwards, and Harry genuinely wanted to know whether it was something they still did. "Are you kidding me? I want to keep my balls attached, thank you." Ron managed to get out the words, albeit slightly strangled. It wasn't Hermione's father he was afraid of, but the witch herself. If he dared to ask Hermione's father, Hermione really would be beyond pissed. She didn't like some parts of the magical world, especially how archaic it was when it came to some things. Harry laughed. "Yeah, good point," he said, amusement deep in his voice. "I'm going to ask the twins if I can work in their shop at the weekend, start saving for a ring." Ron explained quietly. He wouldn't be able to afford anything she deserved. Yet he couldn't propose without a ring. Normally purebloods had rings from their relatives to give to the younger generation. Unfortunately, his family did not, probably sold a long time ago to get money to keep the family going. "Look, the Black and Potter vaults have more jewelry than I'll ever use. I'm not doing it out of pity." He warned Ron not to start his shit. "I'm doing it because you're my best mate and they help each other. If you want, I'll set up a payment plan for after you officially become an Auror. But working at the shop only guarantees your grades will slip, and if they do, you won't qualify for the training academy. Even with all the experience you'll likely have, and actually do have in dealing with Voldemort." I'll think about it," Ron admitted pensively. It was true enough though, if he did start working his grades could slip, and it wasn't something he was going to risk. He'd been working hard to raise his grades, to ensure he could become an Auror, which was what he wanted more than anything else in the world. He would have loved it if Harry wanted to be one too, working together, a partnership, but he reckoned Harry's desire to be an Auror had significantly waned. He certainly hadn't spoken of being an Auror again for a while. "That's Hermione now," their conversation abruptly cutting off. They had locator beacons on each other so they knew where the others were at all times. Looking around, he removed the silencing spell around them, waiting for Hermione to do the same thing. "Anything?" Ron asked, more than a little hopeful that they'd get this done tonight. He didn't want to have to spend his weekend trying to find Death Eaters for Merlin's sake. That, and it was getting cold and dark, but he'd suspected it would be this way. Most people in pubs stayed for a good few hours, or the whole night. Not that he was complaining overly much, he was just excited to see if it would work just like his girlfriend and best mate. "The pub is packed," Hermione said, her surprise evident. "Most of them are, well, let's just say they aren't law-abiding citizens, but there are definitely some Death Eaters in there." I recognized one, the same one that was going to kill Buckbeak, one of the first Death Eaters they'd actually met, if you didn't include Severus, but she didn't include him. He had changed. He was a better person now, a spy, trying to do the right thing, willing to at the risk of his own life. They met Pettigrew's human form after the incident with Buckbeak, so that didn't count either. "Walden McNair," Harry said with a repulsive curl of his lips, "in Ministry taking on Death Eaters into their ranks, they were idiots, the lot of them." He wasn't by any means the worst. No, Lucius Malfoy had that spot sorely reserved for him. Perfect, might shake the damn Ministry up enough to change before the war grew worse. "Oh no," Hermione whispered, horrified, realizing they'd forgotten one element of their plan. What's wrong?" Ron asked, looking around the area trying to find the cause of Hermione's alarm, but he could find nothing. "Where are we going to do it?" Hermione whispered in a hushed rush. We can't really take the risk of trying to bring him into Hogwarts. I'm not even sure if the wards would let him in anyway. The Shrieking Shack, Harry proposed. We can bypass the wards and take him there through the secret entrance. It will have to do. I can't really think of anywhere else, and it's secluded enough we can get it done without anyone coming upon us. Hermione conceded. In fact, it's perfect. Correcting herself, it truly was. Nobody went near that shack. If they were caught doing something like they planned, they'd be arrested and sent to Azkaban for sure. They needed to be careful. Okay, then we'll do it. It's just a waiting game now, Harry stated. They had a solid plan. This is definitely going to be the worst part. Too bad there's nowhere we can sit inside, but Ron knew that wouldn't happen. They couldn't risk being seen or worse, missing this perfect opportunity. Come on, let's sit down. Nobody is going to use the benches anyway. The shop's closed. With that, Harry levitated the benches off of the one they wanted to use. They were all packed together, on top of one another, creating a packed-in space of wooden benches. I'll ward the area, Hermione stated, catching on to Harry's plan, and begun to cocoon them in safety and magic. Nobody would be able to see them. Ah, that's better, Ron sighed, gratefully as he took a seat. He had to hunch down when under the invisibility cloak. He was taller than Harry, but not by much now, but enough so that they both had to crouch a bit lest their feet be seen. Which of course, defeated the purpose of trying to hide themselves. Definitely, Harry agreed, rolling his own shoulders. I can think of many other places I could be tonight instead. Ron screwed up his nose. Yuck, too much information. He didn't want to hear about what his best friend was up to. Harry snorted. I don't mean that. He's busy. I wouldn't have spent the evening with him. I'll be lucky if he comes to bed at all. Laughing in amusement when Ron gagged at the mere mention of bed, and shook his head. He hoped Ron never changed. There wasn't much that could have them laughing these days, and Ron did it so easily. It wasn't gut-bursting, but it was funny. Hermione just sighed in exasperation. Before realizing what Harry had said, why? Has he been creating a new potion? She asked curiously, or writing an article for the Potioneer magazine. It was very prestigious, so it was hardly surprising Severus would be requested heavily. A potion. He just published an article last week. Won't be doing it again for at least 3 weeks, Harry explained. They usually requested an article at least once a month. For quite a lot of money, Harry had realized, while staring at the Gringotts check in surprise. He hadn't realized just how much Severus made, but considering his job at Hogwarts didn't pay much, he had to supplement his income somewhere else to afford to brew and create potions. Creating was expensive, since 9 times out of 10, they were unsuccessful until suddenly they were, and the money gained outweighed the money spent. Depends on its success, of course. Severus was a genius. His potions were always a great success. Even with his muddled past, if it could be called muddled, the public technically shouldn't know about it, but word always spread. What's he working on? Hermione asked, dying of genuine curiosity. She often purchased Potioneer magazines, usually during Hogsmeade weekend. I have no idea, Harry replied, barefaced, lying to Hermione, and he did not like it one bit. Unfortunately, not many people knew about what Dumbledore had done to Ginny. Only a few select people were in on this. Hell, the Ministry didn't know that Nicholas Flamel was in on it either. It was one of the stipulations for the help he was offering. That nobody know, and Severus was good at keeping his word. It's not as if we talk about potions when we're together, not all the time, and with Hogwarts being back, we don't get to spend all that much time together as it is. Of course, Hermione murmured, flushing red in embarrassment. The last thing they probably wanted to talk about potions. They might be in the same building, but they couldn't talk to each other, spend time together, except in the dead of the night. Probably too tired to do much of anything. It was little wonder they preferred going to the chamber, which is exactly where Harry would be going when he begun to show his pregnancy. They would be completely separated during that time, until Harry was due to give birth. Harry had made it clear that he'd be there for that at least. Considering their combined bad luck, she could only pray that things went smoothly for them. Things rarely went in their favor though, so she wouldn't hold her breath. I can't wait for tomorrow, Ron blurted out, anything to get off the topic of Severus Snape and their togetherness. Why, what's tomorrow? Harry asked, his brow furrowing with confusion. They'll be announcing the results of the Quidditch match between the Chudley Cannons and Banchory Bangers, Ron said eagerly. First match, hopefully this year will be the year they qualify. Hermione and Harry looked at each other in amusement. There was just no point to dashing Ron's hopes that they Chudley Cannons were not going to qualify. They weren't good enough, their seeker was an idiot and their keeper was abysmal. The chance of them qualifying for the first round against the Banchory Bangers was the same as Voldemort just having a heart attack and dying. The Banchory Bangers were actually a decent team, and they would probably have beaten Chudley Cannons. Shut up, Ron grumbled, seeing their look. We didn't say anything, Harry said, lips twitching, glancing at the pub when the door opened, and a group came out. One of them was singing atrociously while the others laughed in merriment at their friend's antics. You didn't have to, Ron muttered petulantly. He could practically hear them thinking derisively about his beloved team. Oh, how can they laugh at that? He grimaced distractedly at the appalling singing. Man, people when they were drunk were utterly ridiculous, shaking his head, but despite himself his lips twitched watching them. He could have listened on the radio but they were too busy, but that was life. You can listen to the match at 11 o'clock tonight, they've got it on repeat, Hermione pointed out. As if we're lucky enough to be finished before midnight, Ron scoffed incredulously at the idea. Actually, we might be done by 10, Harry stated, staring at the door, surprise evident in his gaze and tone. Hermione and Ron whipped around, eyes widening when they saw their target being thrown from the pub by an irate witch and Aberforth Dumbledore. The sound of a bone breaking made them wince in sympathy, even knowing who it was and what he'd done. It sounded extraordinary painful, and he was completely smashed. He didn't even seem to realize a bone had been broken. Quickly, now, Harry ordered, slashing through Hermione's wards, as he felt Hermione cast a concealment charm on him as they all ran towards the wizard who seemed content to lie there. The wizard peered at the sound of their footsteps, clearly befuddled, but the drink was obviously addling his reflexes and thought process. Stupefy, intoned Hermione swiftly, causing McNair's eyes to widen in alarm. He sluggishly tried to move but he barely twitched before the red spell hit. Well, is it just me or was that seriously anticlimactic? Ron said staring down at the wizard, as Harry looked around before flinging his cloak over the wizard as he was levitated by Hermione. How the hell did the Ministry not get more Death Eaters if they were completely stupid? Getting drunk in Hogshead Pub was a stupid move to make. It was a surprise the Aurors didn't just bloody snatch them off the street. Then again, legally their hands were tied. Thankfully, Hermione and Harry's were not. The things you had to do in order to give yourself and any family you have a peaceful future would forever be branded on their shoulders. Just thinking of his family, he found himself perfectly all right with that. Only time would tell if that was true. Okay, so how are we getting there? Tunnel or heading straight there? Hermione straightened up, her gaze going back and forth, making sure they weren't made by anyone. Her eyes met Harry's, exuding the desire to get out of there as soon as possible. Let's just take the quick and easy road, less maneuvering, Harry said, already walking swiftly up the road towards the shack. Trying to get a stunned body through tunnels was just making more work for them. Ron picked up McNair's wand and slid it into his cloak pocket. As they walked, their footprints disappeared from view, along with all presence of their magic, making them completely untraceable courtesy of Harry's magic. It happened all the way up until they actually stepped foot within the shrieking shack. We're keeping him stunned, right? Ron asked, wand out staring at the now uncovered McNair suspiciously. As if he was expecting the Death Eater to leap up and curse them. It was quite possible, stunning someone could be worked out of if you had enough magic in you. As much as it turned his stomach, the Death Eaters were powerful, it's why they were so dangerous. Yes, Hermione said, kneeling on the floor, unrolling the travel bag from within the confines of her cloak pocket. Everything had a place, and it was all set just for application. She paused for a moment, her heart pounding. She could scarcely believe what she was about to do, and to her shame. She was also very excited to see if she had been successful. What if the Ministry reveal the magical cuff? Ron questioned Harry, letting Hermione gather herself. They won't, they can't risk the panic such an admission would make. Harry nixed the very idea, considering just how badly secrets are kept. Word will get out amongst those higher up. It's inevitable really, which means Voldemort will find out, which makes this riskier. Should we abort? This would be our last chance to step out. This might be our one chance of doing this without having to kill, Hermione said. Yes, during war they were allowed to take lives, but that didn't mean they wanted to live with the consequences of what they had to do during a war to survive. Not when they had another way. It would take a heavy toll on all of them. Then we're all in agreement, Harry said, staring grimly at his two best friends. Do it, Ron nodded. Okay, we'll do it, Hermione said, picking up the bands, causing Harry to step back with a flinch, unable to help himself. It was pure reflex, just like it had been that day in the Ministry of Magic with the Italian Avengers, or Vendicatori as they're referred to. He stared at them in derision, wondering how Hermione and Ron could stand being so close to them. Moment of truth, Harry whispered in the tense atmosphere as Hermione swiftly put the bracelets upon McNair's wrists. The fastening melted away, leaving the thick band in a single piece, unable to detach. It was the only piece of magic except the spells that had been placed upon them. There, it's done, Hermione said, her brown eyes filled with apprehension. Harry, you get ready just in case it failed, Ron stated. Harry was the strongest and fastest of them all, so it was logical to use him on the front lines. If this could be called the front lines, it was just one wizard, albeit a dangerous one, at the end of the day. Hermione, you too, I'll unstun him. He was the magically weakest of them all, and while he'd hated it to begin with, he no longer minded much. He hoped it worked, not just for the war, but Hermione had poured her heart and soul into this thing. If it didn't work, she'd be devastated. Plus, she'd start all over again, and he really wanted his girlfriend back, not hidden behind books and scribbling away every free moment. Ready when you are, Harry said, wand deceptively displayed casually in his hand. Hawkeye's narrowed in on McNair's unconscious form. Ready, go ahead, Ron, Hermione said, her tone slightly breathless. Oh, wait, Ron said, quickly placing McNair's wand in his limp hand, hoping they weren't making a big mistake. Finite incantatem. For a drink, Wizard McNair moved fast, not without almost falling through the shack wall as he stood so abruptly he wavered. Avada Kedavra. Green light began to glow in McNair's wand. Shit, Ron blurted out, rushing for Hermione and knocking them both onto the ground, away from the Death Eater. Wah! McNair stared at the wand in confusion. It glowed very briefly, but nothing emerged, no glowing ball of light slamming into anything. It worked, Hermione said breathlessly, from both being slammed into the floor by Ron and his bulk, as well as the fact she'd actually succeeded. Ron laughed giddily. I always knew it would, he declared proudly, ignoring the fact he had doubts just like everyone else. He rolled himself carefully off Hermione, as McNair continued to try and make spells come out of his wand at an alarming rate. The look of panic and fear etched on McNair's face did make them feel a small measure of guilt, but the fact they were doing such an unspeakable thing. Stupefy, Harry cast, only to curse when McNair suddenly bolted. All three of them lurched after him, stunning spell after stunning spell zoomed after the wizard, who somehow continued to doge them. We can't let him get away, Hermione cried out, as McNair began to squeeze himself through the passage. Stupefy, they cried together. The spells hit McNair, who was a bit too tall to fit comfortably through without crouching. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, finally caught once again. Well, it's a good job wizards don't really know much about fighting, Harry said as he stood observing the unconscious wizard. Hermione giggled, breathlessly, nodding sagely, agreed. Ron rolled his eyes, knowing they were discussing barbaric muggle fighting, like Hermione had done to Draco, which he had to admit was bloody awesome. Wizards just didn't use their fists to fight, it was so primitive to them, but he had since realized that muggles had no other way to defend themselves. Time to erase his memory if I'm taking him to the Ministry of Magic, Harry stated, and it was up to Hermione now. She was the one who knew the most about that particular charm. He had learned everything about it, but hadn't performed it. It wasn't something he was 100% confident on, so he wouldn't do it. A lot rode on this. McNair had seen them, could identify them to the Ministry, and it wasn't ideal at all. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron cast the spell to bring McNair back from where he'd ran and near them. They did share a grin of merriment at the reminder of those innocent days. Hermione knelt down once again on the rickety floorboards, pointing her wand at McNair's temple, and removed the past half-hour from his memory. "There, I think that's it." "Think," Harry said, glancing shrewdly down at her. "It's done," Hermione stated, staring up at Harry seriously. "Good," Harry said, scratching his chin and cheek. "Both of you can head back to Hogwarts. I'll drop him off at the Ministry. If they were ever caught," he wanted to give them positive deniability. They were less likely to arrest him for anything than they would Ron and Hermione, plus without any leverage over his best friends, they couldn't try to coerce a confession out of him. Merlin, he was thinking more and more like a paranoid Slytherin these days. Not a bad thing if it kept him alive. "Are you sure you don't want us to come?" Hermione queried. She knew Harry could look after himself. Severus would have made sure of that. "Nah, it's fine, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to spend some time with Sev." If he's finished, him and Nicholas were close to a breakthrough if their speculation turned out to be true. Not surprising, they're two brilliant minds, it was only a matter of time. Still, they couldn't give it to her until she safely delivered her baby, and then they might have to give the substance to the baby. Who knows what damage that potion had done to the fetus. Exactly 30 minutes later, shrieking cries of alarm penetrated every floor of the Ministry of Magic as they found Walden McNair in the Muggle entrance of the Ministry of Magic. The tag read, "Walden McNair, I'm an Inner Circle Death Eater, bite me." Severus made his way through the secret passageway and up to his and Harry's room. Although officially, it was only Harry's, nobody else was aware that he took up sleeping there. If they knew, they would probably have a heart attack. The passageway was two-way, of course, it was, and sometimes Harry came down to his rooms. With him brewing potions all day and night, he preferred Harry not to there. Not while he was pregnant with their child. He nor Harry would ever forgive themselves if anything happened to their little miracle. He had also had a shower and scrubbed himself raw before coming here, not even risking potion residue. Not with what he had been working with. It was very late, and he wasn't slightly surprised to see the room in complete darkness. Instead, he let out a dim glow of light emerge from the tip of his wand. Not enough to light up the entire room, just enough that he would be able to see in front of him as he walked. As if sensing his presence, Harry lit up the bedside table lamp. "Hey," Harry murmured quietly, shuffling himself into sitting position. "How did it go?" Watching as Severus removed his robes and slid into bed next to him. The warming charm he had on the bed, helping ease the chill of the night he'd gotten in the passageway. "We had a very successful day," Severus said, pride and smug satisfaction coating his voice. He had every right to be. He'd managed to undo the impossible, albeit with a great deal of help from one of the oldest wizards alive. It had nothing to do with who he was doing it for, although if it was Harry he would be a little more grim about it admittedly. "Take off that infernal glamour," he said. He might not be sneering, but he definitely had his lip curled in a very sneer-like way. He didn't like to see the progress that he and Harry made, and the child, reversed. He didn't like being his husband looking like a malnourished child. They had come a long way from what they had been years ago. He refrained from touching him until it was done. Not that he'd had a problem before, he just, well, he preferred him without his glamour. "Oh, sorry," Harry murmured, allowing his magic to recede fully for the first time that day. He knew Severus didn't like seeing him that way. Although, he wasn't sure why, whether it was a reminder that he had been attracted to him when he was younger or just seeing someone he look different from what he knew they looked like. Or, perhaps it was the fact he was hiding something precious to both of them, he realized in silent wonder as he watched Severus as reverently as he was watched. As soon as the damnable spell was removed, Severus couldn't help but rove his hands all over the pale expanse of Harry's body, paying a particular amount of attention to his stomach, which was becoming more and more pronounced as time went on. He could feel the bump. You wouldn't notice it if you didn't know Harry intimately. However, Severus did know Harry very intimately too. "Now that's better," Severus said, his tone soft and reverent. He adored Harry, and despite the fact he didn't say the words, his actions did it all for him. "So, the potion?" Harry asked, lying back down. He was exhausted all the running around he'd been doing. Although, if Severus knew what he had been doing he'd be extremely displeased. It was unfortunate that Harry was going to have to tell him. They kept no secrets from one another, which was a stupid thing to do given they were at war. If either were captured, all their plans would be laid bare. Both would die before allowing that to happen though, and both had very, very good occlumency walls that the Dark Lord Voldemort would have trouble breaking through. Plus, the feeling of those hands on him was heaven. He'd never have enough of Severus. Years had gone by and still he reacted like a touch-starved baby when it came to Severus. "We've completed the first stage," Severus explained with rare patience, but he always was when it came to people who actually knew the art. He had drummed everything he knew into Harry, and had been educated along with Harry in potions he hadn't even known by the great Salazar Slytherin. Severus lay down, his hand automatically laying on Harry's stomach and the other wrapping around his shoulders holding him close. "It will take an entire week to complete, with over 14 stages." "That is a lot of stages," Harry said, quite alarmed. "Will you both be able to cope? Creating a potion only to fail at a certain hurdle would be a blow that neither probably want to occur." "It's only for 1 week, we will survive. When I can't do it, Nick will be here to oversee it." Severus reassured Harry, and going on to lay out all the stages that the potion went through, and discussing the last level which is the most difficult. "It should be a success. We've done everything we can to ensure it." "I have complete faith in you, Sev," Harry revealed sincerely. "There's nobody better than you." He didn't become the youngest potions master in the world by being mediocre. "You're too good to be stuck here teaching students, you know that, don't you? He should be out there creating newer and better potions. Instead he was stuck here, admittedly for his own safety, which didn't help at all." "I have been aware of that for years," Severus said, sounding amused, his thumb stroking back and forth causing Harry to wiggle a bit, entirely too ticklish. "And if we survive this, I'd like to find somewhere with a decent potions lab." He'd never envisioned himself as a family man before. A dead man, sure, but never once allowed himself to dream, to hope of a future with a family. For he'd been determined never to love again. To never leave someone to mourn him behind, or worse, cause them to be tortured and killed because of him. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to deny himself Harry, even if it would be a damn miracle if they both survive this. A piece of them would survive though, their son or daughter. Of that he and Harry would do their damn best to see through. It would be worth it. "Oh, will that be one of your requirements when we get a place of our own?" Harry said teasingly. "How about we build somewhere? Nothing as big as a manor or anything like that, but somewhere secluded, safe, with enough places to build a park and maybe a sandpit for this little one." Harry pressed his hand over Severus on his stomach. Severus went still for a moment. "You think about that as well?" he eventually asked, sounding a little cautious. "All the time," Harry revealed sincerely, "always dreamed of some lovely home, not a stuffy old ancient manor that housed his ancestors." Hence why he always thought about building somewhere new, theirs, where they could make new memories. "I wouldn't want to live in somewhere like the Black Place or Potter Manor, or even Godric's Hollow, just somewhere new, somewhere we can truly make our own." "That does sound wonderful," Severus agreed, burrowing his nose into Harry's neck, hiding his grateful smile. It sounded absolutely magnificent actually. He'd only ever had his quarters and Spinner's End, and he wouldn't really call either one of those places home, or his own. Hogwarts belonged to no wizard, no matter how many lived within her, or for how long. To create his own potions lab to his exact specifications, to have his own place, yes, he had to admit it was a dream come true. It does," Harry agreed. He hated the fact he was tired. All he wanted to do was spend time with his husband properly. "Ron's going to ask Hermione to marry him." Severus made a half-hearted enquiring noise, purely because they were his lover's best friends. He personally didn't care much for them, although he would hand them his child and let them run with the baby knowing they would do everything for him or her. That spoke volumes, but he didn't need to like them all that much to trust them. "I suggested getting a ring out of the Potter or Black Vaults," Harry explained. "Let him pay for it after he has a job as an Auror. Then he had better buck up on his grades. It's impossible to get into the Auror Academy with anything less than the best grades." They want only the best available to them, and yes, this is still true regardless of the war ongoing. Taking on less than stellar students would just have them dying and defeating the purpose of the training, albeit if they outlast the training, which can be considered worse than going out to war. Severus informed him seriously. Ronald Weasley wasn't the brightest Lumos in a wand, so he would need to buck up his ideas. He's aware of that, which is why he decided against taking a part-time job at his brother's shop to earn some money to save up for a ring. Harry revealed. Ron wasn't stupid, despite how it looked. He's really good at strategy. I don't think there's anyone better at chess. Even the 7th years get their asses handed to them. Not all wizards and witches have that smarts. They could use someone like Ron to plan out their moves. He can think 10 steps ahead of his opponent. It's too bad he doesn't apply that to potion brewing. Severus replied wryly, but he is doing well enough to retain his place in my class. That was the highest praise Severus Snape would ever heap upon Ronald Weasley. Go figure, he wouldn't be there to hear it. He would have been convinced he was playing a joke on him anyway. Harry sniggered, a wide smile stretching his face. He knew it was high praise indeed coming from Sev. If you were intending to get a ring from the vaults, either get the goblins to go in and retrieve them or only go to the Potter vault. The Blacks were too paranoid of everything. I do not want you picking up a cursed ring. Which was just Harry's luck really. Yeah, you have a point, Harry mused. I'll just go get a few from the Potter vault then, that way we won't have anything expected to deal with. Not that he would risk it. If it was just him, maybe, but it wasn't just him he would be endangering if he did pick up a cursed ring. Thank you, Severus said gratefully. He knew Harry well enough he would have wanted to investigate, and would have ignored his well-meaning advice if it was just him. Not just out of sheer stubbornness, but, oh, who he was kidding. It was definitely out of sheer stubbornness. Granger wouldn't want anything too extravagant anyway. This he knew from her. He'd never seen her wearing much in the way of jewelry actually. Only a pendant during the Yule Ball, that went well with her outfit. Yes, he'd seen her, and been very surprised by not only who she turned up with. He thought for sure she'd attend with either Ron or Harry, but how well she had looked, mostly her hair, which had been tamed for the first time since she'd begun attending Hogwarts. Although her teeth having been fixed may have had something to do with it, they no longer resembled a beaver. Not that he could talk about looks, he too had never cared for appearances. Yeah, told Ron that too. He's determined to give Hermione a better life. Sometimes he fails to realize that I just want to punch him when he talks about not wanting her to live like his parents. They love each other, and yes, they didn't have new things, but he was so lucky. He is so lucky. Harry revealed quietly, shaking his head almost ruefully. I'm not sure about that. Molly Weasley is intolerable, Severus replied, causing Harry to snort in laughter. How she raised her boys so different from her daughter I do not know. At least the boys had the desire to do well outside of Hogwarts. Admittedly Ron was the least productive of them, but given time he might change. His brothers had all done very well in their fields. Harry sobered up at that. Yeah, I think she just let Ginny away with more than the boys did, plus Ginny got at least halfway new things, while the boys had to share everything. I don't think Ron had a single thing of his own when he started Hogwarts. His wand, robes, clothes and everything belonged to his family at one point. Which was what caused Ron's bitterness for a while. He'd grown up a lot though since then. It definitely backfired whatever she was doing, Severus snorted derisively. Honestly, if he was a harsher man he would say she deserved everything Dumbledore had thrown at her. Unfortunately, nobody deserved what Dumbledore had done to her. It made him feel sick to his stomach just thinking of it. Dumbledore was an old man. Those sort of urges should have long since passed. The quicker he died the better it would be for everyone involved. I agree, Harry said, remaining quiet after that. He didn't really want to discuss Ginny Bloody Weasley of all people. He was still angry at her, her parents, and Dumbledore for their actions. Did you enjoy your day? Severus asked, in an effort to lift the mood, which had definitely taken a depressive turn. About that, Harry said, nerves getting the better of him. Oh, what have you done now? Severus asked, more amused than anything else at the moment. You know how Hermione and I were working on power restraining cuffs? Harry asked, figuring that was the best way to begin. Indeed, Severus nodded, able to recall their conversation. He kept from Harry the fact he did not think they could pull it off. Not because he didn't think they were resourceful, but if they could be replicated, it would take years if not decades to get it right. All books pertaining to that particular piece of magic had been burnt long ago, which was a crying shame. From a research and magical standpoint, it was an academic crying shame. "We did it," Harry said, almost breathless with anticipation and satisfaction. As if he hadn't been able to wait any longer to tell him. "You did?" Severus asked, eyeing Harry for any sign of deceit, but the bond was wide open and there were none. "You created magical dampening cuffs. In less than 6 months. Not sure whether he should be absolutely terrified of them or awed beyond measure. "Yes, and they work," Harry said, green eyes gleaming powerfully. "We tried them on." "You left Hogwarts." Severus' eyes widened in shock. "Are you out of your goddamned mind? You're carrying our child." If anything, Severus couldn't articulate just how furious he was and belatedly very, very worried. Harry pressed his hand to Severus' cheek, staring him straight in the eye. "I cannot be kept locked in a cage for 9 months. I didn't do anything to jeopardize our safety, I promise." Knowing that he was just worried and he didn't mean anything by it. "I had Ron and Hermione with me. They wouldn't have let anything happen to me if someone managed to get the drop on me. You taught me well, Severus, you taught me well." It was clear Severus still disapproved, but the winds had been well and truly let out of his sails. "Very well, continue," he said, wanting to hear it all. Harry cleared his throat. "We waited near the pub in Hogsmeade. Hermione went inside to scope it out while Ron and I stayed outside. McNair just happened to be the first Death Eater to walk out of the pub. It was like stealing candy from a baby, really." Severus choked out a wheezy little laugh at those words. "He was drunk. We stunned him before he knew what was happening. Hermione put on the cuffs. When we revived him, gave him back his wand," Harry said, hastening when he realized he probably should have left that part out. "The cuffs worked. They really, really worked. We don't know if the Ministry will notice them, since they are supposed to be undetectable and invisible." Severus closed his eyes. The risks he was taking were intolerable to him. The urge to keep Harry at his side always was very strong. Unfortunately, Harry was quite correct. He couldn't keep him in a cage even for his own safety. It would be the quickest way for Harry to begin hating him from the bottom of his heart. Severus couldn't bear that idea. "Please, next time, tell me if you are going to do something stupid," unable to articulate a different word for what he felt they had done. "But we did it, Sev, we actually did it. It means I might not have to become a murderer to save the magical world. If we can get the cuffs on him, he can pay for his crimes for the rest of his life." Harry explained, "No easy out, just a lifetime to think on everything he's done. The Death Eaters will never stop looking for him. They will continue to fight for their cause. If we want this to end, he will have to die. Fortunately for us, there is a way that the Ministry could do it for his crimes against humanity." Severus said, but refrained from going further, knowing it would be difficult to hear. Unfortunately, his mate was just too smart, and Severus sometimes forgot that. "The Veil of Death," Harry stated grimly. "The Veil," Severus echoed. "But death in the event that there is no other choice," Harry added, sounding even more foreboding as he spoke here. It was the sound of a wizard who was prepared to go to any length to end the threat that was Voldemort, regardless of the steps he was taking not to become a murderer for the ungrateful masses just begging him for a miracle again. To end Voldemort once and for all. His hand fluttering at his stomach, revealing the true reason for his determination. He would see that his son or daughter lived a wonderful peaceful life even if he wasn't there to see it. "Yes," Severus murmured in complete agreement. He would end the Dark Lord himself if it came to keeping his family safe. To keeping them alive. "Try and get some sleep," he murmured after a few moments of silence. Both of them were trying to fight sleep in order to spend what little time they had together. Night Sev, love you," Harry whispered, snuggling into Severus. He couldn't sleep without him often. He kept the nightmares at bay, and helped when they occurred, in rare occurrences, when he was there. And you, Severus replied, tightening his hold on Harry. Exhaustion soon pulled both of them into the warm embrace of sleep. Despite everything Harry had just told him, shocked as he was, sleep did come rather easily. Having been and still a spy, sleep had never been easy for him, but with Harry, his burden was lessened. He had someone fighting in his corner. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Hermione asked, as Harry sat down beside them on the bench next to Ron in the Great Hall. She was aware that most days, Harry suffered from terrible morning sickness, although he complained, "It's not always morning, so why do they call it that?" And she had smartly replied, "Women have been asking that question since the dawn of time," finding herself amused that a man was getting to experience what women went through every day. "I'm all right," Harry said, grinning weakly. All right for him, he just bloody left to get here on time. He grumbled, stabbing his fork into a slice of bacon harshly as if imagining Severus' face. Ron pursed his lips to stop himself laughing. Even he knew Harry was just being grumpy this morning. Plus, he knew Snape was an attentive partner, and helped Harry as much as he could without revealing himself to the Hogwarts population. Harry talked about it all the time, even when Ron wanted him to stop. He didn't want to hear things about Snape, whether he was Harry's husband or not. He didn't hate him anymore, not really. He was still a shit teacher, but as long as he treated Harry right, well, Ron had no reason to begin loathing him again. He'd never be best friends with his friend's husband, though, that was for damn certain. "You know why he did," Hermione said placatingly, patting him on the hand, a small smile on her face. Yeah, Harry grumbled, sighing resignedly, as he nibbled at various things on his plate. The only thing he ate fully was the 2 pieces of toast that was on the plate that his friends had made for him. "Thanks," he added with genuine gratitude as he checked his tea before beginning to sip it when it came up clear. A habit he hadn't broken since the mess with Vane, and probably never would. Trying to drug him up with bloody drugged chocolates, distasteful. "You're welcome," Hermione said. They'd already finished eating, so they were just waiting on Harry. He had been late to breakfast, not for the first time either, but nobody batted an eyelash, thankfully. "Wait, hasn't the paper came yet? Or am I actually not that late?" Harry asked, looking around, belatedly realizing that there wasn't a paper in sight. "I could have sworn I was late." "That's because you are, and the newspaper is late," Ron said bluntly. "We might not get it until later. Must have a hell of a story in the wings to delay it." "Much better than what they originally planned on publishing," Hermione added, a little vindictive gleam in her eyes. "How late has it ever turned up, anyway?" Harry asked. Their conversation wasn't odd, since a lot of people were complaining about the lateness of the Daily Prophet. Wondering at what was going on and why they would not let it go to print. People were actually making the correct assumptions, a big juicy story. A thoughtful frown marring Harry's features, trying to remember the latest it had ever turned up. Even the teachers were curious about the hold-up. They weren't being as obvious as the students, but you could tell. Except for Severus, of course, who was just as blank-faced as always. Then again, Severus, much like Harry, Ron and Hermione already knew what the hold-up was for, and why. Knowing does put a dampener on the curiosity one feels for things that happen unexpectedly. Last I remember it turning up really late was the day the Flow network busted and a lot of people got hurt. It was hours late. They just called it a special edition. It was nearer lunchtime when it came out, and then another at tea time. Ron admitted, "This was before I came to Hogwarts, though. I don't remember anything as bad as that one time." "You mean we might have to wait until lunch?" Hermione was genuinely horrified. She wanted to know if her spell work had remained undetected by the Ministry of Magic. Then again, it surely had, otherwise someone from the Ministry would have surely already been at Hogwarts to arrest them for questioning. Harry and Ron glanced at each other before bursting out into hysterical laughter at the look on Hermione's face. It was hilarious, they just couldn't help themselves. There weren't much that could cause that sort of horror on Hermione's face. Cancelled exams, though, was one of the few things. The look that had been on her face when Dumbledore made that announcement, still very memorable. "It's not funny," Hermione said, trying to remain in a huff, but ended up grinning into her hand. There wasn't much these days that could make them reduce themselves to hysterical laughter. Even if it was on her, she didn't really mind. Although, she would have if it had been anyone other than Harry and Ron. It just made Harry and Ron laugh even more at her reprimand, as weak as it was. "Hey, do you hear that?" Ron perked up, laughter dying in his throat. "Yep, that's them coming," hearing the fluttering of hundreds of owls as they made their way towards the Great Hall. "It's about time," Hermione said. "We're almost out of time." In an unusual turn of events, the Ravenclaws hadn't moved from their seats despite normally leaving at least 10 minutes before the warning bell in order to ensure they were not late. Harry just shook his head in amusement. Everyone made grabby hands for their newspapers as the owls swooped down. Even though Hermione was desperate, she didn't do such a thing. She had more composure than that. Instead, he took the paper from the owl delicately and stood up, making her way around the bench to sit with Ron and Hermione on the same side so they could read it together. The owl left immediately, not waiting for money. Hermione paid for her subscription. Again, when they began getting the paper once more after it stopped targeting her best friend. Gasps of shock and whispering immediately began as they all began to speculate what it meant. Unknown Avenger takes out Death Eater Walden McNair. Avenger, really? Harry asked Riley, more amused than pissed off. They'll always make them seem larger than life, they're selling newspapers. Hermione answered thoughtfully, as she began to read the article in eagle-eye concentration. "I guess you were right, Ron," she whispered so low that nobody would have had a hope in hell of hearing her. "Silencing charms," Harry warned them, eyes flashing in caution. "You never know who is listening, and it was easy to do with a simple eavesdropping charm that allows you to hear everything everyone says. Although in a room this full, it would be difficult to apply." The charm went up over the three of them, encasing them in a bubble. "We have nothing to hide anyway," Hermione shrugged, "but from what this newspaper is saying, he might be released on bail." "Might be?" Harry asked incredulously, panicking inwardly. He hadn't gone through all this for him to go running to Voldemort. "He's a Death Eater," he ground out furiously. "I know," Hermione said solemnly, "but he was let go after the last war, and ended up working in the Ministry of Magic. Unless they can gather full conclusive proof that he went back, that he is a Death Eater on his own free will, then there's legally nothing they can do." "Then they should pour a whole bottle of Veritaserum into his morning coffee," Harry hissed out through gritted teeth. "That doesn't work either, it only reveals the truth as they know it. Too many ways to tamper with one's mind for that to ever be allowed full-time in the ministry." Ron declared with a twisted frown. "I agree with you though, mate, honestly, it's why they're so useless, sometimes. The law helped the bad guys more than the good ones. The only downside to wanting to be an Auror for him. The thought of the bad guys he puts away getting away with whatever crime they'd committed because of the lack of evidence." Harry sighed. "So why might get out? Are they hoping someone will come forward?" Harry asked Hermione, "Are they asking for witnesses?" His mind mulling over his own memories in experience with Walden McNair. "That's exactly what they're hoping for," Hermione stated. "They've to go to Madame Bones, who is quite insistent on getting the Death Eaters behind bars. She's very good at her job and convincing even in the papers." "There's a reason for that though," Harry pointed out sadly. "Yeah, she lost the rest of her family except her niece in the attack," Ron said with a sad grimace. "Susan had been with Amelia that day, to give her mum and dad a break, otherwise she would have died too." "Not true, until Harry, the Death Eaters didn't kill children, they left them alone," Hermione pointed out. "Not that the Death Eaters were responsible for that," she conceded, "it was just Voldemort himself. It was also why Neville survived the attack on his parents. Even as insane as they were, they hadn't targeted the baby." "How much do you reckon they'd need to have him arrested for life?" Harry asked speculatively. "Oh, you're planning on giving evidence?" Hermione asked. "Isn't that a little dangerous? They could end up finding out he was pregnant." "Well, I would suggest anonymously, but I don't think that's possible, not with pensive memories anyway," Harry said, frowning in contemplation. "Severus might know a thing or two that might help, but was there truly a way to send memories to someone anonymously?" "Well, copies of the memory at any rate. I'll ask Severus. I'll read a few books as well," Hermione agreed. "We don't have long, tonight it will have been 24 hours, that's the length of time they're allowed to be kept in custody," Harry said in annoyance at their plans potentially crumbling. Not necessarily. If the laws are the same as the Muggle ones, then for crimes of murder and such they can be held up to 96 hours. That's not forgetting he can technically be linked to terrorism as part of the war. Hermione has always educated them that one can see them being held indefinitely. They don't have any rights when it comes to suspected terrorism. Never heard of the terrorism one, Ron muttered, and that was the truth. I wonder if it's a law, as always the strategist coming out in him. It would ensure the Death Eaters were imprisoned for good, and give them all peace of mind. This was what they were hoping to accomplish after all. I've never read anything about it, Hermione admitted, and she had read a lot over the course of her years at Hogwarts. They both glanced in Harry's direction in silent question. If it's a new law, I won't know it. I know everything old, but the newer information wasn't down there. Harry admitted, anything before the early 60s, he added, as though it made this any easier for them. Which he supposed it actually did. Look, Madame Bones must know all this. If she hasn't used it, then there probably isn't a law stating as such in the magical world. Hermione sighed. She was the law enforcement officer after all. Not really, until she has proof she can't do anything, Harry pointed out. All right, we should probably give it a try, especially in case she isn't keeping him longer than 24 hours, Hermione conceded. I can go to the library in 2 hours, I have a double class and nothing again until after lunch. We can meet there. No, I'm going to speak to Sev, so either meet us in my rooms or we will eat alone. Harry said, and meet up just before lunch is over with if we have ideas. What do you think, Ron? Hermione asked, glancing at her boyfriend. All right, we'll meet you for lunch, Ron agreed, giving a firm nod. They all needed to be together in order to plan something accordingly in the time limit they have. Sure, Death Eaters weren't their number one priority, but they wanted the Death Eaters taken off the streets before they do more damage. Okay, we'll meet up later, and with that the silencing charm was down, and they heard nothing but rancorous laughter all around them. What the? Harry blinked at them. Have they all been hit with a giggling hex? What's so funny? Hermione demanded to know. Seamus jumped at the sound of her voice and how demanding she'd been. The tag for the entrance to the Muggle side of the Ministry. McNair had one, Seamus snigged, breathing slightly elevated due to his merriment. What? Why? What did it say? Ron asked, forcing a bewildered look on his face, unable to quell the quick glance at Harry, wondering what his best mate had done. It said, Seamus couldn't get the words out before he was laughing again. It said I'm wa. Ron pursed his lips impatiently, glancing at Hermione's, whose lips were wobbling as she tried to refrain from joining them in busting her lungs. Here, read it yourself, Hermione said, managing to sound perfectly normal. She did give Harry a look that suggested she'd be having words with him. Later. Harry just chomped on a piece of toast innocently, all the while exasperated amusement flowed through the bond. Severus, too, found it amusing, and that was worth the extra effort he had gone into while dealing with McNair. Really? Bite me, was the first thing out of Severus' mouth as he joined his husband in their bedroom. Lunch was already spread out along the table for them to eat. Has the sickness tapered off? Knowing that he'd felt sick for over an hour ago earlier, but Harry had damped the bond due to Severus teaching and not wishing to disturb him. Yeah, I'm fine, the tea always helps, Harry said. I'm just surprised nobody has called me on it. You know how closely I'm watched by everyone. He supposed it didn't matter anyway, although he wanted to continue to attend Hogwarts for as long as possible before he went back down to the chamber. He informed Severus of that. I would feel infinitely more comfortable if someone was there with you, Severus urged him, even if it's Lupin you decide to take down with you. He unfortunately would not be able to leave, not until the last moment and only for a few days at best. It had long ago been decided to prevent any suspicion falling upon him. Actually, I wouldn't mind some company, Harry conceded. I mean, I wouldn't forgive myself if anything happened. He trailed off, all manner of horrifying things flashing through his mind eye. If he needed help and he couldn't get it, well, it was truly horrifying to contemplate. It would require telling Remus everything though. Very true, but I do believe he is trustworthy, but as always an oath or a vow would make much more sense just to be on the safe side. Severus replied, added to the fact Remus was no longer a werewolf and uncontrollable during the full moon. not that he'd experience one down there with the time bubble in full effect. Should we tell him soon? So he can brush up on healing spells? Harry questioned. As the door went, flicking his wrist, he opened the door to Ron and Hermione. Remus was extremely smart, he would be able to memorize healing spells just in case anything happened. If you have made up your mind, then do write to him, we can meet him here, Severus stated, giving a firm nod to both Ron and Hermione. He could see that they were both curious about their current conversation, but smart enough not to start asking. I will, Harry agreed, finishing that particular conversation. So, guys, did you find anything? He, unlike the others, didn't have any free time before lunch to do anything, never mind read up on laws. Well, there is no laws regarding being locked up for treason, so to speak, despite actually being able to be convicted of it with absolute proof. Hermione said immediately, it was used a lot during the last war actually. So, Madam Bones definitely won't charge him with it. So, I either find someone who McNair hurt or give memories myself of the time I've spent in his company. Harry grumbled in annoyance, can he even be convicted of the same crimes twice? Hermione froze. Oh, I didn't think of that, deflating completely. Double jeopardy. Even if he does get away, if the Ministry didn't figure out how he lost his magic, McNair probably won't figure it out either. Ron said, which means he'll be useless to him, so maybe he will do us all a favor and kill him himself. Can't be easy hiding the loss of magic, he'll probably throw a massive fit right outside the Ministry of Magic. Hermione pointed out, this is just ridiculous. I'm sorry, Harry, I thought this would help. It just seemed to be making matters worse. Not really, I mean we did what we set out to do. Unfortunately, we should have aborted through. If Voldemort finds out, and there is a chance he will relentlessly torture McNair to find out, just like he did with Jerkins. What does the Dark Lord have to do with Jerkins' disappearance? She died before his return, did she not? Severus asked, staring blankly at the trio. Oh, that's right, you weren't there for his rebirth, Harry said thoughtfully. Jerkins was the reason Voldemort found out about Barty Crouch Jr. She'd been obliviated of that knowledge by Crouch Sr. when she went to his home and seen him. It made her extremely forgetful, if the newspaper's articles on her disappearance was any indication. It's a shame really, and Pettigrew convinced her to walk with him when she was on holiday. She was tortured, and that's when the plan was born to enter me into the Tri-Wizard tournament and having Crouch Jr. pose as Moody. Then she was killed afterwards. She actually came out of Voldemort's wand. In other words, you are in danger of being discovered, Severus deduced, his mind reeling on what best to do. He settled immediately, he knew what he had to do in order to keep them safe. He would kill McNair when he was released from the Ministry, this way he wouldn't get near the Dark Lord for him to get answers he didn't know he sought. Do you have any useful memories that could help convict him? Just his appearance at Voldemort's resurrection. They had a very brief conversation, then that was it. No crimes were actually committed then. He couldn't say that he was under the Imperious curse since, well, there was no time, right? Harry mused, more desperate than thoughtful. No, that would be considered far too weak. He'd get a week in Azkaban if he's lucky, before his lawyer has him out. Severus shook his head. It looked as though he would need to ensure McNair couldn't speak about what was going on. He had no idea if McNair could or would be able to be summoned to the Dark Lord's side without active magic on his side. Which meant he'd need to be quick. No doubt the Dark Lord would call him immediately upon his release to demand answers. Harry glanced at Severus, sensing the determination thrumming through him. Severus was up to something, but for all he knew Severus was thinking about the potion. It was near time to begin the next stage of it if he recalled correctly. Now if you'll excuse me, I must depart. I shall see you tonight, Severus told his husband, not even giving him a single bout of public display of affection. The bond, however, did flare with affection. That was just classic Severus. He wasn't one for PDA or showing people he cared overly much, especially in public. I'm coming right back here after dinner, Harry told him, to get homework done, some reading, and seeing if they could come up with anything to stop McNair in his tracks. Too bad Severus was going to get there first. Before long, March was upon them and the first hint of spring was upon the air, even from way up the Scottish Highlands. Between Hermione and Harry they had remade another set of magic-suppressing cuffs. These ones wouldn't be used on anyone except their intended recipient. That intended recipient was Voldemort, when the opportunity came in order to ensure success. Quite a bit had happened since Walden McNair had been arrested, then mysteriously disappeared, having been last seen out on bail outside the Ministry of Magic. Not that anyone really cared much for the Death Eater's disappearance, except perhaps his family and Voldemort and just maybe a few of the Death Eaters. Hermione, Ron and Harry weren't stupid though, they knew Severus had something to do with Walden suddenly going missing. He had been a problem however, and now he was dealt with. They weren't going to cry over their problems disappearing, preventing news getting out of their actions. Knowing Severus as they did, they also knew that Walden McNair would never be found, nor his body. Severus was too good at what he did to be caught. They'd never had it confirmed from Severus' own lips, so they had denial on their side if anything should go wrong, and it would also keep Severus safe if the wind blew in their direction. They'd been meaning for weeks upon weeks to talk to Remus, who was in the school as the Dada professor of course, so no excuses, but things were always hectic between classes, pregnancy symptoms and constantly trying to do everything required of them this year. It was their last year of course, so they wanted to do well. Especially Ron, whose desire to be an Auror was becoming full-fledged. Between Harry and Hermione though, they were making sure Ron would pass all the required classes, between potions, charms and defense against the dark arts. When Severus wasn't dealing with current threats, which by the way he did not regret, he had finished the potion. Ginny Weasley was now no longer under the influence of Dumbledore's control. Anything he might have embedded into her mind before his arrest were no longer a concern. Unfortunately, he'd had to inform both Arthur and Molly. It had not been pleasant, but thankfully Molly had been appropriately cowed with a few choice words. -0 flashback 0. Severus reluctantly stepped to the door of the burrow, the Weasleys' home, not because he didn't like the property, but rather he didn't much care for the owners of the property. He was not going to enjoy this morning at all, the welcoming smell of bread baking and coffee wafting in the air. He gave the door a knock, half of it swung open, so he was visible to those who would answer the door. "Severus, is everything all right?" Arthur said, utterly bamboozled to see Severus standing at his door. Did Molly ask for more potions? As far as he knew, his daughter had advanced into her pregnancy that she didn't need any potions for morning sickness anymore. He was very grateful to him for brewing them. Make no mistake, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. Even with Harry paying off their bills, bless his heart, not with everything they had to buy, a lot was old baby things they'd kept from their own children. He was still paying Harry off, and always made sure to pay him first. He'd gone into a lot of trouble for them and he would always remember that. "May I come in?" Severus asked. He'd rather not discuss this standing in the doorway. He refused to feel like an unwanted urchin, not after all he had done to help their daughter. Not that they knew this at this point in time, but they'd soon find out. "Of course, I apologize, Severus, come on in," Arthur said, shaking his lethargic off. He'd just woken up. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Aware of what he drank, they'd sat in enough meetings together. Order meetings were always chaotic, but those like Arthur and Severus observed and remained silent. Indeed, Severus murmured, entering the Weasleys' domain. Surprised to see neither of the two female Weasleys, both Molly and Ginny. "Molly's just helping Ginny up, she's finding it difficult to get up in the morning," Arthur said, with an amused smile. Regardless of how his grandchild had come to be, he loved the child wholeheartedly, and it constantly reminded him of his wife's many pregnancies. Yes, she's quite far along by now, I'd imagine," Severus said dryly. He knew good and well how long left she had to go. He needed to in order to get the potion done. "She has a month left to go," Arthur said cheerfully, "and he couldn't wait." Ginny was worse than Molly ever was. He didn't think there'd been a day where she wasn't complaining constantly. Thankfully, he was used to moody and pregnant women, so didn't take it personally. Then again, it wasn't what Ginny wanted. His daughter had been forced into a really young marriage to a man old enough to be her great-great-great-grandfather. Forced into a pregnancy, which they were still assuming was potions-induced, just in order to get the contract over with so that they may go their separate ways. Even after the marriage was over, nobody would touch Ginny with a barge pole. She'd have given birth to 3 children, and no wizard would want to look after kids that weren't his own. Sit down, he said, giving over a hot mug of coffee. What can I do for you today, Severus? I need to talk to both you and Molly privately, Severus stated, making it clear he wasn't asking but telling them, not that he thought for a second they'd deny him. It's regarding your daughter. Arthur swallowed. We've been keeping an eye on her. From what we've seen, she's stayed away from Harry and hasn't ridden any owls. He protested weakly, mind trying to come up with an explanation. Had Molly been letting her write letters to Harry? He certainly hoped not. Oh, it's nothing to do with that, I assure you, Severus replied, and he knew she hadn't. Harry would have told him immediately. Arthur sighed in relief, grateful that at least Ginny wasn't making things worse for herself. Her attentions on Harry were alarming to say the least. He'd never noticed it before. He'd just thought when she was 11 it was a silly little crush and she was in awe of his title. Nothing more. He wished he'd paid more attention to his little girl and made sure this hadn't happened, that the whole diary thing hadn't either. They'd never raised their kids to keep secrets, to hide things. They'd raised them to be aware of their surroundings and tell them everything. It had failed. Their daughter had been possessed, and they couldn't afford to get her the help she needed. She had been a little quiet and subdued but bounced back to her normal self in no time at all. They'd thought she recovered. He couldn't blame the diary for her actions, for he believed they were her own. We can talk in my office, Arthur said, pouring 2 additional coffees, one for himself and one for his wife, before making his way to his office. I'll be back in a moment. Make yourself at home, he informed Severus, not seeing the grimace at the mere thought of staying here longer than necessary. To think he could still be in bed with Harry instead of doing this. Merlin help him, he must be mad. He was just hoping with it being early, he could curb Molly's usual attitude. He just did not want to deal with it. Unfortunately, he had to inform both her parents. Plus, if he tried to inform Arthur alone, he knew he'd insist Molly hears it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. It took 5 minutes before they returned, and the door was closed behind them, and Arthur raised a silencing spell. What's going on? Molly immediately demanded, hands on her hips. Severus just gave her an unimpressed look. That might work with her kids and husband, but it didn't work with him. Molly, sit down, let him explain, Arthur said softly, trying to smooth over the sudden tension. He knew his wife was overwhelming or annoying to others, but he loved her warts and all. She'd been like that since they met. Being the sister of Fabian and Gideon, it was little wonder she was so stern all the time. The boys had never taken anything seriously a day in their lives. Fred and George took after them in near enough all ways, frighteningly enough. Molly huffed as she sat down, staring at Severus in silent demand for an explanation, but she flinched after a few seconds and suddenly found herself drinking her coffee. She'd forgotten just how foreboding and fearful his full glare was. So, what's this about Ginny? Is her health in question? Arthur asked, knowing better how to deal with Severus than Molly did. It helped that Arthur gave Severus the respect he was due. Yes, actually is it, Severus replied, watching Molly puff up indignantly, and if you do not allow me to talk, I will walk out here and you can go to St. Mungo's to find out and then deal with the consequences and the research needed to fix it. That's if they find the problem at all. He informed her coolly, no sign of agitation over her overbearing ways. Arthur inhaled sharply. This was bad. Whatever it was extremely bad. Molly pursed her lips. Anything she was going to say caught in her throat. They couldn't afford to take Ginny to St. Mungo's. Never mind the testing, researching and brewing Snape was implying that would need to be done. It would cost a fortune, and so she forced herself to remain placid even if it went against all she was. What's wrong with her? What's wrong with my daughter? She asked, in a quiet even tone, not an ounce of demand in her tone. When she returned to Hogwarts, the staff were watching her for obvious reasons. It became quite clear that she was in pain. Severus informed them seriously. Another member of staff noticed something very peculiar and odd, as well. We took some blood from her, informing her it was to check on the child she was carrying. It was there we found that Dumbledore had given her or forced her into consuming an unknown potion. That acts quite like the imperious curse. Have you noticed that she never has anything bad to say regarding Dumbledore? Why would she have? This contract was forced upon both of them. Arthur asked, calm and collected, his hand clenched tightly in Molly's, the only show of worry. That may be the case, but Dumbledore took advantage of it, Severus stated, a sick look appearing on his face. It wasn't a potion that got your daughter pregnant. Arthur and Molly paled, Arthur quickly snatching up a bin when Molly heaved, before being sick into the bin. Arthur rubbed his hand up and down her back as she continued to be sick, horrified by what he'd just heard. She never, he whispered. No, she wouldn't have. She cannot go against or speak against Dumbledore, Severus said, waiting patiently for them to regain their composure. The potion was hidden from most detections, but fortunately we knew something was there. It's part potion, part alchemy, and it took me months to create an antidote that would work. I do not believe it was originally intended for Ginny's use, and would have created another if he hadn't been arrested. Harry, Arthur quite quickly deduced. Indeed, Severus said grimly, anger showing through his blank mask momentarily. With her being pregnant, there were a lot of fears that the potion had also gone into the fetus, and who knows the damage that's done on its own. Molly's lip wobbled as tears came to her eyes. Is she going to lose the baby? I don't know, Severus said honestly, his tone softening just a little, which was very unlike him, but with a child of his own on the way, well, who can blame him for going a little soft just thinking of it? So, I assume we have to wait until she gives birth, Arthur asked, clutching his wife close, soothing her. No, the potion has to be consumed before, so the baby gets the antidote right away, and will continue to do so for the last month it will be in her stomach. He couldn't even bring himself to say her name, he was utterly disgusted with her behavior and actions. It's safe for the baby, but at the end of the day, since she's underage, married or not, you have the last say on whether she gets the potion or not. My advice to you is that you do not tell her what it is. We don't know what orders Dumbledore has given her. Informing her it is for the sake of the baby seems the best way to get her to do as asked. How will it affect her? Molly asked, her voice thick and emotional, wanting to know what they would need to look out for. She'll probably double over, feel a little pained, weird, dizzy, disorientated, and it will take her a few days to recover, but you'll probably learn a lot about Dumbledore that you wish you wouldn't in those days. She will be desperate to unload a lot of information and you being the closest will receive it all. Severus easily deduced, he knew how he'd feel if he'd been forced into constant silence over someone's actions and he wasn't a young teenager. Would you stay just to be on the safe side? Molly asked, aware that he had a certificate in healing. It was required of potion masters. She knew she was being cheeky, especially considering her actions, but if it went wrong and they had to go to St. Mungo's they wouldn't know a damn thing to tell them. I shall wait in here, if anything happens come and retrieve me, if not, I shall take my leave, Severus informed them. Dumbledore did not trust me and neither does she, both with and without the potion. It will make getting her to take the potion a little more difficult. As I've said before, we don't know what Dumbledore had said or ordered. He did not want to refer to Ginny by name or heaven forbid her married name Mrs. Dumbledore, unless of course, it was to her face. He was quite vindictive like that. Arthur and Molly let out a sigh of relief. Thank you Severus, Arthur sighed, grateful that he was going to stay. Severus bit back the retort, he wasn't doing it for them, no, he was doing it for the Weasleys that Harry was so fond of. His best friend, and the others, who would be the ones helping pay the loan back, just after getting their feet back after the Gringotts loans debacle. It was little wonder the boys couldn't get new things and live comfortably if they were constantly helping their parents. They did too, without much thought, they loved them all. Harry would feel obligated to help them again, and quite frankly, Severus didn't want that. He didn't want his husband to feel obligated to the damn Weasleys to keep giving them his money. Sure, he had more than he'd ever spend, they both did, but it wasn't just for them. That money would go towards their child and its upbringing should anything happen to the pair of them. Arthur's office closed, once the pair were up and on the move. No screaming, no shouting, all seemed calm and peaceful. He waited 10 minutes before he decided to leave. Just as he was about to apparate, Arthur came in looking drawn and tired. She took the potion, she's back up in bed now, sleeping it off. I honestly cannot thank you enough, Severus, what you've done. There wasn't enough words in the English dictionary to be able to convey the depth of his feelings. You're welcome, Severus stated sharply, before apparating away, not wishing to listen to their thanks any more than he already had. It made him feel uncomfortable. Although he had thoroughly enjoyed the challenge, he would miss interacting with Nicholas, although he would make an effort to visit now and again. He was one of the smartest men he knew, and Severus relished actually being able to talk to him about everything, and he did not speak in riddles like Dumbledore did. That was one thing over with. Now he could focus more fully on the war and his husband. Try to ensure they both survived it and came out on top. He was still reeling over the fact Hermione and Harry had recreated those bands. They were so utterly terrifying when they put their mind to something. -0 and flashback 0. Potter, follow me, immediately, Severus retorted sharply from behind the man glamour boy in question. He'd purposely waited until his breakfast was eaten, not wishing to interrupt him, since he was just getting used to eating without being sick again. Harry threw Severus a faux glare, before sighing as if it was too much work, scooping up the last of his food. Now, Severus barked, waiting impatiently, as always forced to treat Harry the way he normally would. Hermione gave Severus a "I can't believe you, Professor" look that she often graced the professors with when they were doing something she did not like. Everyone was watching the free show, as they often did. Severus had to prevent the surge of amusement from showing on his face as he thought on how they'd react to the knowledge that he and Harry were actually married. That they'd been married for a while. The time bubble had been the greatest thing that happened to either of them, and pretty soon, Harry was going to go down there again, to give birth to their child. A child, by the way. They still didn't know the gender of. Harry insisted on keeping it a secret until the very end even from them. Harry had so many decisions taken from him in the past that Severus couldn't deny Harry the one thing he wanted. Harry had offered to let Poppy tell him if he wished, but Severus wanted to do it together. So, also refused to have the baby's gender revealed to him. After Harry was up, with a slight struggle, so not to bash the bump on anything, it was becoming increasingly clear he wouldn't be able to keep it secret for much longer, which meant chamber time. Sooner than either anticipated, which made their visit to Remus all the more important today. They'd been putting it off, but it could no longer wait. The both quickly and quietly left the great hall with everyone watching, just waiting to see whatever else Snape would do or say. Or what Harry would reply. He'd never taken Snape's words lying down, not from the get-go. Which Severus hadn't appreciated at the time. From the first, Hermione might know, potions class to stating, "You don't have to call me sir." It was always amusing to see or hear about these instances. "Hey, come on in," Remus said, granting the pair entrance into his quarters, which was as always, for the Dada teachers, right above their classroom. "How are you both?" He knew they were seeing each other. He was the only one that did other than Hermione and Ron. He had been a little leery of it at first, but it was obvious they cared about each other and they'd done the impossible for him. They'd cured him of his lycanthrope. The only downside, he couldn't tell anyone, still had to act a little bit exhausted after a full moon that no longer bothered him. It was for his safety and the safety of other werewolves. Voldemort would want that recipe, would want to give werewolves hope as long as they fought for him, and they would for the thought of freedom. "We're good, but we're here for a reason," Harry said, wandering in and sitting himself comfortably on the left side of the sofa. Severus was quick to join him. "I gathered as much, by the letter, so what is it?" Remus asked, sitting down, staring at the pair of them curiously, from where he sat across from them on the single-seater. "I'm pregnant," Harry said, watching his reaction gleefully. Nothing would ever beat McGonagall, who had fainted. She'd actually fainted at the news. It had been hilarious. "I'm sorry, what?" Remus said, shaking his head. He couldn't have just heard what he did. "No. Don't be obstinate and obtuse." Severus sneered. "You heard it perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with your hearing." He would never get along with Remus Lupin, or any of the Marauders, not that there were many alive. Well, are you happy?" Remus asked, his attention solely focused on Harry, wanting to hear him speak, not Severus. "Very," Harry said, removing the glamour, feeling more comfortable in his own skin with it removed. Remus inhaled sharply. He hadn't realized he'd look so different. He looked a little like James with many of Lily's characteristics, but there was no overwhelming clone of, he looks exactly like James's shooting out at him. He had reached an age where James and Lily had not, by the look of it. Merlin, they would be so proud of Harry and who he had become. Your parents would be proud, he murmured softly. Merlin, they would too, even if Harry was pregnant so young. Then again, he wasn't young, was he? He was older than Lily had been when she got pregnant with Harry himself. Harry smiled. I know, and he believed that with the whole of his being. Then congratulations are definitely in order, Remus said, smiling blindingly at them. Does anyone else know? Honored that they were trusting him with this. Minerva, Hermione and Ron, Harry explained, she has to know so when I disappear there won't be mass panic. You'll be leaving soon? Remus asked, straightening up. You don't look that far along. He protested. Not yet, probably within the next month. You know something always happens at the end of the year, Harry said, seriously. I don't want to take any risks. Holding his hand to his belly where his very vulnerable child sat growing by the day. Well, yes, of course, Remus murmured, nodding quickly in agreement. Where will you, the chamber? Time bubble, of course. Yeah, we will be heading down there, Harry said, meaning himself and the baby. How will you excuse your absence? Remus asked Severus, from both Voldemort and Hogwarts. I will not be accompanying Harry down there until it's time, Severus revealed with a grimace, indicating he definitely wasn't happy with it. Unfortunately, he knew that needs a must, doesn't make it any easier. If they wanted to survive though, then they would need to avoid even the most outlandish accusation of them leaving together ever getting out. Ron and Hermione, Remus then assumed, having no idea of their reason for coming to him. Smart as he was, he knew that Harry hadn't truly forgiven him for his words when Harry was 13 about his parents. Plus, Severus was a whole other ball game. You, Lupin, we would like you to go down with him, Severus grunted. He was in no mood to beat around the bush, not that he ever was, of course. Me, I have no medical knowledge, Remus squeaked out in surprise. We're not asking you to help give birth, Severus sneered. When it's time you'll contact both myself and Poppy. Now that was an order and he made no qualms about making it sound exactly as it was. What about my job? This is an important year. For both those taking their owls and newts. Remus protested. So you're saying no? Harry asked, simply, not showing any emotion, his face remaining genial. How long will pass, up here I mean? Remus asked, mind mulling over the information. About a month in the chamber and 2 days up top, Harry said. I haven't exactly calculated it, it's not like he could, the baby wouldn't come on demand, it would come when it was good and ready. We'd need to inform Minerva at least, so she can find someone else to cover the classes, Remus mused, mind gently mulling over it. We will if you want to come, but we aren't going to force you, Harry said seriously. I know you enjoy working here, and I don't want to put that in jeopardy. Not that Minerva would fire him for all that of a few days missed work when they always had substitutes ready on the go. I want to, Remus said. He owed them more than he could ever repay, so if they wanted his help for a few weeks, he'd damn well take it. Well, it wasn't really a few weeks in reality, time moved different down in the time bubble after all. How long before we go? Anywhere between 2 weeks and the full month, Severus explained blithely, but that was just a front. Okay, I'll do it. When will we talk to Minerva about this? Remus asked, wanting to do it as soon as possible. We can tonight, Harry said. It was clearly important to Remus, but he'd always been a teacher at heart, so the fact he was thinking of the other students and wanting to make sure there was someone there to take over from him, wasn't so surprising. Severus nodded. It was perfectly doable. The quicker they got it all planned out, the smoother it inevitably would be. He really hated the fact he couldn't go down there with him, but it would be worse for Harry since he'd be without him for months. I'll keep a to-go bag ready, Remus said. I can't believe you're going to have a baby. Is it a boy or girl? He couldn't believe Snape had married Harry, but there you go, they were genuinely happy and about to have a baby. Snape, a kid. The younger him, Sirius and James would have probably had heart attacks. Especially knowing that it was James Potter's kid, but things had drastically changed since they were at Hogwarts. "We don't know," Harry said fondly. "We want it to be a surprise." He couldn't wait until the baby was here so he'd know. He could actually find out any time he wished, but that wasn't going to happen. He wanted to wait. He just prayed that he got to watch his baby grow up with Severus at his side. Hoped and prayed that they would win this war and come out relatively unscathed. "Potters are known for their boys," Remus said wryly, forgetting that the Potters had come from the Peveril line, which had consisted of 7 girls. Not all of them survived to adulthood, and no boys to speak of. Harry, however, was aware, but decided against getting into a tangent. He had classes to get to act as if everything was normal until it was time for him to leave for the chamber. At least he and Severus had made a show of still hating each other, and Severus, still trying to make Harry's life a misery despite the fact he was no longer allowed in potions due to the bust-up. Severus absolutely refuses to put up with the Potter brat, as it were. The public were so easily fooled, but it worked in their favor so they couldn't complain too much. "Healthy is all we care about," Severus stated, although he hoped there wasn't too much of his characteristics in the child and that it primarily took after Harry. Merlin, who knows how Weasley's offspring would be, with such a deliberating potion having been in her the majority of the pregnancy. No child deserved to pay for its parents' crimes, but unfortunately, they did, almost constantly. He had added to it, too, and it shamed something in him just thinking about it. "How are you going to explain everything?" Remus asked, frowning in concern, worried about that. "Nothing to explain. I'm 17, and technically Sev isn't my teacher anymore, so it's nobody's business," Harry stated firmly. "Plus, Sev won't be teaching after this." "If I survive," Severus added seriously. "Yes, I have no intentions of returning to Hogwarts to teach long-term." They had bought a piece of land together, and had an architect draw up design plans. Adding and subtracting a few things, but they were due another drawing and they were hoping it would be the last one. Remus nodded, truly not surprised by the declaration, although the talk of not surviving had sobered things considerably. "There's no guarantee of either of us surviving, Remus," Harry said softly, seeing the aghast look on his face. "We've already made plans for the baby if we don't," which might seem like cowardice to the entire magical world at large, having Hermione and Ron go on the run with his child and settle down somewhere. Honestly, if he wasn't enmeshed, through no fault of his own, Voldemort had continued to come after him, he would run too. He didn't want to be his parents, didn't want to put a war first, but if he wanted his child to be safe he had to do it. He was finally in crisp clear clarity seeing the decisions Lily and James had made, instead of just running to another country and settling down. History seemed to be repeating itself. Fortunately though, his kid wouldn't be raised by the damn Dursleys, wouldn't know a day of starvation or hurt. They would know love, adoration and happiness. His will would make that very damn bloody clear. No, the baby wouldn't have the childhood he and Severus had suffered through. Remus was actually on that list. As he was no longer a werewolf, they couldn't stop it. Remus breathed out. "I know," he said pained. 2 wars he'd lived through, 2 damn horrific wars on blood purity, and lost too many people he loved. James, Lily, Harry and Sirius. At least for a brief time he had Harry and Sirius back in his life, before Sirius had died, and he prayed Harry wouldn't become another Sirius, another Lily and James. All dying way too young. "But this one hopefully will have a long and happy life," Harry said, trying to bring the conversation back around. "Have you bought anything yet?" Remus asked, eager for the change in subject and grasping a hold of it. Ignoring Severus' eye-roll, it was more fond than anything and definitely aimed at Harry. "A few small things," Harry admitted, but only through Hermione. Him buying clothes would surely have it in the newspaper. One misleading conversation between Harry and Hermione and boom, they weren't interested. A cousin being pregnant and she is so excited. Harry always got a good laugh out of it. They definitely couldn't use a brother or sister and being an auntie, although that is most certainly what she'd be to his child. Gosh, the booties, he could scarcely believe anything could be so small. It made his yearning more pronounced. Nothing got to him more than seeing Severus' reaction though. He wasn't used to anyone staring at him like he was a bloody miracle. The whole boy who lived thing didn't count, it wasn't something he did. This sort of look was beautiful, breathtaking, and he couldn't wait to see that look transferred to their child when it was born. In hearts of hearts he hoped he still had some of that look left over for him. Severus had to suitably coach his face not to smile. He remembered Harry showing him them. They were white, so they'd suit whichever gender they end up with. They fitted in the palm of his hands, with lots of room to spare. To think he'd have a child he could put them in that would be so small that the feet would be held in his hand very easily. They continued to talk, about simply and easy things, not wishing to end it on a sour note. Or rather, Harry and Remus spoke. Severus remained, just spending what time he could with Harry, relishing the peace and happiness that exuded from the bond and eased any of his worries while he was at it. Eventually, however, they did have to bid Remus goodbye. Not only did Severus have a class to teach, Harry had classes to attend. Harry hugged Remus quickly, thanking him quietly. Before he walked out, it wouldn't be long before it began to turn into a waddle, and Severus realized he would miss it. Probably for the best. He might end up saying something that could get him into a whole lot of trouble, he thought with amusement. The moment they stepped out of Remus' quarters, however, his masks were back up full force, both of them stepping back into their public personas. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.